This goes so hard, dude. This goes so fucking hard. It made my day. All right, I missed the blood chant of the Sardokar. That is like the techno remix of it. Like that, it goes so hard. Oh my god, it has no right to go that hard. Anyway, this is it. In case you want to like find it and listen to it. Um, that fucking goes so hard. I'm gonna pin that. Fuck it. I'm gonna use it then. It goes so hard. But anyway, here we are. I switched over to just chatting because I just don't want to attract any more attention to the issue or issues that are going to be discussed. So I didn't want to tag this as Final Fantasy, especially because I don't want to fucking deal with the player base. So I am just going to masquerade it as just chatting, which essentially that's what it is anyway. But yeah, it's to me, out of all games, Final Fantasy is one that I don't want to mess with the community. Not because they, oh, I'm gonna get called out or whatever. I don't fucking care about that. You've already seen, my character's name and where I am, and it's Ictis, Rota, and Omega, and like on Light. Not on Light. Yeah. Isn't that what you call that? The Light? Oh, it's Chaos. It's not even Light. It's Chaos, right? So there you go. Those are my, credentials. And I'm not hiding. It's just that I really just don't want to fucking deal with that fucking community. I'm sorry. I just fucking, I'm not gonna deal with that. So I just want to comment on those things and speak freely without, any unnecessary, redundant, and honestly shallow, like, rebuke or whatever. If that's the word, rebuttal, rebuke, who the fuck knows? Anyway, the point is, I want to talk about it. And we have quite a few videos to watch about it. Thankfully, some of them are short. But you know me, I can yap for hours if something interests me. So who knows how long this is gonna be. But let's start with something mild. I watched this much of it, and I'm curious what's going on. I'm curious to hear the reasons why it's dwindling, though I have my own like interpretation of why this is happening. In fact, long time coming. So yeah. As usual, I'm just gonna make a quick sound check and see if like you can hear it through my speakers. And then adjust sound and blah blah. You know how it goes.
Final Fantasy XIV is reportedly threatening to drop below 1 million active players.
So I think you can hear it through my speakers, which is quite annoying. But what if I were to lower it a little bit on my end?
Hello, everybody. I am J-Malls of J-Malls Gaming, and what I just read to you...
Yeah, so now you're fine. Or at least I theorize that you should be fine. Whatever the case might be, if you're not fine, you'll let me know. If you don't let me know, then I can't know, then it's your fault. Easy as that. And so, a small disclaimer. Opinions are going to follow. Opinions are subjective. And I will be unfiltered in what I will say, as always. And I will be fully honest in this. But, obviously, leave the people alone. Anybody mentioned in these videos, just leave them alone or whatever. I don't condone anything, blah blah blah, whatever. You know how it goes. You're fucking adults, or I hope you are. And if you aren't, what are you doing here? So otherwise, I think I'm pretty covered. I don't mean to impede or like whatever, encroach on anything or steal anything. I'm just gonna be watching videos and commenting on them. So that's all this is gonna be, and you know how it goes. And so, without further delays, we should go with it. I will be pausing whenever something is said that I find interesting enough to comment on. So it might be often. I hope it doesn't distract you if that's the case, and I hope you're good at following what was said. Since I'll be pausing probably often. Probably. Um, the problem with Yoshi P is a video that I watched and I commented already on. Interesting that Zepla also commented on that. I'm not gonna watch it though. I don't really enjoy Zepla's content, which is again like just my opinion, whatever. Either way, let's find out then what people are saying here. Let's see. Boom, done.
Final Fantasy XIV is reportedly threatening to drop below 1 million active players.
That is a very strange title. So Final Fantasy go like, hey, you guys, we're gonna drop below 1 million. I'm threatening you. I mean, shouldn't you say is already under threat of falling, of dropping below 1 million? Anyway, whatever.
Hello, everybody. I am J-Malls of J-Malls Gaming, and what I just read to you was the title of an article from The Gamer, and I'll leave a link in the description down below. It's been making the rounds on Twitter a little bit, and I want to go over how we got here, and how Final Fantasy XIV can possibly get out of this hole, this rut that it's found itself in, or if it will continue to sink into it. Now, let's lay down some ground rules here first. I am not here to argue exact numbers. I don't care what the exact number of daily players or active players
God. Face looks so fucked, I'm sorry.
is for Final Fantasy XIV. I care about the trend, and I think anyone with a set of eyes who looks at the internet can find out that the state of the game right now is not necessarily in a good one. And I think it's particularly condemning coming off just the absolute high this game had seen with Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
You mean with just Shadowbringers, right? Otherwise I'll have to correct you, J-Mules. Because no, Endwalker was no high point, unless you have no eyes.
Now, the data from that Gamer article apparently comes from a Japanese blog site called Lucky Bancho.
So this guy is going to be commenting on an article that is based on something else that people said something about somewhere in something. That is very enlightening. I'm pretty sure nothing was lost in translation there. Sarcasm slash.
And according to the Gamer, they state that Dawntrail actually lost a significant number of players between patch 7.0 and patch 7.1, whereas other expansions actually grew in players. Continuing from the article, according to Lucky Bancho, over 1.4 million players were active upon the release of Dawntrail, while just 1.1 million were active upon the release of patch 7.1. In comparison, Shadowbringers and Endwalker had 943,000 and 1.3 million players upon their expansion's launch, which then rose to 1.2 million and 1.7 million upon the release of patches 5.1 and 6.1 respectively. Essentially what is being claimed here is that for Shadowbringers and Endwalker, the active players grew going from their 0.0 to their respective 0.1 patch, whereas for Dawntrail, it declined. Continuing from the article, it's also claimed by Lucky Bancho that players are still dropping rather quickly after patch 7.1, with the active player count going from 1.1.
So far, it's just a presentation of numbers, and as the person said, who knows if they're very precise or not. But you know, you can see it. You could see it and you can see it. So I will go with the assumption that these numbers are more or less correct.
5 million to about 1.03 million. On that current trajectory, Final Fantasy XIV seems poised to drop below 1 million active players for the first time in a good long while, which should be raising alarm bells for Square Enix, considering Final Fantasy XIV is the game that is propping up the entire company.
Yeah, good luck communicating that to fucking Square Enix.
Now, I don't think it's all doom and gloom, but I think how we got to this position is abundantly clear, and I think it only serves as a disservice to act as if it isn't. I don't think one thing in particular is responsible for this. It's an amalgamation of multiple issues coming into the spotlight here. First and foremost, Final Fantasy XIV is a story-based game. It is what drives the game.
No, it's not. It's an MMO. Just wake fuck up. It's an actual MMO. It's literally an MMO. Is what it is. It's not first and foremost a story-driven game. It's an MMO.
It's what drives all the experiences in Final Fantasy XIV. It is a massive component, and Final Fantasy XIV is beloved for its story. So when you produce a stinker, as I've said before, when you have what is regarded...
The argument is sound, though.
as either okay or a dud by a lot of people when you're 500, 600, thousands of hours into an experience, that hits way harder and way worse than a one-off experience that is completely disconnected. And I think that pain is particularly amplified when you have what is considered to be, by a lot of people out there, a dud of a story coming off the back of your magnum opus. It's going from one extreme.
So Endwalkers was their magnum opus. Oh my god. I hope not. I should hope not. They should hope not.
To the other. And I think the defense that people run for Dawntrail that, well, it's coming off the back of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, which had so much time and development before those expansions came out, that it is unfair to judge Dawntrail to those standards.
Copium. That is copium. That is literally copium. I haven't heard anyone argue that. That is copium.
I have always disagreed with this notion, and I think it was nothing more than a excuse. Plain and simple. And I don't know why we are trying to utilize this notion that the beginning of a new story can't be fun and interesting and engaging from start to finish. I don't understand that logic. I don't get it. It stems from the same logic that, oh, it's okay, it gets good after 100 hours. People not only are buying the expansion,
it didn't get good after 100 hours. It got worse as it was progressing.
they are also paying monthly. It should be good from the start, from the jump, and if it isn't, that is a problem. And I've talked about before how I felt that Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail was an experiment. They were testing various different things in tones and storytelling.
What? They actually said that? They actually said that, like, oh, it's an experiment. Listen, that works in Guild Wars 2 case. It doesn't work in Final Fantasy's case. This is not an experiment. This is just a failure. I'm sorry. Like, that, that's evident because if you know Square Enix, if you know Yoshi P, these guys can't experiment. They're incapable of that. They are just regurgitating shit. So, no, that's very false. There is no experimentation here.
Telling techniques to see if anything stuck.
Which is evident if you just go and play a game. Like, literally, it's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over. Like, the same release cycles, the same fucking motifs, the same fucking everything. Just regurgitated shit.
And what they should probably utilize going into the future. My problem is that I just don't think most of the things they tested actually worked, and that they worked in tandem with each other to produce an
Like, what is their experimentation then? Let me see what was new in Dawntrail. Oh, right. You have to do those little silly stealth quests where you have to hide behind things. Like, I fucking hated these things. That's the experimentation? What's the fucking experimentation? Like, Criterion Dungeons? My god, that's copium. Like, my god, there was no experimentation. That's a lie. I'm sorry. There was nothing. They didn't innovate in a single way. Not in a single fucking way, other than introducing fucking BDSM gear. Like, which in and on itself, let's not even talk about that. Like, let's not even talk about those sets of gears. Holy shit. Okay, that's a wild take. That thing, the previous, like, argument in defense was dog shit. It was copium. This argument in defense of Dawntrail is even worse. It's not even copium. It's like experiment. You're lying. You're just lying. Nobody experimented. It's the same game. It's the same game. It's like nothing changed. Same fucking raid tiers, the same fucking... It's the same. Everything was the same. Nothing changed. There was no experimentation. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Experience that I found largely uninteresting, though I did particularly like the Alexandrian portions, though I can understand why a lot of other people didn't.
I mean, I wanted to spend more time with this fucking invasion of sci-fi civilizations and all that, but when you juxtapose it, if that's the word, to the fucking Peruvian jungles, it's kind of like, is this Age of Empires and these guys like just upgraded faster, and then these other guys just didn't upgrade, and then these guys are fucking attacking? Like, it was so fucking jarring. Like, there's so much dissonance. I don't fucking... It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. But yeah, out of all that mess, did I like the sci-fi stuff? Did I like the cyberpunk city they have? Yeah, okay, I did. Whatever.
I am a big fan of FF9. I played it before I played Dawntrail, so my not nostalgia, I didn't even play it that long before Dawntrail, but it's just my adoration for Final Fantasy IX was able to elevate certain elements that for other people who don't have those rose-tinted glasses, it's unable to do that. And look,
Exactly. And again, regurgitating more and more and more and more and more and more.
Look, I know the whole conversation surrounding Wu Clamant has been toxic to say the absolute least, but I also don't think she was a good character. And I still don't
What, this guy believes that the reception of like Woke Lamat was like toxic? Dude, Woke Lamat is toxic. I'm sorry. That character is single-handedly spearheading like any conversation at this point. It's such a bad character. End of story. That's all. Nobody is toxic. This character is a meme. It's such a meme, honestly.
think she's good in 7.1. She's more tolerable for me, but she's still not someone who I would call a good character. And for someone who takes that big of a role, that much of the spotlight, it is important for that character to be good and well received, and they just simply largely aren't. At least in my experience, but again, if these numbers are even remotely accurate, there's something to be said there. It's not like the smoking gun or anything, but it's another data point on the chart. Now, having said this, I don't think the story itself is necessarily the biggest smoking gun or the biggest chunk of the pie when it comes to the issues at Final Fantasy XIV.
Um, Either you're gonna say it's a story-driven game and then accept that the story fucked it, or you're gonna say, oh, it's not really story-driven, but the story also sucked. But there are also other problems. Because you can't have your pie and eat it, alright? You have to decide what you're going to be coming, like the angle from which you're gonna be coming from, right? So you can't say, oh, it's a story-driven game, and the story is shit, but no, it's not really shit. It's also other problems. If it was story-driven, why do we care about the other problems? All of a sudden, like, are you understanding like where I'm coming from this? With this, sorry, English hard. The truth is that it is an MMO, and story is just an aspect of it. And you can't be saying, oh, it's amazing because of the story and the other stuff that don't matter because the story is so amazing. But then when the story fails, you're gonna be like, oh, it wasn't the story really, it's the other stuff, it's the MMO stuff that it has, but the story's kinda okay. No, 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 no. It is an MMO, it has a story, the story is shit, and the other parts stink right now. Because they're stale. That's why they stink. They're moldy at this point. So, you know, anyway.
Has right now, I think it revealed a larger problem, and that is the game state. For the longest time, I am a believer that a lot of the technical issues and a lot of the gameplay issue that Final Fantasy XIV suffers from were masqueraded or largely ignored because of people's interest and engagement with the story and the narrative and the characters in the world. That can go a long way. I know that from experience because one of my favorite games of all time is Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a game that I also believe is deeply flawed. It's just the elements that I do appreciate about it, those largely being the story and some gameplay sections, I care about so much and engage so much with that I'm able to overlook the issues. But if I don't have those moments, those elements that
So this guy is saying that, oh, if the story was good, it would be okay to sweep it under the rug, to sweep the rest under the rug. That is precisely the philosophy that led us to here. That is the problem. That is the problem. You can't say, oh, I could forgive it if it had good story. I mean, it would be a flawed game. I would still like it. Yeah, you can like a flawed piece of shit. It's still a piece of shit, I guess.
I truly do love and appreciate, then it leaves those issues. And that's where I think we are at right now with Final Fantasy XIV. When you have a lot of people disillusioned with the story, you gave me a beginning, middle, and end with the Heidelin Zodiac arc, and I don't think they managed to start off this new narrative arc with their best foot forward, or even their second best or third best. Now it leaves a lot of the game state, a lot of the decision making that goes into the patch cadence of a Final Fantasy XIV expansion by itself not being bolstered by how compelling the story, world, and characters are.
Yeah, I don't agree with what this guy is saying so far about this particular thing. Like this particular bit, like what he's saying now, I just don't agree with. He seems to be saying, oh, it would have been okay if the story was good. No, it wouldn't have been. In some other games cases it can be, but not here. No, it can't be here because it's an MMO, like it consists of many moving parts. So you have to kind of like, judge it as a whole a little bit. But anyway.
are. They're still there somewhat, but not to the degree that it was. I have always felt that Final Fantasy XIV's over-reliance on later patches in the patch cycle to deliver the endgame experience for an expansion was not a good one.
Yeah, that I fully agree with. I don't like this. So a lot of games do that. A lot of MMOs do that, where they launch and then the content comes in patches, right? Okay, I get that. People like that. Sometimes when it's done well, it can be interesting because it can feel like you're downloading DLC for your game. Just to put it like very, very, very roughly, it gives you that sensation, and it kind of like helps with the fluctuation of interest. I get it, sure, but the problem is what this guy is saying, that like Final Fantasy is doing it in such a way that really just doesn't help it. Like they're doing it like very oddly. I never liked the release cycles, honestly. I never liked the release cycles. Too much is missing when an expansion of Final Fantasy launches. Too much is missing, and the waves of content that you get in intervals later, so in the patches, is bloated, in my opinion.
I think that is best shown here with Dawntrail. One of the things I was really looking forward to Dawntrail wasn't the story, it was the sheer amount of content.
Oh, so now it's not the story. But if the story was good, you were gonna fucking forgive it. But now it's not the story that you're after. But it is a story-driven MMO. Bro, you have to decide.
That was being offered by Dawntrail. Remember those FanFests? Remember those FanFests advertising the amount of content that Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail.
No, wait a minute. That's not fair to Final Fantasy. It didn't advertise anything more than what everyone was expecting. Everyone who watched the launch promises, whatever, the talks, the words, knew what we were getting. And that was the problem, because a lot of people were saying even back then, it's gonna be one of the same. It's gonna be one more of the same shit. Like we knew. This is no one's surprise. This is to no one's surprise, basically. So I disagree with what he's saying, because nobody saw what Yossi P was saying, except the rabid fans, and thought, oh, that is new. I've never seen that before. Sure, some of it was worded differently and alluded to be a bit different, but they did that with Dawntrail as well. Sorry, with Endwalkers as well. So everybody knew what to expect. Like literally, the only way that you can claim that you've been fooled by the presentation is if you've never experienced an expansion in Final Fantasy before. I don't think this guy has never experienced an expansion launch before. So what is he saying? Is he really saying that to him it's a surprise and it sounded so different? It didn't. That was the issue. That was the critique leveled against it before it even launched. So it sounds like it's gonna be the same. No surprise, it was.
Was going to have new Bosja / Eureka, a new relic weapon that wasn't tied to Hildebrand, new variant and criteria.
Even the elements he's describing now that he's saying are missing or everyone was expecting are elements that are precisely the same with other expansions. So I'm confused by this person, because he seems to be, or they seem to be, wanting to surprise themselves or convince themselves there was a surprise, but somehow they succeeded in convincing themselves and then they weren't surprised, and now they're angry about it. So when I'm gonna defend Final Fantasy, I'm gonna say, no, you knew exactly what you were gonna get. They told you, and there's been nothing new ever since fucking Shadowbringers in terms of systems or anything. It's the same shit. Maybe even before Shadowbringers, I wouldn't know because I wasn't there. But it did look very similar, when I went there to clear my backlog back then in Shadowbringers. So I don't know what this guy is saying.
Dungeons, new deep dungeons, a new limited.
But deep dungeons also existed. What do you want them to do? Like they told you, there's gonna be eventually there's gonna be either a Boza / Eureka clone, or there's gonna be a deep dungeon. That's what they do. That's what they do. I don't understand. Was he surprised? Was he not surprised? Was the bad thing or a good thing for him? Like I can't understand what he's saying. Exactly because he's confusing me with his claims here that like people were excited with the law. Nobody. Yeah, if you loved that shit, you would be excited. But like, was it different shit? Nobody saw it as different. Everybody knew what we were gonna get.
Job. That is not insignificant. But I think when you advertise that amount of content for people, and that content being pretty dang interesting, especially if you do continue to fix and address the loot issue and the gearing, and all that with Final Fantasy XIV, all of that content sounds enticing. But
Wait a moment.
especially if you do continue to fix and address the loot issue and the gearing.
What? What's that word he's using there?
Interesting, especially if you do continue to fix and address the loot issue and the gear.
I can't understand what he's saying. There's something about majestic look issue. I don't know. My English is just not good enough for this, I guess. I'm not sure what he's saying, but whatever it is he's saying, I'm pretty sure that, again, the same arguments that I said before stand here. Nobody fucking promised anything new. If you haven't watched an expansion before with Final Fantasy, you will consider this like a lot of content. That's true. And to be fair to Final Fantasy, it is a lot of content. It's just not good content, and it's also very predictable content. But there is a lot of content. There's lots of stuff to tell your players to expect. Like, of course, Yoshi P is gonna go up there and say, "Hey, so we got this, we got this, we got," like numerically in terms of quantity. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. But nobody was, delusional about what we're gonna get. Nobody thought that magically, maybe they hoped for that, but nobody claimed that it would be different. Like, as far as I remember watching like the pre-launch videos and presentations, nobody actually promised innovation. As far as I remember, Yoshi just presented some shit. He said like, "Oh, there's gonna be like another island sanctuary. There's gonna be something potato." Like everything that I heard, I can't recount it right now, but everything I heard was like the same. The same shit, either from Shadowbringers or from like Don't Rail. Endwalkers. These names are so fucking nothing burgers that like I just confuse them. The expansions were nothing burgers, so I confused them. So, but anyway, yeah, I don't agree with this part. With this part, I'm gonna like just side with defending Square Enix on that one. Sorry, like this guy, I think this guy was just like hyping himself so fucking much that he just imagined things. I'm sorry.
And all that with Final Fantasy XIV. All of that content sounds enticing. But when it's not there for minimum 8 months after the game comes out, it makes the content that is still there from day one feel lacking in comparison. Because you don't have the support structure of everything else.
What's the support structure of everything else? He's talking about it as if indeed. So I think this guy really, really, really loves Final Fantasy, really loves all of its aspects, and is just angry that they weren't delivered faster. Which, okay. No, that's not the issue people are having. People aren't having the issue of, "Oh, I don't have anything to do." I think most people have the issue of like, it's the same shit at the same pace. Exactly. That's their problem, because they knew the pace is going to be the same. They knew it from Shadowbringers, or let's be honest, from like Endwalkers. Like at that point, you see the pattern. At that point, you can see the pattern. So if you're gonna be angry at something, be angry at the pattern that like the plan, the release plan that they follow. It's not, and not just the release plan, but like the quality of the things that you're getting in that time, Because if it's still the same, I mean, I guess maybe he just loves doing the same thing over and over, expansion after expansion. It's valid, it's his opinion, whatever. But I don't think that's the problem with Final Fantasy. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's a problem. But, if nothing else, it just shows that even like diehard fans like this guy is really, they're really losing steam as well. They're losing hope as well, because, yeah, it's just on top of everything else, they feel like it's not coming out fast enough. In my opinion, it was coming out way too fast. So that's weird to me. I always felt overwhelmed and stressed by the amount of content we were getting. Um, I always felt like catching up is going to be a pain in the ass, and finishing stuff before the next stuff comes is also gonna be the pain in the ass. I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe people who gobble this shit up and really love the game, maybe they will be like, oh yeah, it's fast enough. I cleared everything. I cleared every Savage day one, and I cleared like Eureka boss or whatever kind of clone, deep dungeon clone, um, or copy paste. I cleared that like in a day, and so now I have nothing to do. But I think that's not the issue. I think the issue is different. It could be the issue if the title of the video was like, why are hardcore fans of Final Fantasy living among other people who are living? I thought this guy was going to talk about those other people who are living, not the diehard fans. The diehard fans are not going to see any problem except not getting more of Yoshi's copium. So from that perspective, what he's saying makes sense. But from the perspective that I see things, as a casual, like just, I just want to play an MMO and have fun kind of point of view, that's not the issue, my dude. Or not the only issue. There are other far more important issues, which he swept under the rug, by the way, and he also already stated his um, a willingness to sweep under the rug if the story was good.
To bolster the overall experience. It erodes interest in the game state quickly, and then by the time these pieces of content do come out, the interest that was piping hot originally has now fizzled out. People move on and their attention goes elsewhere, and it can be really hard to get it back. All that other content that just expands on the experience and gives players things to do that isn't just high-end rating or instance experiences. That's just not enough.
But I mean, all of it is instant experiences. What else is there? Is he talking about, is he hardcore, like, ocean fishing fan? Like, is that the perspective we're coming from with this video? Because if so, I don't want to watch it because I'm not interested in the opinion of such a fan of Final Fantasy, I guess. Because they see things like in a very different light, I guess. To me, all that he's been saying so far, from the moment he began discussing the frequency of content release, it sounds like somebody, to me, it sounds somebody like saying, you know what, I enjoy eating shit, but I love that shit. I love Yoshi's fucking doo-doos. I wish Yoshi would fucking shit it out faster. I can't agree with this. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that you're eating doo-doo at this point in life, in Final Fantasies like Lifetime. But sure, I guess it's interesting to hear the perspective of someone who just would like, I don't know, abyssal ocean fishing, I guess, instead of ocean fishing, or, Deep Dungeon number 50,023, or, Bosa number 5, or something like that, because that's what he comes off as, somebody who just, that's what he wants. And in fact, I would argue that what he says is the problem, like the same raids, the same that. I would argue that he's wrong in that too, because I'm pretty sure that, well, people do appreciate those raids, I guess. I don't, but people do. So he's coming from a very niche perspective. I don't want to shit on his point of view, of course. But he's coming from a very niche perspective of someone who literally loves the game, literally loves everything about the game, and is just disappointed that he's not like being given that content more often. I get it, sure, I get it, but I thought we were here to discuss, the Final Fantasy, and under that light, nothing interesting here to say, because I just don't share the opinions of this person or his perspective at all. So, but let's continue.
In the game yet. And this is a game people pay monthly for. I'm sorry, but if you're not justifying that monthly sub, people aren't just gonna throw money at you for the lulz. And I don't think
Gary,
waiting for the 0.2 or even 0.3, or let alone whatever patch Beastmaster will be in, likely 0.5, if not 0.5.
But I mean, even Beastmaster, right? That's as blue mates with pets, like, for real. I don't get this guy's perspective. I do respect it though, so I'm gonna let him finish. but it's such a different perspective. Well, it kind of like throws me off. Final Fantasy stuff, yeah. I got like 4 or 5 videos I want to watch. 2 of them are about the dwindling population of Final Fantasy and what these guys believe the cause is. And then 2 of them are about the current situation with mods, which is getting out of hand, like literally out of hand, and that's coming from someone who's like a fan of ERP. And then there is another video which we'll talk about when we get there, I guess.
5, you're asking people to wait months and months after the game comes out to get a lot of the features and content that were advertised for that expansion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I don't have there's no merit in keeping watching, actually. Fuck it. Because his point of view is exactly of someone who's like loving it, absolutely loving it, despite receiving the same stuff for the last 4 years or something. And he just wants it faster. And that's all he cares about. Willing to sweep the rest under the rug or attribute it to whatever he thinks, people who can't appreciate the game are thinking. So this is a strange perspective, and there's nothing to comment on really from this point on, I think. I mean, I'm also curious because there's another like 10 minutes or so I'm pretty curious where this is gonna lead. So maybe, fuck, I don't know. Let's watch. Fine, let's watch. I want to kill some time anyway.
And we know that Final Fantasy XIV saw a massive surge in players in the Shadowbringers and Endwalker era, so a lot of people just aren't used to the way that Final Fantasy XIV does things, and I don't think it's a good way to do things either. And you combine that with a lot of older
But now he's also contradicting himself again. So so he doesn't think that's a good way, or does he think that's a good way, but it's not fast enough? Like, I don't fucking understand him anymore. It's the same when he started talking about story versus the rest of the game, where he ended up saying, oh yeah, the story is bad, but also not bad, but also it doesn't matter, but also that's not the problem, but also that's the problem. Like, and he went like, oh yeah, well, it's not really the problem. It's just that I'm not getting content fast enough. And if I did get content fast enough, then I would consider the content perfect. And then also the story, that would be okay if it sucked. That's a wild take. That's a wild take. That's a wild take. Definitely niche take, I would say. I don't know. Unless this type of point of view is like shared by the majority of Final Fantasy players, which is not impossible. Actually, it's likely, I would say. That's alarming.
people realizing, hey, I've kind of done all of this before. I keep meaning to go back to level up my crafters and gatherers, but each time I do it, I'm like, I've done this multiple times before.
Yes, because you're playing a game which has levels, with every expansion increase, and that has gear item level, so that also increases. So, but didn't he just say that he wants that but faster? But now it's a problem that it happens to him? I do not understand this person. I'm going crazy.
It's not new or interesting, it's just repetitious at this point, and not in a
But he just said that like he doesn't mind repetition as long as it comes faster, because he believes that the problems of Final Fantasy is on basically the problem is just one, which is that the frequency of how often that shit lands, what that shit is. But now I'm so confused.
good way. I try to go back and level up my other jobs because I would like to have some variety there, but then I'm like, dude, I'm not that big of a
Variety? Good one, bro. Variety? You think there is variety? Okay, so that was a genuine laugh, by the way. I didn't force it. It really just surprised me, and I found it like so fucking ironic. Uh, yeah, this is definitely a diehard fan of Final Fantasy.
fan of job design in Final Fantasy XIV right now outside of tanking. It's actually quite like the tanks right now, but I'm just not that big of a fan
You quite like the tanks right now? Are you sure?
of how Final Fantasy XIV creates DPS jobs right now. There's some that I like, but even then, leveling up old jobs just means running the same dungeons I've run so many times.
But you said that's what you want. You said that you're bringing that shit up and that you want it to be faster, like to have more classes to level, to have more this to level, more, all of that. Like, but now you're starting to see the problems. So why would you be arguing earlier that there are no other problems other than like the frequency? Even going as far as to say that the story wouldn't be an issue if that frequency was there? I feel like I'm stupid. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. Maybe the problem is me. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I don't fucking understand what this person is trying to point at as the as his guess in regards to why Final Fantasy is losing people. But I just can't follow him because he just keeps saying, "Oh, it's a story. Oh, it's not the story. Oh, it's the frequency. Oh, it's not the frequency. Oh, but it is the frequency because I don't mind leveling classes." And he's like, "But I'm leveling classes. I don't like that because I've done it too much." What do you think is going to happen if they give you this content faster? You're going to burn out faster. Like, okay.
Before it gets stale and old. And the only other way, really, unless I want to spam out the exact
But the problem isn't that it's stale and old per se for you. That's what he said, that he just doesn't mind the content and he wants more of it. So how does it become stale for him now? I mean, it is stale, definitely, but he says it's not. Okay.
same Bosja critical engagements again and again and again. If I want to go run Fates, it's like maybe daily quests, but again, that's not like a quick way to go about doing things. This is the true issue that I think Final Fantasy XIV
No, no, there are many issues, all of which you're just like,
is suffering from right now, stagnancy. When it comes to Dawntrail right now, nothing feels fresh and new. I'm kind of interested in where the story's going from here, but not to the degree that I was any other expansion prior to this. And without that emotional engagement that the story was known to provide,
but you just said earlier that you would forgive that if content was fast. This guy, this guy is either struggling or I'm struggling to understand him, or I don't know. I don't fucking know.
for Final Fantasy XIV, it's shown just how repetitious of an experience Final Fantasy XIV can be.
But how can you say that it's can be? Can be? It fucking is. It's not a can be. It's like it is. But what do you mind if in the same video you're arguing for that repetition but faster?
When it comes to its endgame loop. When it comes to Dawntrail, there's not been like an actual feature that's been particularly compelling that's felt new. You can
I'm convinced that this guy convinced himself that fucking Dawntrail would be the second coming of Final Fantasy, like the second ARR or something. And when it was the same, he was disappointed, as you should be. Okay? Uh, and so, hey, Lord Yep, welcome back. I started watching these videos I said I would watch when I was streaming Guild Wars. And so far, it's such a fucking roller coaster. That's a roller coaster. In particular, with this video, I just don't fucking understand what the guy's critique is. It's crazy to me.
run more extreme trials, you can run more dungeons, you can run more savage raids, you can run a new ultimate that already has a limited audience. And kind of the sad thing was for Final Fantasy XIV is that when they tried to bring in a brand new feature that would be really exciting and capture a lot of hearts and really try to shake things up, that was Island Sanctuary.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't watch this guy. This guy, okay, so this guy at this point has inhaled so much copium that I'm getting secondhand high. I'm getting contact high from this guy's copium. I to the point where I'm defending Final Fantasy from what this guy is saying, because the criticisms that he levels at it are actually not valid. I mean, they are like he brings up stuff that is valid, but not as a criticism against it, which is confusing in itself. But then he brings up his problems with the game, which literally are based on his delusional expectations, which no one else that I know had for Dawn Trail. So this is a fever dream to me. This is to me a fever dream. And there's 6 more minutes of fever dream. Let's go.
It didn't really do that, did it? I'm having fun in Final Fantasy.
And as for for Island Sanctuary, holy shit, that's a wild take. That system was meant to capture to captivate the gamers' hearts. That's what they were trying to do. Like, that is scary because it means that they're completely incapable and out of touch. Oh boy, you better hope that's not what they were trying to do. You better hope that content was filler. You better hope Yoshi P was like, hey, give them something to pass the time. And then was like, you know what, keep the Pokemon Island just to pass the time. You better hope that's the case and that it wasn't like the other way around where Yoshi spent like 50,000 hours coming up with something so shit as the Island Sanctuary. Because if that's the case, my god, abandon ship immediately.
14, but I don't play it like 10 hours a day. I'm having fun doing Extreme Trials because I haven't done them a lot. I haven't been a hardcore raider in Final Fantasy 14. And for both people that have, Dawn Trail will largely feel stagnant and
Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is just like such a niche fucking case. There's no way. He's one of those guys that just sits in Limsa and just does ocean fishing all day. And he just wants more ocean fishing and that's it. And now he's mad that he's not getting it fast enough to the point where he's pushing himself to raid. That's the vibe I'm getting.
stale, and if you're not that kind of player, then what is there to do? The Pelu Pelu dailies? Please try to make that defense. Please. I know I'm sounding harsh here, but it's because I love Final Fantasy XIV. I want it to be better, and I want to see it be better. And the unfortunate reality here is it's not like the development team can just snap their fingers and improve the game over.
Yes, they can. They literally can because they have so much potential in their hands. Like, they literally can, like, Yoshi can literally snap his fingers, figuratively speaking, just by opening his perspective a little bit to what other games are doing and how they're doing it, and taking inspiration instead of trying to copy-paste it.
Overnight. These things do take time.
But words like inspiration and innovation are just not in Yoshi's vocabulary, I'm sorry.
And the problem that I have with the game right now, in terms of if you want this to be a massively successful, massively online role-playing game, we can't be ignoring the MMO part of that tag for much longer. We can't be treating it like it's a second-class citizen for much longer. And we can't be pretending that the story can.
But in the beginning of the video, this guy is arguing that yes, you should do that, because if you do that, like if the story is good, then you should do that. That's what he was saying in the beginning. Like, oh, if the story was better, which is exactly what Final Fantasy is about, to paraphrase what he was saying, you can overlook the MMO aspects. But now he's saying, oh, we cannot overlook them anymore. Like, seriously, this is like 17 minutes of fucking contradictions.
And should be the only thing propping up this entire experience. Because when you remove that element for a lot of people, like a house of cards, it'll come tumbling down. And the interest to do other pieces of content that are there in the game will dwindle and fade without that support structure. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMORPG. It is.
I'm done. I'm fucking done with this guy. Sorry. I'm fucking done. Here, it's like, oh, it's an MMO, it's a story-driven single-player experience first. Over here, after all, it is an MMORPG. Like, nah, goodbye. Whew. That was a roller coaster. I'm not like that. Wow, I feel stupid for having watched that. Anyway, let's see this take.
There I was, working on my 1,000 subscriber special. Well, it's 1,300 now. I gotta get my act together, good lord. When I stumbled upon this hilarious little number from Gamer.com. I'll include a link in the description below, stating that Final Fantasy XIV is eerily close to dropping below 1 million active players. Now, my first response was,
That was your first response? Hmm. Oof. But I mean, yeah, you can inhale copium. That's okay.
then when I stopped feeling dizzy from maniacal laughter, my second thought was, nobody is surprised by this. Absolutely nobody.
Thank
Obviously,
you.
spoilers lie ahead. Not like we're ruining much with these sort of numbers. It's no mystery, Dawntrail has been the most divisive entry for 14. Even before release, a trailer had raised a few eyebrows. Plenty of folks thought we were getting the equivalent of One Piece or something, a fun mini-adventure we could all relax with after contending with one world-ending disaster after another. We all saw how worn down our buddy Emmett Silk was from millennia of stress, can't have that. Others felt like Square was turning our beloved MMO into a child's plaything, where nothing will be taken seriously and the content will be equally mind-numbing. Now, I can say that some of the content like dungeons and in-game raids has done rather well. Everything else made me want to shove my big-ass head into an active blender, and apparently, I am not alone. I thought we'd talk about the issues in detail and how they're pushing more and more players away. There's 6 main talking points I think sum up the problem, starting firstly with the story. Gale, the guy who talks about story constantly, brings up the story again. What a plot twist, I know. And I know not everybody cares about the narrative, and we are very fortunate to have the skip option available.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, we have been fortunate to be able to skip those cutscenes. Oh my god.
Sometimes, though, I think people forget the effects a bad story can have on a game. FF14 has a story-driven gameplay style. Final Fantasy games in general run like that. That's fine, that's the style. But if the story drives the gameplay, and the story is hot garbage spewing from a skunk's anus, what happens to your gameplay? Let me give you an example. Back to Living Memory.
You know what's happened? I'm starting to see a pattern here. What's happened is that people are disillusioned with the story. Therefore, they're trying to find other things to do in the game. And suddenly they realize that there isn't much anything enjoyable to do in the game. Well, welcome to reality, buddy.
Defenders argue the people here are mere simulacrums based off the memories of the dead. I've argued differently, but that's not the point. For argument's sake, let's say I agree with that. Yay, we're all friends now. So, all these people we mess with in the zone aren't real, they're fake. Computer programs, NPCs in the literal sense. So why did we waste so much time messing around treating them like real people? We spent hours trudging through Living Memory playing nice with all these people we're claiming aren't real people with real feelings. And remember, Sphene is actually trying to merge realities. A lot of real people are going to die if we dick around, and we proceeded to dick around for hours with fake people, while a world-ending threat loomed dead center of the map. All our interactions, fake, just like the people involved, none of it mattered. Wook's moment with Namika, pointless. Especially since that furry twat ate up all the game's runtime. Otis and his PTSD moment, the cringe as hell theater play we put on, for fake, not real people, pointless. Wandering around the garden area with Aaronville's mother right before we flipped her switch. This might have been nicer if these two actually had a proper moment together rather than a few grumpy stares and lectures. Aaronville got steamrolled by the narrative just as bad as Cryle. So, yep, all of this was pointless. She was fake, this was fake. We did not need to do 90% of the quests in Living Memory to accomplish our intended goal to deactivate the terminals. All of it, wasteful. The only exception here would be Krau's parents, who had some neat lore dumps for us to consume. It reminded me of the fake Hypnodeus and Shadowbringers, except that was a short scene and to the point. In Living Memory, we do this the entire bleeding time. And you're telling me these people are fake, and we shouldn't feel bad for deleting them, while still wasting time treating them like real people. Now apparently we needed to deactivate the lesser terminals to access the Mezzo. Why the constructs to keep these NPCs alive also grant access to the tower that controls the whole zone seems like a glaring design flaw. So it's in the right game at least. To downplay our less than heroic actions
Oof. Just oof.
in Living Memory, we had to dehumanize the very people we consumed hours of our lives playing nice with. Your story, our gameplay, and you're telling me none of them were real, invalidating most of our time and actions within said zone. If that's how we're meant to see these people, Why didn't we just ignore them, shut off the terminals, and be done within an hour? We didn't need these people to reach the terminals. They're exposed, out in the open. Zero security. Not even basic password encryption.
A password should contain at least one number and one letter. For example, your password would be too dumb to live.
Of course, the reason we do all this is because there's no gameplay value in doing nothing. So all this fake stuff had to be consumed slowly, because this is a video game, even though everything and everybody in it here is fake.
Are you telling me that even the story now stopped respecting your time and the money that you put in your subscription, and you just realized, interesting. Well, about time you realized that. In general, Final Fantasy is plagued by things that will try to keep you busy. Let's say it's their design philosophy. Like everything from interface to interactions with NPCs are made in such a way that is like extremely convoluted, and some things that should take 1 click, 50 clicks, just so that you keep clicking, you keep being there, you keep staying there. Like, of course, it would spill over to story. It already had, like, from fucking Endwalkers. So, yeah. I mean, has this guy ever done a single side quest? Question mark?
Because that's the story, where everything is fake and does not matter. Do you understand why that's a problem? The plot of Living Memory didn't matter, just like the Rite of Secession didn't matter. Nobody had any investment in Tyrell's leadership until Square forced us into it. It didn't connect to any other events to entice us, it was forced, unappealing to many players. Then you have Solution 9, which started strong with the assault on Tuliolo, but then the second attack happened and the scary robot army was turned into a bunch of bitch. Your story doesn't matter, it doesn't...
Yes. Yeah. True that.
advance anything, consequently your gameplay doesn't matter, it's not going anywhere, certainly nowhere interesting, and the narrative does matter to a lot of people. By neglecting that, you neglect them, and people will reject the game in turn, leading into problem number 2. The characters are shit.
Okay, listen. A more sadistic and cynical part of me enjoys this on 2 levels. First, obviously, getting the opinion of someone who is into the story. But more so, I get another satisfaction from how even a person who is like clearly very invested in the story and has actually fucking he sat down and thought about these things through, as a fan of the story, as a literal fan of the story, he too starts to see the weakness of the writing and all that. Like, yeah, okay. And it kind of like makes me sadistically smile, I guess. Like, with glee, I'm just sadistic glee. I'm like, yes, you understand now. You understand. But why did it take you so long to understand? I don't know. Why did it take the other guy so long to understand? Like the previous video, I don't know. Maybe it was their first expansion or something. But there's no way. They said they were like a diehard fan or whatever. They were like dedicated or whatnot. I don't know. Wow, I don't fucking know. It's as if I see people waking up, kinda. Yeah, it's interesting to see. It's kind of, yeah, I don't know.
Bad story is killer enough. A cast you can't even stand the company of is suicide. Even a lousy plot can be tolerated with a stellar cast. Even encyclopedias were the problems with Endwalker, yet the science made it at least in part easier to digest. Estinian, Urianger, Yustola, I'm sure you have your own favorites. Dontrell give us one person, a terrible person. Everything revolved around them, deteriorating the value of everything in turn. That was a mistake, an irredeemable mistake. They were obnoxious.
So I will say this in defense of Final Fantasy. It always was the case that Final Fantasy doesn't want you to have agency as the main character, like as what you think is a main character, essentially. You are basically just a camera for the story to tell you, for the game to tell you a story. The story they want you to literally be spoon-fed. I think what happened with Dawntrail is that they dropped that pretension and they inserted the actual main character, which is Wuklamat in this case. And your character is no longer that person. So you're literally just a camera. So of course, yeah, it's her story, essentially, not yours anymore. And the problem is that people didn't realize that it never was your story. Like, no matter what you do in the game, you're literally the ideal protagonist. That's the red flag there. You have been throughout Final Fantasy as your main character. You have been um the perfect protagonist. So the perfect protagonist has no choice other than to be perfect in everything. You will help everyone. You will always offer the solutions that are 100% suitable. And that completely dehumanizes the character. That's why people were saying for a very long while you're basically just a camera and the game just plays itself. Well, now they fixed that in their minds. They fixed that by introducing someone else to be the actual hero, the actual epicenter of what's happening, and delegating camera holding responsibilities to you. And so now you're just a camera. There you go. So that makes sense from their perspective. Is it horrible? Yes. But does it make sense considering that's exactly what Square Enix always wanted? To just tell their fucking story, no matter the cost, and no matter how bad it might be, without criticism and without restraint? There you go. Now they can do that, and they don't even need you, because they have Wuklamat and whoever else replaces Wuklamat in the coming expansion, I guess. So, yeah. I mean, have you seen the choices that you get when you get choices in Final Fantasy in dialogues? They're all the same. The outcome is never different, and all that changes is perhaps one word. So, for example, if you decide a more confrontational looking sentence as your dialogue option, all will change, and that's my experience with Final Fantasy, is that the person you're talking to is going to be like, I didn't expect that. All right. And then they resume like the normal dialogue that you would get anyway, if you chose to just completely agree. So basically, it's like them patronizing you and saying, I didn't expect you to pick that option. Anyway, back on track now. That's the sense I got throughout like Shadowbringer and throughout and throughout Dawn Trail as well. So, but with Dawn Trail, as I said, they just thought, okay, let's just introduce this character, and this is the character that is going to drive the plot, essentially, so that we don't have to. It's essentially also a very bad way of taking power away from the character. If you will, it's a form of taking your inventory away in a single-player game for like a segment. It's kind of like that. Anyway, let's go on.
The voice acting was lacking. I do blame the direction for that more than the actor. Their forced intrusion into every facet of the game robbed any other character from getting needed attention, which only made the experience even less worthwhile, and more obnoxious. I have an entire video on how terrible she was. Go watch that, have fun. Everybody else was reduced to trash. Cryo, finally getting her time to shine, was treated like trash. The Scions, trash, had no narrative point being here at all. Sphene, the ultimate antagonist, was a piss-poor Emmett Cell copy without the charm, wit, millennia-spanning scale of his endeavors, nor the personal connection to our character. Not to mention most of her actions in the game work in contradiction to her own stated goals. The fact it made her chummy with Wook of all people only made her less appealing to an already bored audience. Then there was Kona, the only other new entry with some potential. Then Patch 7.1 came along and yeah. Telling you now, I'm okay with not seeing him again. The plot seemed determined to embarrass the man, throwing him into a boring side story revolving around stupid-ass trains and fantasy bison. It's as though the writers were so far up Wuklamal's ass, they couldn't think of anything to do with him besides sad orphan syndrome. That or they genuinely didn't care. The results are the same.
There's a very fine line between not listening and not caring. I'd like to think that I walk that line every day of my life.
So you have a horrible story that does nothing with itself and wastes your time. And there's nobody around to ease the boredom. I understand some of
That's also part of the problem, because if the story sucks, right? I can understand if your story is stellar. Like, it's absolutely stellar, but player agency, like player choices, can detract from it. I understand the need in that case to make the character like basically camera. Because it's excused by how good the story is. But usually when that's the situation, you make sure that through your writing and through your cutscenes and everything, you do attribute the main characters certain characteristics. You do give them some weight, some involvement other than just seeing stuff. So this has failed in every regard, like in every regard, completely.
If you enjoy Queen Furry, that's fine. A great many people did not, and Square Enix didn't consider that when they created this product. 7.1 did nothing to remedy that problem, and this ever-shrinking player base of ours makes it clear that inconsideration had consequences. I guarantee, if Crown had been treated better, if the scions were useful and relevant, even if nothing else in Dawn Trail was different, that still would have improved the game's quality considerably. And now, with only post-MSQ patches to sustain us, there's little to no chance it ever will as far as Dawn Trail is concerned. Problem number 3.
To give an example of what I'm saying, imagine Dragon Age, but you can't choose, right? Imagine Dragon Age, not Veilguard, okay? Let's say Inquisition, all right? Let's take Inquisition as an example. Except your character cannot choose. Your answers are going to be set in stone. You're just there to see the cutscenes. It would still fucking be great because all of the cutscenes were great. Your character does have character. They do have a personality. They are involved. They do communicate with people. Whereas in Final Fantasy, it's like you could give us 50,000 choices and it would be just as boring to pick any of them. If you can understand what I'm saying.
Content release. We're not getting much. And after 6 solid months of the game being out, people are starting to get real tired of waiting for things to get interesting. The only people eating good at the moment are the hardcore players. The chaotic raids...
Yes, exactly. Just like, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna say the raiders or something. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he will. But if he's saying it in a more generalized way, in a more general way of speaking, I will agree 100% because, for example, the previous guy in the previous video, that was his problem. He and even he wasn't eating well because he wasn't eating fast enough, apparently.
Appear to be giving people a major thrill, and not much else to discuss. The Alliance raids have been out for a few months. Most of us have those fights memorized. The dungeons are only fun for leveling and tome grinding.
This is another flaw of Final Fantasy that they need to move away from. Fights are so fucking telegraphed from start to finish that you can actually watch a guide and learn it all and then nothing will change. They tried their best, that's what scares me, to actually change that with Dawn Trail. That's what everyone's saying. Oh, it's a bit different. You do realize this is like a multi-million-dollar company, right? And you do realize that Yoshi P has been put up on a pedestal, right? And you do realize that like it wouldn't take that much to fucking innovate a little bit. So why does it come as a surprise that, you know, it's not enough if like a cliff is gonna be left or a cliff is gonna be right? You just memorize the whole fucking fight and that's it. You just go into like, it was 100% with Dawn Trail, it was 100% with Shadowbringers, it's 95% with Dawn Trail. Did they say fucking Dawn Trail instead of Endwalkers again back there? Maybe I did, but you get what I mean. Like with Dawn Trail, sure, I'll be fair. Now it's not 100% telegraphed, it's like 95% because you do have some mechanics here and there from the little that I've watched that can vary a little bit. They can vary a little bit in order. Some sequences of mechanics, let's say, like some sequences within mechanics, let's put it that way. Not the mechanics themselves, but like the sequences within the mechanic can have a random element now. A little bit. That's my understanding. It's a limited understanding because I didn't fucking play these fights. I just watched them and only very, very few of them and very little of them. But that's the idea that I saw because everything else I saw was like, okay, well, that's the same thing. Like literally that's the same thing. So yeah, sure. All they would have to do is like crank it up to like 50%, crank it down, sorry, not up, to 50%. But no, they can't do that because that's, oh my god, like that's gonna break, I don't know, Yoshi's, I don't know, something, whatever. I don't know why they're not doing it. I think they're not doing it because they just can't balance for shit. They can't balance combat for shit. They can't balance classes for shit. They can't make them interesting. And if they introduce more chaos to the mechanics, And if they introduce more innovation, it will become more apparent how innovation doesn't matter under a system where basically every class is the same. So literally, there is no escape. But anyway, to bring it back to what I was saying, it's like, yeah, 90, like going from 100% completely just copy paste every single fight will be the same. You enter the same arena 5,000 times, you're gonna have the same fight 5,000 times. You're gonna resolve it all those 5,000 times. You're gonna resolve it with the one way that being resolved. That's it. There is no other way. Some strats can exist. Like I've seen, like for a couple of fights here and there's like 2 or 3 different strats maybe. And that started happening like towards the very end. So towards like Endwalker / Dawntrail. But at the very end, when people just knew everything so well and they had the gear to be able to skip this so they can do that, or they could survive this so they know that, like, but just a little bit. It's not enough. It's really, really, really not enough to call this, like, how is it a surprise that people memorize fights and just resolve them very easily now when you've trained them to do so and they've learned it so well that they can just do that now? Well, you have to kind of like innovate there. You have to present a different challenge. The only challenge that Final Fantasy presents is basically being a gigantic memory game. Every fight is a gigantic memory game. If you don't change that to challenge your players in another fun way, even if you find that way to be fun, how long are you going to be doing it for? Apparently not that long, because you're losing players now. So you have to kind of like mix it up a little bit. But that's the problem with Square. They don't want... They could. I'm pretty sure they could if they wanted to, but they don't want to do that. Because they are so fucking high on their own fucking dope, you know? They're resting on their laurels completely, and they don't want to change, and they want you, no matter what, to enjoy precisely that, which they think is fun for you. That's it. And also subscription, by the way.
Which gets tiresome after a while. We've a few more months until the next patch is out. 14 is in the midst of a major dry spell. I understand this is nothing new. The game always goes through slow periods where our interests wane until fresh material draws the crowds back. But that leads to another part of this issue because we're waiting longer than ever before for new patches to drop, which only exacerbates people's indifference. We used to get new patches every 3.5 months, and new expansions every 2 years like clockwork. Endwalker broke this trend, being released around 2 years 5 months after Shadowbringers, due most likely to the Rona-virus being a little twat-hard everywhere it went. Then Dawntrail was released 2 years and 7 months after Endwalker, and now patch drops are 4.5 months apart. We're getting new updates less often, and we're getting less content with those updates. Yet
Updates less often isn't such a big issue if what you're getting has substance, right? If what you're getting has enough substance and is fun to do over and over and over, players will keep playing, you know? There are games out there that are pretty fun, but they're essentially just the same thing over and over. For example, Vampire Survivors or Halls of Torment. People will play them, you know? They will play them over and over. Lethal Company, all it does is like randomize the fucking interior of the installations. That's all it does, really. But people keep going back. So, you know, they try to do something. They try to copy like Guild Wars 2 dungeon system with Criterion dungeons here in Final Fantasy. They failed miserably at copying it. I can't even believe how you can't fucking do this right. Like, how can you not do this right? How can you not do such a simple thing? But then again, they also failed with their version of like world events, which you know in Final Fantasy they're called fates, right? They failed with that. They made it so spectacularly boring and restricted that nobody wants to farm fates. Nobody fucking wants to farm fates. So they had to invent a reason for you to do it, which is the bicolored gems. Then locking cosmetics and decorations behind them. Talk about fucking putting a band-aid on a fucking on a missing limb or something. Like, it is crazy. How people are just seeing this right now is baffling to me.
Yet we're paying the same amount for this service. My subscription fee has not gone down. Mog station prices have.
So what I was saying, sorry to go back to what I initially was saying there, which had to do with the frequency of updates. Well, if your fights were kind of like more varied than, let's say, study 4 hours, wipe for 1 week, and then get the clear, and then after that you can do the clear in like 5 minutes, literally, because it's the same fight. How long do you think that is going to entertain people? Because their skills are not being challenged. The only thing you're challenging is their memory. You're not challenging anything else. Rotations are muscle memory, because rotations in Final Fantasy are like 2 types of rotation: wrong and right. That's it. You're either going to be doing it wrong, or you will do it in the one way that is actually doing it right. That's it. So everything around the system makes it worse, like exacerbates the problems and the weaknesses of this design.
Not eased, last I checked. We're getting charged the same.
That is why people are so fucking obsessed with DPS and parsing as well, because the only thing that you can do from that point on is create your own personal challenges, which again, you just can't fucking do that. The only personal challenges you can do in such a fucking how can I say it? What's the word? Come on. In such a fucking preset way, the only fun you can have is challenges like, did I parse like 1% better than the other person? That's all you can do. Literally, did you not miss a single press? That's all you can do. Or like, you can say, for example, all right, I want to do a deathless run. You know, I don't want anyone in the party to die. If anyone dies, we reset. We learn it. Like, you can do those things, but even so, like, the fight is not gonna change. Not much is gonna change. For how long are you gonna be doing that? And you're paying a subscription. They should be making it fun for you. They should have interesting stuff to do for you. You shouldn't be going, I love this game. Okay, why do you love it? Because I date people. But that's not part of the game. That is you creating something that could have been created in any other game as well. Oh, I like what? I like parsing higher. You can parse higher in every game. You're creating that fun, right? You're making that fun. There is no reward. There is no like meaningful, like, other than skipping mechanics, I guess. There is no other meaningful reason for you to be a good DPS, for example. As long as you're meeting a certain minimum, you can be the worst of the worst, but you know, from the people who do that minimum, of course. And it won't matter. It's only gonna be bragging rights. Somebody else is gonna be, oh, I played the class in the same fight, and I did like 1k damage over you. Ermagerd. Yeah, wow, okay, cool, bro. Like, what did that achieve? Like, now you can brag about that, I guess, and then we can create a sort of like friendly competition between us. And yeah, why can't you do that in another game? I don't know. Because it doesn't really affect anything. It doesn't really change any outcomes. It doesn't change much, you know? What even defines what is a good DPS at this point? I don't know, just numbers. Just numbers which are not even part of the game. Like, you're just using an official application to track your damage for reasons of, like, I don't know, comparing it to other people's damage. Like, yeah, you're just creating that for yourself, though. It's not like there is a class that the more damage it does for the amount of time, like the high sustained damage, it starts like gaining, let's say, invulnerability stacks with which they can ignore mechanics once maybe per stack, and that means that they earn the right to have more uptime than others through their sheer skill and determination. There's no nuance, there's nothing. You just arbitrarily saying, whatever, let me try to do this in under 4 minutes, okay, and the next group is gonna be like, okay, now I'm gonna do it in whatever, 3:59. And that's fun you create, though. It doesn't accomplish anything, and it doesn't have any connection to the game itself. And it's not relevant to anything. It is such a fucking preset way of doing things that you can't really just have fun. There is nothing engaging, you know? And so for how long are you going to be using the same fucking archetype, the same, like, scheme All right, literally the word scheme. I mean, like, as a structure. Um, how long are you gonna be using that for like the eternity of Final Fantasy? Of course, you're gonna lose players. Like Jesus.
for less
You know what people, for example, right? Um, Nier Automata. It had these sections where it becomes like a platformer, and another section where it becomes like something else, and then another section, and people fucking loved that. People loved that actually, and when it's done right, it is very interesting. When it's done right, it's extremely interesting. So anyway, whatever, what fucking ever.
in return.
Hey, Caboose, give me some money. Okay, wait.
Gotta break the mold a
This
little
trick.
bit.
I'll pay you $100 to show me how it works.
That doesn't even mention the housing dilemma. 14's housing system. It's designed to strong arm you into staying subscribed even if you're not playing.
Oof. I wasn't expecting to hear about the housing system on this one, but it is a very valid argument. Even though I love housing in 14, I will say that yes, it is mostly used to basically hook you in, as in you're staying. That's it, because you don't want to lose your house, do you? And that is brutal for a subscription game. That is brutal. That's absolutely brutal. So, yeah, how is that an issue now and not like 2 years ago? Because the story was good 2 years ago, and so we could sweep it under the rug, because that seems to be the fucking consensus here. That Final Fantasy fans are just sweeping things under the rug constantly and just inhaling copium, basically. But now that the copium is gone, it's depleted because, yeah, how long are you gonna be inhaling that shit? Especially if Yoshi P is just literally just doing the same thing over and over. At one point, provided higher than room temperature IQ, you're gonna be like, bro, no, I want to change flavor. So, like, something has to change. And by the way, why am I even vaping? That kind of thing. Like, what? So, yeah, I don't know. I get it. Copium, yeah. That's what copium does. It keeps you blind to certain things, and you just keep doing them. Cool. Maybe that's the explanation. Maybe that's why people didn't see that earlier. Also because nobody fucking wants to mess with a community who's going to fucking cannibalize you if you even critique anything, 1% of it. Whereas now, for example, people are speaking out even more. It's so weird. It's almost as like they were ashamed to speak up before.
What is it now? Every 45 days you need to log in or lose your home? I made a recent video about why we're still here playing 14 despite the backlash. Plenty of you first responded with, I have a house. And I cannot argue with that, especially those with large houses. Those are remarkably tough to get. It's quite an in-game luxury, but a luxury with a short leash attached. In these trying times, folks are bound to start asking, why the hell do I care? If 14's developers don't pick up the pace soon, many people may stop caring about even that. Then there's really no reason to stick around. The real problem with this is Square treats 14 like it's a golden goose, a steady cash flow they can use for other projects, but they don't like putting money back into it. They say we have around 1 million subscribers. Assuming they pay monthly, that's $14.99 a month. That's basically $15 million a month, $180 million per year in just subscription fees. That doesn't include workstation sales, which are mostly just ones and zeros, not even physical product. Square, man, your accounting team needs to concede that at least occasionally, you gotta put some cash back into your product, or it's gonna kill over, as seems to be the case right now. At least hire some better writers. Scan YouTube for a few hours. There's some serious talent amongst independent content creators. Don't let that go to waste. Now, granted, we do have some good stuff on the way in 2025. I want to be fair here. We're getting a new zone for relic weapons. Lord knows we missed that in it.
Yeah, wow. Let's have another new zone. Let's have another Eureka. That's the solution. That's gonna be the second fucking coming of our Messiah, Yoshi P. Wow. Now that's persistent copium. That copium hasn't gone yet. It will take another couple of expansions for people to realize that they're doing the same things. They're doing the same things over and over, literally. And while that's the definition of insanity, what's more insane is that people are okay with that. They're like, yeah, Yeah, no, just at least give us like give us like give like give us the zone. Like, yeah, we want it. That copium that you have, I want that. That thing, I wanna snort it. I wanna fucking put it so far deep into my fucking nostril. I want to feel it in my brain. Like, bro, instead of that, ask for something different, something innovative, something that tells you that they don't have to reskin Boza and reskin Eureka and throw it into a random map generator and then be like, oh yeah, artists worked on that. My ass, artists worked on fucking Boza. It was literally just generated from some kind of free app or something on a mobile. Like, literally, there's nothing interesting about the place visually, or as a place, you know. There's nothing like, say what you will about Guild Wars 2. That's map design for an MMO. That actually map design, quality map design for an MMO. I'm sorry, but it is really. Maps in Final Fantasy XIV feel more and more fucking generic shit. Little generic shit. Honestly, that actually caters to what is popular at the time. See Cyberpunk, see Sector 9 or whatever that fucking area is called in the Cyber City in Final Fantasy. Oh man, I'm running out of steam. Let the man finish.
Endwalker, Boja from Shadowbringers was by and large an entertaining zone, with lots of perks for those who put the time in, new mounts and gear. The final forms of the relic weapons were shit. Yeah, they're glow-in-the-dark Nerf toys. They were the dumbest designs. I'd rather be seen wielding the Moogle katana than this embarrassing glam. But still, that's something to look forward to. Then there's the FF14 mobile game. I don't know about this one. I never really got into.
Why would the mobile game be a problem? Like, again, okay, so, alright. What I've established so far in my mind is that actual fans of the game who really fucking love it, their problems are with the story, insecurities about the mobile version, and the rest are just very subjective things. Like this guy, for example, says, not very subjective, very specific to the person. This guy, for example, finally understood, I guess, because I don't know if he's talked about it before, because I don't observe them, I don't like watch them. But in this video, they say, oh, the housing, as if they, for the first time in their life, realize that yes, that system is designed in such a way that keeps you hostage. They keep your subscription hostage through the housing system. All of these are true, but still nobody, fucking talks about what's actually the problem, which is gameplay, combat design philosophy, the maps, how there's nothing to do on the maps, how fucking half-ass all those systems that they introduce are, like Criterion, the fates that they have. So everything is half-assed and convoluted and designed to keep you clicking over and over and over for tasks that should take like 1 second. And the reason why they have this insecurity and they need to do that is also a problem in itself, because they don't want to innovate. They're like, oh, we have to keep them playing. How? Are we going to change something? No, that's expensive. Fuck it. Just autopilot it and just make it harder and more RNG, or locked behind more time gates or whatnot, or just increase the difficulty of everything exponentially to make it last longer. How are people not seeing these things? I don't know.
The mobile games. The last one I downloaded was Fruit Ninja. Not sure who was asking for this given the other problems 14 has, but it's still an option for us. And we're getting the Cosmic Exploration, a sort of upgrade to the Island Sanctuary, which was not bad. It's an acquired taste, I admit it.
Acquired taste and not bad is like copium you would use for Island Sanctuary. Island Sanctuary was like the mother of all time gates for absolutely no reason, no return, and no value. It was completely just a Facebook game with no meaning. Now they want to expand that because they need you to click more and to have more time gates. And people are okay with that, and they're actually happy that they're getting more of that. I guess that's what playing too much Final Fantasy does to you in the end, I suppose, at this point. Sorry if I'm offensive, but like, it seems to me that the more you play it and the more you're loving it, the more you're literally just a big baby being spoon-fed grotesque fucking shit in your mouth, and you're being okay with that, going, oh yeah, That's nice. Yeah, I want more of that. Yeah, more of that. More of this. I want to play more. Um, uh,
It definitely had a great deal of room to grow. If you don't care about crafting, gathering, and the like, this probably wasn't your thing. But there was a charm to it. What's important is that Square
there is no charm to it. No charm to it. Literally, there is literally no charm to it. It's just a. Ah man, I don't understand. I will never understand true fans of Final Fantasy. I will never understand them and their arguments.
build upon those qualities over multiple expansions, gradually increasing the appeal. Who knows, it may even include combat elements at some point. They can add unique weapon glams you can create. This isn't the place for suggesting improvements, though I have several ideas to tackle the problems. If this video does well, I'll make that a priority. Issue number 4, class simplification. This
There we go. That's the real issue. That's a real issue. Let's
has
go.
been getting comments in some previous videos, and it's high time we addressed it. There's no getting around the fact that our adventure classes are getting tamer and blander with every new expansion. It's at the point where some classes can be handled by hitting the same few buttons.
And I want you to also, when you hear this guy say that, I want you to understand the amounts of copium the previous guy was inhaling when he was saying, "Oh, they're different. They're very different. It's fun to level," and then also contradicting himself, of course, because like nothing of what he said had any substance. It's funny to notice. So this guy to me seems a lot more grounded, actually, but still though, he wants more content in Island Sanctuary. So you want more time gates, you want more grinding. You're a beast, my friend. You're a fucking beast. If you had fun in Island Sanctuary, you're a beast. You're an absolute beast, a unit. You know, because that shit almost broke me, and I completed it, and it almost fucking broke me. So now, if they actually put good glam in there, and I was still playing, I would be like, oh man, I have to fucking do this because I want the glam. Put it behind something interesting. Something that I can stay there and do it for an hour because I want to. Like, make me want to. Stop with the time gates. Stop with the fucking shit. Not in a subscription game. Actually, not in any game. Stop with that shit. Make your shit entertaining, and people will do it day in and day out. And they'll pay you. They'll keep their subscription running. And then you won't have to face backlash and be called fucking dishonest for your stupid fucking game design. Nobody has to inhale that fucking copium, I'm sorry.
On infinite loop. I started playing back in Stormblood. This is before things started getting bad, and I can remember the class system being far more dynamic than what we have now. Perfect example, Dark Knight, the edgiest of combat roles, though Reaper can give it a run for its money. Once upon a time in the long-lost era of 2018, God, those were simpler days, classes had much larger mana pools they could utilize, Dark Knight included, and one of its abilities was called Blood Price. It converted damage to MP. Oh, I loved this skill. There was no greater thrill than to throw yourself into a mob of enemies and watch that MP gauge refill where your HP held steady. Enemy damage fueled you, verbatim. It suited the Dark Knight role perfectly. Then came Shadowbringers, and they simplified the role to a horrendous level. I love Shadowbringers. I maintain it is objectively the best entry in 14's lineup.
I'd agree with that. I actually agree with that. Having all the other expansions and cleared like all the backlog ever, and done every quest and every single thing ever, Shadowbringers was quite a success, which was coupled with a great villain and a great story arc. And that's, you know, if Shadowbringers exists and the previous guy was calling fucking Endwalkers the magnum opus of fucking Square Enix, we're fucked. Because they're not even... Oh my god. Yeah.
But that too is an argument for another time. Unfortunately, this is where Square hammered down on simplifying the classes. MP gauges were limited to 10,000. Many skills designed to accommodate larger mana pools were cut, Blood Price included. Dark Knight never recovered from this. The existing skill set and Dawn Trail is still so simple, so bland, I can hardly keep focus in a dungeon with the few abilities I possess.
I need people with military training.
We have military training.
I need people who understand the military training.
Wow, look who's getting picky.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers.
Now, reasonable minds can differ on how fun an adventure class is, but even fans of Dark Knight have to admit it's been watered down over the years, and other roles have as well. My wife, who also plays a game, it's how we met, she used to love Scholar, but in Shadowbringers they apparently gutted so much of the class's actions, she nearly quit the game in protest. That was her favorite and they ruined it for her. I've been hearing more stories like these as the game trudges on. Even Samurai, my personal favorite, got hit back in Endwalker when they took Kaiten away. One single action.
I will disagree with that. One single action removed isn't the problem. Of course, taking it. So when you have zero choice, right? When you have all these classes that have zero choice, having a class have one choice, even if it's the illusion of a choice, and I will still persist in saying that. And I know it's an unpopular opinion, but hey, I was maining Samurai for years. Trust me, I will tell you, there was never a choice. There was a right time to use Kaiden and the wrong time to use Kaiden. That's the options you had. You had no other options. Maybe with freestyle Samurai back then, you could argue against this, and maybe I would accept it. But freestyle Samurai was not better than like the more like tin can version, like the more like structured version. And in the structured version, or at least I never saw one that was better than me. I'm sorry. Like in all my raids, in all my raids over the years, I never saw somebody who was doing better on Samurai than I was. I'm really fucking sorry. I wasn't parsing back then, and all I can tell you is anecdotal experience. But like every group that I joined, I was usually top DPS, top 2, top 3 at my worst. Okay, I was always Samurai. Whenever there was another Samurai, they would never be above me. I had like friendly competitions with people like who not friendly competition, that's the wrong word. I would compare myself to people who did have freestyle Samurai, for example. Nah, that shit didn't do shit. I compared myself to people who used to say, oh, I know when to use Kaiden and all that, and it doesn't have like a certain place. Nah, nobody did more damage than I did, ever. So yeah, I had people who were saying, oh, you shouldn't maximize for this stat, you shouldn't maximize for that stat. I did, and I was always on top, so I don't fucking care. What can I tell you? And this Kaiten thing is such a fucking nothing burger of an argument. But I can see that since I can agree that it could work better and worse in some cases with freestyle Samurai, I can agree with that. Okay, I can then see how, considering how popular freestyle Samurai was, I can see how people would be then going like, oh, the moment they took that away, it might. Yeah, I agree. Like if you only have 1% of choice, and that's the choice you have over every other class which has like 0% of choice, removing that 1% of a choice is still removing a choice. In that, I can fucking understand it. I get it. Yes, I do. I do get it. Even though I don't agree with the whole thing as a whole, you know. But in a vacuum, I see what they're saying. So even that even that can be called like neutering classes, like for real. Imagine calling that neutering classes or changing something. Fucking imagine. People thought they had a choice because you could choose on freestyle Samurai when to do your Kaiten. And they call that choice in your rotation. They call that variation in a rotation. Are you fucking kidding me? You Snoop Dogs of opium. Like, seriously. You're fucking inhaling dual-wielding bongs with copium. But in a vacuum, yes, that was further removal of player choice, of variation. Yes, that is true.
And why it boosted your next attack by 50%. It had a sweet-ass animation where you twirl your sword around, as if charging up the blade to attack. It was badass. It was simple. The action hardly ruined Samurai's performance by any means. It was plenty manageable, unless you used the brain capacity of a goldfish doped up on amphetamines.
There you go. Even he says it was pretty negligible. It didn't do anything. It was so niche. It's like if you're playing the inferior form of Samurai. Well, if you're playing the inferior form of Samurai and you're using that, then that can become a choice. Like, are you gonna do it like then or are you gonna do it then? I get it. I understand. But like, I lose my shit. I used to lose my shit because, again, I'm not playing anymore. When somebody would say, oh, removing kite and destroy the class. No, the class was fine. There was a right way to play it and the wrong way to play it. Among those who played it the wrong way, which was less optimal than the one I was playing, Titan might have been, I don't know, might be their copium. Like, you know, their way of feeling like they have any choice in the rotation. Imagine being so starved for any kind of variety that you're arguing over that. Imagine what kind of fucking reset shit we're talking about. Like, you can't fucking break the mold at all. You can't be creative with your character. Imagine that. To the degree where you think that is actually choice, and then feeling extremely butthurt when it's taken away, because that's like your fucking savior. Whoa. Talk about shit class design and shit balance.
It seems to me that Square tends to appeal to the lowest.
And by shit balance, we can also say shit balance for when things are completely all over the place and very difficult balance. But we can also say that shit balance is when everything is so homogenized that there is no... Basically, you remove balance from the equation because everything is just the same at this point. So yeah, that is also shit balance. You know, it's not always a matter of saying, oh, this class is pumping so much damage, you know. Which, of course, Final Fantasy is also busted in that way because Pictomancer, for example, right? So imagine that. But anyway, moving on.
Common denominator: people who throw bitch fits online and make a lot of noise, and the company responds thinking they're giving the customer what they want, when in truth they're bending the knee to a relatively small margin, leaving the bulk of their player base to go without. Is it any wonder more and more people are bailing when their favorite class gets dragged through the gutter? Issue number 5: nostalgia baiting.
I wouldn't say nostalgia baiting. I would say regurgitation of the same stuff. That, like, the peak, the absolute epitome of creativity from Square Enix is literally other Final Fantasy games, like ripping out elements and putting them in Final Fantasy XIV. That is the epitome of creativity. Imagine.
Yeah, 14.
So yeah, and also nostalgia is part of that. I would say they're very adjacent. Because if you have a fan base for a game, like let's say that Final Fantasy VII has like people love it, you know, obviously. So how are we going to keep people interested in Final Fantasy XIV? Let's rip something directly off that and put it in there and just, yeah.
Is really bad about this one. In certain doses, there's nothing wrong with borrowing certain elements from other games in the franchise. We had Final Fantasy VIII inspired the Shadowbringer Eden raids, 11 for the Stormblood Alliance, the Loporits and other FF4 material, and Endwalker. Final Fantasy is a franchise decades in the making, and revisiting past installments to keep the franchise in motion isn't just acceptable, it's just good marketing. I do not fault them for the hustle.
I do fault them, because it is a hustle. It is a fucking hustle. Because that's not creativity and not innovation. You're literally copy-pasting yourself.
What I will fault them for is refusing to give 14 its own identity and instead borrow from others to distract us from that fact.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. Fucking thank you. Forget what you said just before. Keep this. Thank you.
Look at Dawn Trail. How much was recycled from previous games? Galul Jaja and the Mamul are from 11. Something Dawn Trail has borrowed very heavily from. They did so little with Solution 9, even in 7.1, and Sven as established.
But I mean, I'm not sure if he says it, I'm going to respect it. But I'll say it earlier, I guess. It even, like, Dawn Trail copies from Final Fantasy XIV. Like, they almost have nothing else to copy anymore. And they throw in, like, for example, that dungeon, when I saw it, like, it is literally... what's the... Not Malak as well. Fuck. There's another dungeon Malak as well. It's the one where the first boss is, like, leaving the arena based on the 2 statues behind him. And then going forward, you fight, like, in the end, that weird thing that is called Eros. And you go there by sliding down a giant trunk. And you fight some gorillas there as well, like just before the boss. You remember that dungeon? With a bat? With a giant bat that does, like, those sonic attacks that then collapse, like, the pillars. And you have to see the shadow of the pillar, and you have to not stand under the shadow or you're gonna get crushed. Remember that? That dungeon, for example, right? That fucking dungeon reminded me, especially the start of it, reminded me of one of the new dungeons from Dawn Trail, except for that one, they just painted everything purple. So a color palette swap. And even the gear is Ronkan, but palette swapped to black and purple. At that point, on one hand, I was happy because obviously black and purple, and I did like that gear, but I didn't like the original colors. And the way that they dyed as well, and the glow that they had was orange, which is nice, but like I wanted purple because I like purple. And so on one hand, I liked it. On the other hand, I was like, my God, have we reached the point where it has become a complete Ouroboros kind of thing, where it's eating its own tail and like regurgitating its own self over and over and over? Have we reached like that fucking point? I was like, just nah, please no. Please fucking no. And even the enemy models were like extremely reminiscent of that, and I was like, oof. So I don't know. Anyway, let's go on.
Was a mediocre antagonist, meaning the original elements are paltry at best. The storm-ridden lands are an interesting topography, and the apocalyptic war that turned the world into this was also interesting, but ultimately short-lived. And it hasn't much to do with the main plot. The only bits left to fall back on are, it's Alexandria from FF9, and oh look, music from FF9, and maybe some other stuff from FF9. I don't know, I never played that one. Which is another issue in itself. If people don't play your other games, your nostalgia baiting isn't worth much. What material here is uniquely Final Fantasy XIV? Woklama? Fuck that. Tyrol was an uninteresting nation. The secession right was meant to
like, if you want more evidence that they can't fucking innovate, I will ride on top of what this guy's saying, and I'll say, look at Wuk-Lamad. That's what they come up with when they're trying to create something new. That's what they're trying to do. Like, you better hope they don't innovate anymore. Trust me.
expose the country and its cultures, but all it did was put people to sleep. Nostalgia is a nice tool when used sparingly. 14 abuses the hell out of it. Even the Alliance raids as expansion are again based on Final Fantasy XI. For those of us who haven't played 11, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything. And Square needs to stop being so heavily dependent on it. And lastly, number 6.
I would say, I will argue a point. I will say that as someone who doesn't like Final Fantasy as a franchise, therefore I haven't played it. It's not necessarily even that I don't like it. It's like it never drew my attention. I was like, what the fuck is this convoluted mess? Like, I don't care. So I never played much of it. Like, legit, I haven't even played Final Fantasy VII. Legit. But to me, at least, a lot of elements from 14 felt unique until I realized that, yes, they're unique to me because I haven't seen them before. But in reality, that's not something they created specifically for 14. It's something that they copy-pasted, and that alone turned me off. Even though I didn't have any clue until somebody would tell me, oh, that's from 11, oh, that's from 9, oh, this character, that's from this, that's from that, that's, this Final Fantasy, that Final Fantasy. And that was disappointing even to me. So I don't exactly know how nostalgia bait works, but I'm pretty sure that they've overdone it. Because if people like this guy and the previous guy are going to complain about it, I'm pretty sure they've overdone it. But I will disagree with what he said, because if you haven't played the other Final Fantasy games, and you go into Final Fantasy XIV blind, yeah, it has some elements and enemy models and stuff like that, which can impress you. Definitely. I'm not going to say no to that. So I can't agree exactly with what he's saying there. But I do agree with his general point, let's say.
6. The Duty Finder. Lord, this thing has become the bane of my mortal existence. Tell me, how often have you queued for leveling roulettes, or 50-60, or even the Alliance raids, just to get some obnoxious low-level dungeon from Early Heavensward or ARR? If you're lucky, you'll get something from Stormblood.
Yeah, so this is another core issue with the game, where because they don't want people to innovate, they don't want, not only can they not innovate, you're not allowed to be creative. Because if they allow you to be creative, they're going to have to balance. And they don't want to balance because they're afraid of it. So, what's the solution? Cut everything. Cut everything. You go into that dungeon, but you're level 100. Oop, too bad. Now you're level 30. Fuck you. It's boring. It's boring. It's boring as fuck. I don't want to reach level 100 to play dungeons as level 30. Who the fuck wants that? Who the fucking fuck wants that? But you know what the problem is as well? They're so in love with that version of the class on that level that they're like, no, you gotta experience that. You definitely gotta experience that. It's such a good experience. Fuck you. Fuck you. Honestly, I don't want to. Like you just changed a class because now I can go to level 150 instead of 140, and I got new abilities. And you are locking me. You're literally cock blocking me from those abilities. Are you insane? Are you fucking insane? Would they break all their dungeons? Maybe. So, balance it. Do your job. Do your fucking job. Jesus Christ. This whole game is a museum, I swear. This whole game is the definition of museum syndrome. They don't want to change anything. Everything will stay as. Like, that's it. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to have to bring new abilities in a fight with which you can perhaps interact differently with something in there. They don't want you to do that. It's crazy.
And best yet, nobody in your party freaking needed it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's along the same lines as class simplification. I don't want to level up my favorite DPS just to get stuck writing Cutter's Cry or God Help Me Sanker's Tower for the 500th time. The other week, the wife and I queued up and got copied factory. I was on the verge of tears at getting something good for once. It's gotten so bad, I straight up refuse to use the Duty Finder for leveling, only for tome farming, and even that's a rarity lately, given the malaise Dawn Trail has created. I'd rather do Fates and Beast Tribes. They give us good XP, and I don't get stuck with the same 3 actions for an entire dungeon. The only workaround to this is the limited leveling roulette you can click on in the Duty Finder settings. This will give you control over the dungeon level you'll queue for, except you need a full team of 4 players for that to work.
Yeah, he said it, but I was about to say that. Like, that is not exactly a solution because you need a pre-made.
And with the dwindling player pool, that creates some issues. Your usual FC friends may not be around to help, or if you're a nighttime person, like myself, there's even less people to run the Duty Finder with. And the only other option is the
There are less people. I mean, there are less people, but not because they log out because it's late. It's because they're clubbing.
trust system, which unfortunately takes a really long time to get through, and all
Jesus Christ, don't even mention the trust system. Do not even mention that fucking abomination. That fucking abomination. Don't even mention that. We don't talk about that. It doesn't exist.
just to see your favorite Scion in their finest beachwear. You're really spoiling us, ain't you, Square? I'm afraid the trust system isn't much of a problem solver either. I get Square's reasoning for this, I truly do. Giving senior players a cop-out from running the low-level stuff impedes newer players leveling up for the first time. It's one or the other who gets the shaft in this predicament. In prioritizing one, they alienate the other. People are getting fed up. The rewards dungeons offer just aren't enough for how boring it is running these low.
I like this indicator. Believe it or not, I mean, I think this image is a little bit trash, but I like this indicator. I like the idea of it because even if you haven't seen the mechanic before, I'm actually going to praise this. Get ready. I don't often praise Final Fantasy. I'm going to praise it now. This gives you exactly the information you need to react on the mechanic without needing to watch a guide for 50,000 hours. Because it tells you, yeah, this yellow line, that's going to be a short throw. This orange line, that's going to be a mid throw. And the purple one, well, you're fucked, from what I understand. And it shows you what it's going to do. It's going to throw you, like it tells you. Not in the most elegant way, but okay, good job. Good job. I like that. But still, though. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to praise that.
Lower level instances. I've only maxed out a half-dozen classes this expansion, and I have no interest in touching the others. This expansion does not encourage such effort. Duty Finder needs a revamping. Either give higher level players a means to avoid the lower content, or at least increase the rewards for running that lower level stuff. It's gotta be preferable to losing your subscriber base, Square. At this point, it's not.
Because trust me, you don't want to fuck with the debuffs that they had in fucking Endwalkers, where you had to be studying like your fucking debuff bar like it's a fucking encyclopedia of what's about to fucking fuck you in the ass, to surprise butt fuck you. You had to learn to recognize like the fucking symbols there and all that. What am I, a fucking fighter pilot? Give me a good indication of what's gonna happen, you motherfucker. Took you fucking 50 expansions to do that? 4 years to fucking do that?
Not even fun anymore. And why the hell would anybody play a game and pay for it if it isn't fun? That's what we're here for. We gotta give the customer what they want.
I demand cookies!
Now, these are just some of the big reasons I see people are getting tired of 14's continuous stream of bull. What are some other issues going on? Share your own grievances down below and what you'd like to see done to.
I'm not gonna share them down below. I already shared them, or some of them. Moving on. Good. Okay, so this one was more studied. This one was more consistent and intelligent. The other guy was between rambling and self-contradiction, somewhere between the la la land of like contradictions and rambling. This one was more structured and like it made sense, and the guy wasn't going back and forth in what he's saying, and I found it more entertaining for that reason, more informative for sure. It was cool. However, there's a lot to be said. Anyway, whew. I hope you're ready. We still have 3 more total. And this one is another 20 minutes. Woo! Let's go. Alright, this is such a Final Fantasy stream, I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy. Dawn Trail made me homeless after years of enjoying 14. I stopped and went back to Guild Wars. Oh, buddy. I feel you. That's what happened with me too. I felt that. I felt that in my fucking bones. And on me for fucking leaving. Honestly, there comes a time with every game where people have to vote with their wallet and show that they don't want to support what's going on. And this is one of those times, and especially MMOs are, they are very vulnerable to it because they just stop your subscription and their subscription base is gonna drop. And that's the only way to tell them, that's the only way that somebody so dense as fucking Yoshi P is going to listen to anything. But it's coming too late because at this point, soon there's gonna be a next generation of gamers, and to them, these flaws will not be visible, and they will replace the subscribers that have been lost. And therefore, why would Square Enix or Yoshi P change anything? So these guys are gonna be tired of how things go in the next 4 years. Because after them, because 4 years is a long time, so that, let's say, batch of gamers, I don't want to say generation, but batch of gamers, they're also going to see Final Fantasy, they're going to be like, oh, that's amazing. Another 4 years, they'll be disillusioned and looking for another MMO. That's okay, that's 4 years of subscriptions. Did you see that was the other guy calculated? Yeah. That's, or was it this guy? I don't remember. That's a lot of money. If you're making that kind of money with the schedule of release that you have and the content that you're releasing, it's not costing you much because it's fucking copy pasta bullshit, why change it? Why fucking change it? All you have to do is make an appearance, cosplay as your favorite character, and say, yeah, we hear you. So in other words, in short, just be Yoshi P. And then you're just printing money. Ta-da! Anyway, because if they had a faster release cycle, people would catch up on their bullshit faster as well. So that would diminish their chance to not have to innovate. So why would they do that? It makes sense. From a business perspective, it makes sense. Just like it makes sense from their perspective that they would introduce something like Wuklamat and fuck you over. Because, to you it doesn't make sense, but to them it does because you're a camera anyway. So why pretend? Make you completely camera, put in like their protagonist, and then boom, they make the choices essentially. And that's it. And then you have no excuse. You can't call yourself a camera anymore in a bad way because you are supposed to be a camera now. Whew. What are you gonna expose? Let me see what this guy's gonna expose.
Warcraft Guild Wars 2,
What?
Elder Scrolls Online, and of course Final Fantasy.
Weird.
Knew we would come. My strength has left me.
Who are you?
I am Raziel.
Okay.
What's
That
up, you
was
beautiful
ominous.
bastards? I know. I said in my last video about Final Fantasy XIV here that I was done making videos about what.
Okay, all right. It's very far from dying. Just to make that clear. It's as far from dying as Guild Wars is. And I wish people would stop making videos with titles like, oh, it's dying, X or Y is dying. Like, bro, are you in the 2010?
What sucks about Final Fantasy XIV? Until a somewhat viral Reddit post from the MMORPG subreddit popped up on my feed.
Oh no.
Just when I thought I was out, they
Oh
pulled
no.
me back in.
You know, that place is highly entertaining, I have to tell you. But let's not go into that.
And I decided that I needed to address this once again. Now, despite what people may say, I get no pleasure out of shitting on this game. I quit Final Fantasy XIV at the end of Endwalker, and I quit raiding in the game after the first tier of Savage
Oh, this guy's resume sounds a lot like mine. Holy shit.
raiding in Shadowbringers. Having to pug via Party Finder every Savage raid since Heavensward does a number on you. Let me just tell you that much. But the question...
Yeah, I felt the same. Trying to complete the raids, like trying to clear my backlog, and then also on top, completing, like, literally fucking destroying, what you call it, Endwalkers. It did a number on me. It did a number on me that I can only compare to what Warframe did to me, where I completely burned out. Yeah. Except I didn't burn out on Final Fantasy. I don't want to play it anymore. It's like I had enough of its bullshit. It's different. I didn't have enough of Warframe's bullshit. I like being a space ninja. It's a good concept. But I burned out completely in that one. That's different. Like, that's almost pathological to the point where I can't launch a game. I don't want to be there, you know? I love the idea, I love everything about it, but I just can't play it. In Final Fantasy, I don't love anything about it. I would like to love it. I would like to have reasons to love it. I don't. And I haven't burned out on it. I just withdrew in disgust. That's what happened. I just withdrew in disgust. For real. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna take this fucking treatment anymore. Simple as that. Like walking away from a bad relationship. That's the best way to put it. Because it did feel like a bad relationship that I had with, like, Yoshi and his team. It felt like I don't like you anymore. And it felt like they didn't like me anymore. You know, because the content was just not good. Anyway, let's go.
The question isn't why Final Fantasy XIV is dying and what's broken about it. I've told you the answer to these questions many times in many videos and in my live streams if you've watched anything on my channel. It's all the shit I talked about in those videos, and I'll touch on some of those things shortly, but the question is rather, why now is the Final Fantasy XIV community finally noticing these issues?
I slow clapped. I don't know if you could hear it, but I slow clapped. This is yes, thank you, fucking yes, fucking wow. All right, yes. Why the fuck now? It's been going on. Let's hear.
Issues that I have shouted from the rooftops for years. And the answer is actually quite simple, because the main strength that Final Fantasy XIV always had in the genre is gone. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if you look at the MMO genre, and especially about the most popular ones right now, which is World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2.
I'm in love. This guy mentioned Guild Wars 2 like he's one of the he's one of the 3 people ever to mention this shit. while not being a player of Guild Wars 2. Holy shit! When was this? 1 month ago? Okay. Alright. Okay.
Elder Scrolls Online, and of course Final Fantasy XIV, you will notice that one thing is consistent. Each game does one or two things much, much better than their competitors do.
Yes.
They each kind of have their own niche.
Yeah.
And for example, WoW's strongest point has always been its raiding experience. It's
and Mythic Plus and shit, yeah.
dungeon system current season, which is absolute shit aside,
I don't know anything about the current season, but I enjoyed Mythics.
is also a league above the rest. Guild Wars 2 and Elder Scrolls Online are in constant blows with each other with their PvP systems, each providing, different flavors of PvP for players that WoW simply really doesn't offer.
That is also true. That's a very strong point for Guild Wars. Not its only strong point. I will add another strong point. Its open world and interactions with large amounts of people are unique completely. So there is that. And its combat system is also very different from both World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, which between them share similarities, to be honest. They do share similarities. But Guild Wars is quite its own beast in that regard. So it does have quite a few unique points. But anyway, just whatever. Ignore everything that I said about Guild Wars 2 right now. We're not here to talk about that, and that's just my opinion. We're here to talk about Final Fantasy. Let's see.
Also, all three games have innovative and complex RPG elements, such as, talent systems that make your character unique or play slightly different than other players of the same class. But now, knowing all of this, let's take a look at Final Fantasy XIV. The raids are mediocre, a few and far in between. There's not that many. There's big lulls lately, even more than normal.
That's just you being spoiled, though. Because, I say that as a Guild Wars player, on the other hand. So that might be a weakness of Guild Wars. But I don't know. I don't know if I agree. Final Fantasy has a lot of fights. A lot of fights. Not enough reason to do them, of course. But sheer quantity, oof. There is a lot of fights to do. Does that mean they're good? No, not necessarily. I think, in that regard, I have to say, in that regard, as much as I like the raid design of Guild Wars 2, I have to say World of Warcraft probably does this the best, including dungeons.
For content, which always consists of the exact same basic design and layout, and I'll explain that here. A single square or circle room with death walls that will simply kill you if you touch them, or there is no wall and you can just fall off. And
finally, someone says what I've been saying for years as well. It is so boring. Like, Final Fantasy fights are so fucking boring visually because it's always like a fucking salad bowl and there is a big tomato there, and that tomato is either going to be in the middle or on the edges, and then you just have to run around it and contest with its movement mechanics, and that's it. That's it. It's abstract and stupid, and it does nothing visually. The only thing it does visually is oh, look at these patterns, how edgy they are. Oh my god, that's so nice and purple, and this dusky blue here. Oh, that's so nice. And yeah, and there is purple smoke, so oh my god, yes, that's it. Yeah, goodbye.
There's definitely going to be a mechanic that can push you off during the fight, which insta-kills you as well. A series of overly complex mechanics that you need to memorize like a dance.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh, I feel, my god. I'm not the one to create echo chambers, and I'm not one to fucking, but oh my god, this is just, it's nice to at least see, that's what I'll say, it is nice to at least see that I'm not the only person who fucking has problems with Final Fantasy and the fights. Oh my god, thank you.
And execute flawlessly while also meeting a very strict DPS requirement. Now, I haven't raided in Elder Scrolls Online or Guild Wars 2, but I've watched them on YouTube, and those raids seem a little closer to WoW's fun and complexity level than Final Fantasy XIV does.
Yes.
So 14's strength definitely hasn't been its rating, in my opinion. Okay, fine. So what about the dungeon content?
No,
Well,
no, dungeons in Final Fantasy are corridors. Legitimately, they're fucking corridors. Like, it's boring. Literally, you just wall to wall 3 times and then fight a boss and win. End of story.
outside of the one time you run each dungeon for its story, they're mostly useless unless you're grinding tomestones for gear, which,
they're also useless,
by the
that's
way,
true.
the gear in this game is also completely worthless. A feat
Yes,
so
it is.
retarded.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking come. For real, I'm gonna fucking come, okay? This is like somebody whispering in my ears exactly what I want to hear. I know, listen. I know that usually when that happens, yeah, it's an echo chamber or whatever, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. But in the case of Final Fantasy, it's just specifically, it's nice to know that I'm not crazy. At least that give me that, all right? Let me fucking enjoy that. Let me enjoy that, because whoever I talk to, especially in game about fights and fight design, shits all over me, fucking trash talks me, and then fucking shuns me and ostracizes me. So please understand, it's not a matter of like having my opinions validated or thrown back at me and therefore enjoying it. It's not that simple. It's more nuanced. It's more like, oh my god, I'm not crazy. Oh my god, it is refreshing. You know, it's refreshing. It's fucking refreshing to find a person that has noticed these things. It's insane. That's like 1 in 100 people. Do you understand that? And that's the result of toxic positivity, which is why I fucking hate this game's fucking community. Anyway, moving on.
No other MMO can lay claim to it on the same level. But if you want to know more about why the gear is worthless in the game, watch the aforementioned video that I posted earlier. It's too much to go into more detail here, but I digress. For years, players of Final Fantasy XIV's community complained that they wanted challenging and meaningful 4-man dungeon content, and Square finally did deliver that more recently, but the execution was beyond poor. The dungeons were akin to Savage level rating difficulty-wise,
yes,
and were extremely punishing, but the reward was...
So that's the problem. People are asking for more and more challenging stuff, but too much of something. Realize something. You can argue that taste is subjective, and therefore some people will like difficulty. Like, difficulty is fun to them. But can we agree that variety is necessary? Engaging with various player skills is necessary, not just their memory. Different forms of punishment that still keep it fun are necessary, instead of like, boom, clapped, restart. Okay? Variety in classes is necessary. Variety of outcomes is necessary. And sometimes you have to understand that too much of something will inevitably become tiring and exhausting. Even if you love difficulty, there is only that far you can go before you start going, okay, it's too much. Unless you are fucking dropped on the head or something. And that doesn't just go with difficulty, that goes with everything, right? Everything. Like, moderation is key, and variety helps. That's something that, you know, Square can't understand. And unfortunately, they keep listening to the wrong type of player, which are, I don't know, these guys are just built different. And they go like, no, we want something harder, we want something harder, we want something harder. And then you tell them, can you shut up with that? Because it's become so hard that even dungeons are way too difficult to be fun for a casual player. And they go like, oh, that's just the fun that I like. Yeah, but what about variety? What about like holding back? What about engaging other skills than memory? Oh no, but difficulty. And then they tell you, oh, but it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult to you because you're a fucking beast. In Final Fantasy, you're a fucking beast, you're a unit. You cannot be fucking contested with. And now the toughest shit looks easy to you because you've done it so much that you can just fucking predict it at this point. But what about the rest of us? You know what? Okay.
was practically non-existent. So no one really does them, and once again, Square trivialized its own content the day it was released, a theme they have grown accustomed to in this game for some reason. Okay, so raiding and dungeons are not the strongest point, and small man content, like I just mentioned, is out. What about 14's PvP? Well, it's
Oh boy. You no, nah. No, you know what? I've dabbled. I've dabbled in PvP. I've done Crystalline Conflict. I had good words for Crystalline Conflict, relatively, but in its core, PvP in Final Fantasy is messy. Um, and that's a weird statement. It's when I say messy, I don't mean it literally. Um, I mean it's like not good. It's not good because it's not messy enough. But this time I'm telling you, I'm using that word literally. It's not messy enough. It's very streamlined and very limited. So basically, I could summarize this by saying it follows the same, unsurprisingly, design philosophy that the PvE part of it does, and all the problems carry over. And the only thing that saves it is that you're fighting other players, which inescapably adds some, some level of innovation, even within the limitations of the combat system. And this is the only reason why I say that I did enjoy it, because I'm talking in comparison. So in comparison to PvE, I did enjoy it because at least combat felt a little bit more dynamic. Because of course it introduced the element of other players, as I said, and how they will react and how they will play, and it's not a preset like mechanic. But even then, balance is horrible. In my opinion, balance is horrible. They have done like a really bad job, which is also unfortunately an indicator of what would happen were they to try with the current team responsible for balancing, that is, were they to try and rework the classes to be more unique. I think with the current team, they would fail so hard that it would become a shit show. And I think also they know, and that's why they don't want to bother with that, and that's why they're homogenizing classes in PvE. But I can tell you something positive about the PvP aspect of Final Fantasy. The rotations and everything, they make a lot more sense in every way. They are far better. Like, when I tried, any form of PvP in Final Fantasy, my first thought always is, like, whenever I would load a match for Crystalline Conflict or whatever, my first thought would be, damn, give me these rotations and the way that the abilities work, give them to me in PvE. Please. Please. Because what they've done is they've consolidated, they've, trimmed, they've removed the impurities, they've removed like the unnecessary fluff from the rotation, and that results also in some abilities combined with how they work differently. It results in some abilities actually having meaning, actually doing things. So in PvP, you're allowed some interactions that you're not allowed in PvE. You can push, you can pull, and it will affect the target. That doesn't happen in PvE. So, for example, Dark Knight has like these chains, and he can pull player to the, like, a Dark Knight. And I say he, but and the Dark Knight can pull the players to them, right? But even if that ability existed in PvE, it wouldn't do that. There is zero. The only class that has any kind of interaction that is not just dealing or receiving damage with enemies in PvE is Blue Mage. You can freeze creatures, you can pull them to you, or you can push them away. If you freeze them, you can shatter them. Like, there are options. There are actual fucking options. And that is at least a little bit hopeful, and an argument for allowing the team to try and change PvE fundamentally. They managed Blue Mage it's fun. It's genuinely fun to do open world with blue maids because its skills allow it to have some variety in how you deal with encounters, how you deal with trash mobs, how you deal with this. Like, if you could bring blue maids in dungeons, it would be very, very fun. I don't know if you can anymore or whatever, or if you could ever. I don't think you could ever been able to, as far as I remember. Imagine how far, removed from Final Fantasy I am in terms of gameplay, that I don't even remember if blue maids was allowed in dungeons. I think it wasn't. And in fact, I think I was always like, oh my god, please let me bring blue maids in those dungeons. Seriously, let me pull those fucking trash mobs. Better yet, let the Dark Knight pull mobs with chains. Like, you have the ability there. It's in PvP. You got it there. What's your fucking problem? I can't believe them. Anyway, I will say that, yeah, in light of that, PvP to me looked far more reasonable than PvE in Final Fantasy.
It's laughably dog shit and everyone knows it. This is due to many things, but regardless of how much they have attempted to fix it, it simply cannot be solved, in my opinion, because of the way the netcode and...
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I fucking agree with all of that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I agree with all of that. Fine. But I stand by what I said at the same time.
the server tick works on Final Fantasy XIV. It just isn't made for highly reactive activity.
Yes, it's not. Oh my... Woo-hoo. Dude, I'm gonna come. That's it. Listen. Yes. Oh my god, this game is not made for reactive combat. It's like it's so fucking stilted and stiff. Dude, yeah. Okay, let's go on. I agree. I fully agree.
That PvP requires. So, okay, now we boil down to the RPG elements and talent systems that I mentioned earlier in other games like WoW, ESO, Guild Wars 2, etc. Final Fantasy XIV has none. Absolutely fucking zero. In fact, the argument could be made that the jobs in 14 are the most homogenized class system in the entire genre. It has essentially become a game where everyone's a DPS with just a different colored class icon.
That is true.
So what is Final Fantasy XIV's strength that made it last so long and do so well? Especially during one of WoW's biggest lulls where it took a huge chunk of its player base. Simple. The story. Final Fantasy is known for its stories. Many people, myself included, played Final Fantasy XIV for its amazing and well-delivered narrative. Heavensward was peak for me, and while some expansions had stories that weren't quite as good, such as in Stormblood, every bit of the Hydaelyn/Zodiark arc...
When you put it like that, I can agree that basically, yes, story is a strong point. I will never agree it's a story-driven game first. I will not say that. That's a different statement. But it is so flawed in other regards that story remains a strong point. Fine. You get it. There you go. Fine. I said it. All right? But you have to understand, the context in which I'm saying it. But there you go. I said it.
Was top-notch. It was definitely worth the cost of admission in the sub-feed during the times you were going through the story. However, now that the game is in its expansion,
No, I disagree with that. Because by that logic, Dragon Age should have a subscription. And then also Mass Effect should have a subscription. And then Dead Space should have a subscription. That is such a stupid logic. No, it's not worth the subscription fee. I'm sorry, for as long as you're going through the story. No, that's not true. That's a bad statement. Do not ever say that again out loud.
Trail, and the story is, quite frankly, absolute shit. People no longer have the main thing that drew them into the game and kept them playing.
Because, when you keep parroting that, its strong point is the story and all that, but you say it in a way as if the story is some kind of like, God's gift to humanity or something, you're fucking daydreaming. The story is serviceable. It's an adequate anime story, as you would expect from an anime game. But let me tell you that, for example, Guild Wars story has had some strong points. Would that mean then, with the same logic, that Keyboard should have a subscription just because it has an occasionally good story? Is that the case? Because if that's the case, we're fucked. So I will completely and vehemently disagree with that statement of this guy. I don't agree. And I understand that he liked it a lot. But, like, seriously, I'm kind of like, listen, I'm 40, okay? I'm 40ish, okay? Early 40s. I have read enough books and watched enough movies and played enough games, single player or otherwise, and talked with enough people and heard enough stories from real life, and watched enough series and anime, that honestly, I have to tell you, the story is just serviceable. It works. Yes, it works. It has some highlights, it has some lows, some highs. Every story will do that. But oh my god, putting it on a pedestal like that is only self-reporting on literally being, illiterate in the sense of like you haven't had contact with works of literature. You haven't had contact with like other works of art when it comes to literature, books and movies and other things that are, classics, I'm sorry, but there is no way that you can tell me that you've digested the story as good as Dragon Age Origins, and then you come to Final Fantasy and you're like, oh my god, this is like divine, untouchable by critique, divine. No, it's a regular story. It's a regular ass story, which can be bad and good. God, wow, can be bad and good, right? And it has its lows and highs, and it fluctuates, and it had like a very good high with Shadowbringers as well, and Heavensward, as I've heard. I didn't experience Heavensward properly because it was too old by the time that I was doing my backlog, and I just blasted through, and I wasn't like gonna take it, especially after fucking Stormblood, because I hated Stormblood. I didn't like the story at all. And I hated ARR as well, and that fucking completely just stunted my interest in the story as well. So I'm not gonna pretend that I know that, but like a lot of people are praising the Heavensward story, let's say, and from the little that I glimpsed, I will agree that it was like, okay, that seems interesting. But yeah, it's just a game, and that isn't mutually exclusive with what I said. That the story, unfortunately, is its strong point, but that speaks volumes of how strong any of its points can ever be. Which the answer is not at all. It's a very weak game. And the weird thing about it, and which is now the controversy of the month, I guess, is how did you fucking manage to do that? Because the potential is there. Again, even if we compare how the skips work in PvP to how they work in PvE, or even PvE with itself, like Blue Mage, right? The potential, you can, like, their engine, their game can do that. So it's a conscious choice, a baffling conscious choice to keep everything shit. And that's controversial because this is like, why are you doing this? Like, is it like selfishness? Is it like ego? Definitely. I honestly believe that like Yoshi P is this completely just, his management has issues. All right, if you want to use like proper words and not just shit talk, because I love shit talking, okay? But there comes a point where I have to use like to express myself more properly, right? So that I'm understood and we can separate hyperbole for fun from actual statements. When that time comes, all I have to say is that like his leadership is problematic. His willingness to not pump more into Final Fantasy just because it works and just because generation batches, gamer batches. I don't want to say generations, but like it's the only relevant word I can think of. Gamer generations are going to be recycled at such a rate which allows him or his company or whatever, his department, or I don't know, to not innovate for free. All that shit is just insane to me. It is a controversy, definitely. Because you're paying for this game. Where does that money go? And there's also a cash shop, right? And so when you get something like fucking Dawn Trail and the story, and even the story is shit, you just have to wonder at this point, like, what is happening? Who am I paying and for what? And then you just look behind you, and you see 10 people jerking off to each other, and you go like, okay, gotcha. I know what this is. It's just a basically dating sim. That's what it is. But even that is controversial because it's not even free to play. It's like you're paying a sub for that.
Playing in the first place. In fact, I started to see the cracks in the systems and the writing on the wall when I started to notice that Square started directly importing stories and main characters and entire ideas and themes from other Final Fantasy games, even way back in near the end of Stormblood.
But even from itself, it even cannibalizes its own corpse. It's amazing.
This goes beyond things that are just part of the Final Fantasy universe that are...
And it's not even a corpse because it's alive. It's not dead. It's not dying. It's just eating itself. That's creepy.
In all Final Fantasy games, such as, characters like Shiva, Ifrit, the creatures like behemoths, and that sort of thing, and other Final Fantasy constants. But now Final Fantasy XIV is straight up lifting title characters for story ideas from other games, such as Golbez, the whole area of Ivalice, Kefka, and other such things. And while it was fun and definitely hit my nostalgia bone when those things were brought into the game, it's now gotten to the same state that the game systems I mentioned earlier have been in for a long time. Unchanged, tired, overdone, and boring as fuck. Now that the story is bad, 14 has lost the main niche and draw that it once had. Now all the systems that have not seen nearly any evolution since A Realm Reborn are starting to show their mundaneness and flaws and cracks to the general player base. And let me tell you, the awakening is something to behold. Let's just take a look.
I will agree because I see a lot of videos like this popping up and I am like, what's going on, buddies? You woke up? Who woke up the baby? Who woke up the baby? That's impressive. That sleeping baby just woke up. You're like, oh, damn. Okay. How did you not notice this earlier? That's why it's interesting to me, and that's why I'm following this this development. I just wonder, and I think everyone hopes, and even I hope, that this kind of thing maybe will result in a much better Final Fantasy over the next 4 years.
At some of the responses on the aforementioned Reddit thread that I grabbed and go over them. Here's the initial post on the thread, and we'll read over that. Okay, so the title of the Reddit thread was half a year later, Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail drops to mostly negative recent reviews. And let's read this. It wasn't even that long of a comment that started this whole thread. Most common complaints are lack of content, slow updates, and boring.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I went over that shit now. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh no. I mean, I understand this now. 16,000 views, 600 likes. I can understand where this is coming from. My guy, did you just post that? Did you just drop that bomb in the forum, in the fucking Reddit? Oh boy. You're dead. You're dead. They're gonna fucking eat you alive. The people over there are fucking rabid, let me tell you. Just as the people are in game as well, they're fucking rabid as well. Oh my god. You literally dropped that? Yeah. You're gonna get destroyed. You're gonna get destroyed completely. You're gonna get fucking bullied. My god. My fucking god, dude. I don't even... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, I can see.
Story. Some also complain about
asking for Yoshi P to move? Whoa. I mean, I agree fully, but if you drop that on the Reddit, they're gonna tear you apart. You're gonna get buried. Not justifiably, but you're gonna get buried.
the casualization of classes and the devs being too scared to try something new. They've been using the same endgame formula for more than 10 years. As much as I respect Yoshi P, and nobody can deny that he saved the game, he is obviously too afraid to change the game's formula even after 10 years, so it might be time for somebody else to take over. So this is the initial Reddit post.
I want to see the responses to that.
That got this entire viral thread started on the MMORPG subreddit. And
he posted that? I wonder if he posted that. It's insinuated that he did, but like, did he know? I'm not sure. I don't know. But still, though, like, whoever posted that, holy shit, that better be a fucking alt account, because that thing is getting like destroyed by all the fucking rabid, fucking brainwashed masses that are in there.
I don't so much think Yoshi P is scared as it is that
yeah, he's not scared. He's just stunted creatively, and also resting. Like, there are a few possible explanations. First, as I said, he's found that formula works for the reason that I mentioned. You know, generation changes, blah 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 blah. You get it. You know, I explained this like thoroughly. So either it's that, or he's dumb, because you know, don't underestimate stupidity, or he's creatively bankrupt, and I don't think he's afraid. There is a small chance that he's afraid of the monster he has created, to put it poetically, right? That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. I'm leaning towards it works, so why not change it? So why change it? Sorry. That's what I'm leaning towards. That's the most simple and easy solution. So I would say it's very likely. I don't think he's stupid. So I don't think that's that. But I think the second most possible explanation is that he's creatively bankrupt at this point. There's like clear evidence of that shit. So to me, those are two possibilities there. And I think I'll say this much. With the amount of copy-paste that I see, I don't think he's creatively bankrupt. I think he's just resting on his laurels, on the system that he has created, which works. With the cycles of players coming in and coming out and all that, it just works. The game sustains itself. That's it. That's because I think that the excessive regurgitation and copy-paste that we see is so much that you can't be that not creative. You can't. You have to want to. So no, it's not that, you see. I think the easiest answer is that that system works, it brings money, and it doesn't have a risk, seemingly, so far. But now this changed a little bit, I think. And so I also think that by extension, the Dawntrail story disaster might be because they tried to not save even more. Yeah, either save even more or probably reach the wall creatively. And that's what resulted in like Dawntrail story. Because either they reached the wall, which, yeah, okay. But again, like, how would you do that? Anyway, because again, it's not such a stellar story, right? It's not like you couldn't like push it to 11 if you wanted to. So maybe it is that they were like, hey, this system works. Why not save more by hiring shitty writers, for example? Right? Think about that for a moment. Because that makes sense, especially if you're a bit greedy. But if you want to say that Yoshi P doesn't strike you as greedy, a person who has run this game, which is a subscription MMO, a cash shop, so I don't know about the greed part, you know, but if you want to argue that he's not greedy, then we're going into a combination of the system working plus creativity running out at this point. Anyway, those are my deductions, but I'm not sure they're correct. I'm just assuming. I'm just theorizing, yeah?
he's kind of pigeonholed into what he has at this point, and I am wagering either him or the company doesn't want him to take any risks. But here's the rub here. The boring story hits hardest of all because honestly, lack of content and slow updates have kind of always been Final Fantasy XIV's forte. It's kind of always been what they've done. But that's just my opinion on this, on the thing that started. Let's look at some of these other comments. So this guy named Boohoo says, it definitely is because of what was keeping a big part of the player base playing was the story, which is now done. So people are no longer as invested in the story, and therefore many things that were forgiven because of an amazing story are now being brought forwards as problems. Yes, indeed, as we just explained. Ending an arc is fine. Starting the next arc on the wrong foot is devastating. I couldn't agree more with that. The game is also boring as fuck and follows the same formula. I've been saying this, that the formula has to change for probably 4 or 5 years.
You're not alone,
I was shouting
buddy.
it at the rooftops.
You're not alone,
before
buddy.
I quit, but it obviously fell on deaf ears.
It did. It does. But hey, you know, we are two now. There is two of us. There is two of us, buddy. Don't worry, I got your back.
Let's move on to some more comments. Deserved. The writers need to be replaced after Dawn Trail. Not only the writers, the entire game is stale as fuck. The story can get 10 times better, but we would still be stuck with the same repetitive contents, boring quest structure.
The fact that this is on the main Reddit amuses me and surprises me.
And non-interactive open world. The game needs to undergo a fundamental overhaul.
I am honestly, if you dare post that in the official forums, your account is gonna get banned. I guarantee you that. You're gonna get buried. Your account is gonna get banned for sure. I'm honestly just surprised that this did not get deleted even on Reddit. I'm surprised that people FFXIV ARC ARR RR, yeah, FFXIV RR. That's what's gonna be. Hey, you know what? If it happens, count me in. I'm willing. Honestly, I'm not burned out on the game. I'm not burned out on the game. I'm just burned out on the game. Does that make sense? I guess it doesn't. But I explained it much better earlier, so I'm not gonna explain it again. But that's what's happening right now. Fix that. I'll be back in for real. Fix that. I'm giving you my sub, and I'm gonna pay for cosmetics. I don't have a problem to do that. Okay, even if I fucking condemn it, and fully knowing that I shouldn't. But I'm trying to use hyperbole here to just tell you how much I would like this game to pull its head out of its fucking ass. Honestly, if they do that, I'm gonna play the fuck out of it for real.
If it wants to stay relevant for the next 10 years. Now, the biggest thing I pulled out of this comment was where this final person said, non-interactive open world. Final Fantasy XIV has never been one. Neither has
never.
really WoW outside of once it left vanilla era. Theme park MMOs by default are not interactive open worlds. It's just not how they're designed. It's one of their biggest design flaws, as you can see from another video I did where I'm talking about the upcoming game Ashes of Creation and sandbox MMOs. Feel free to watch those. They're up on the screen now. But I digress. Let's move on to the next comment. Okay. Now this one was a long thread, and I really enjoyed this section. I thought there were a lot of good points in it, so let's just go over it and let's see what it says. I'm not sure if I feel vindicated because of complaining about it since Shadowbringers. While people were pretending the game was in a perfect spot as the best MMO ever, literally nothing changed since then, aside from a 2-minute meta, one bad X.0 story, and slower patches. Okay, that's true. Same boat, but Shadowbringers / End of Heavensward for me. The endgame was always 4 raids for months at a time and a bunch of casual content on the side, and equipment as a whole was just stat improvements. I cannot get excited for a noun tunic of roll with...
The noun tunic of role. They might as well name them that. Gear is fucking trash in that game. The gear system is trash, useless.
Bigger number. The game tailors too much for the casual audience, which isn't bad.
No, it doesn't tailor to a casual audience. That's what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is like keep it dumb. It's for a stupid audience. That's the problem. But not because of the difficulty of the fights. Why does it always have to revolve around the difficulty of the fights? Because somebody will read that, right? Somebody will read that. The game always was for a casual audience and will be like, okay, we need harder fights. No, that's not what they meant. That's not what they mean.
Bad per se, but I lost interest and kept seeing how they made more choices for that audience, easier jobs, etc., instead of adding more interesting changes. Fair enough. Something that really annoys me about it is that Final Fantasy XIV has 2 difficulty levels, numbingly easy and soul-crushingly
Slow clap. Easy slow clap. Finish it.
hard.
Yes. Slow clap. All day, 24/7. Yes, that is true.
There's nothing in between whatsoever. I don't consider myself a hardcore.
There doesn't need to be anything in between. Remove the soul-crushingly hard. Remove the numbingly fucking easy. Bust them together. Add interesting encounters. Add fun. Add engagement through skills. Multiple skills, not just fucking memory. And all the other shit we talked about. Shake it and serve. And you got a good game.
For raider, but the normal dungeons are also way too damn easy, and normal raids are just straight up, while extreme unreals are way too big of a difficulty gap. Oh, a slight step up. My bad. Yeah, this is true too, and something I actually haven't pointed out, but I've known. It really is brain dead easy or anus clenching hard on most of the content. That is true. It also consists of fighting a boss for 99% of raids and primal fights, and if someone misses a mechanic, you wipe.
Oh my god.
It's a team choreography game.
Yeah, yes, so much yes. Take my fucking, like, yes, yeah.
100%. Everybody do your dance. It's like professional ballroom dancing. It's definitely not appealing to me personally. Final Fantasy XI had Dynamis, which was a timed instance of pulls and boss, overworld bosses, some content where you had to unlock equipment slots to stat up. From 14, I only remember Palace of the Dead as something challenging other than raids, and even then, it was not that much.
Yeah, true.
When you simplify jobs so much, you remove the possibility of more varied approaches.
No. It's not just the simplification of jobs. It's also the simplification of fights. And even though you might just be pulling your hair right now and think I'm contradicting myself, I'm not. Yes, it is simple. How do you solve this fight? Study a guide, memorize it, you win. That's it. That's simple. Is it hard? Yes. Is it complex? No. Is it deep? No. It is just... It's simple. It's extremely difficult, but it's very simple. That's how you win the fights, by learning the choreography. That's it. It's simple. There's nothing, nuanced to it. There's nothing there. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, dog shit design, honestly.
And we end up with this. Yeah, that's what happens when everything gets so homogenized. The type of hard always put me off over the years for a few reasons. 1, the classes have become largely homogenized, so group composition barely matters. The gear doesn't matter in terms of clearing raid content. Funnily enough, there's more concrete gear progression in DOL and DOH classes. Okay. There's only one optimal way to play classes. For example, each samurai plays like the next.
Very true.
So what's left to pump up the difficulty of encounters to extreme/unreal levels? Group coordination and encounter memorization with increasingly complex, misleading tales over ever-increasing encounter lengths.
Yeah. Oh boy. Let me hear this again.
Is like the next. So what's left to pump up the difficulty of encounters to extreme/unreal levels? Group coordination and encounter memorization with increasingly complex, misleading tales over ever-increasing encounter lengths.
Ah, ah, mmm, delicious. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Mmm, delicious. I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah, thank you. That was perfectly worded. Oh boy. And you know what the worst part of it is? It wouldn't be bad to have such encounters every now and then. You just have to mix it up, you fucking idiots. You have to add variety. You can have a fight which is about memorization, yeah, sure. But my god, 1,000 fights and all 1,000 of them are just basically a dance? How? I'll tell you how. Because you don't care. Because you know you're going to get the money, and then after 4 years, you're going to get the money of the next batch, and the previous batch is going to be on Reddit going like, oh, I left because of that. And the new batch will not even understand it. It will tell you, oh, I don't understand what you're saying. It's such a great game. And that system works so well. My god.
Not exactly my idea of a good time. Yeah. I mean, even when I played WoW, I thought like there was several end bosses that were 15-minute long fights, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it. And Final Fantasy XIV, the fact that most raid tiers are only 4 bosses and then you get also an extreme or 2 on top of them for a long period of time for gear that doesn't matter, I think is really starting to wake up some people.
Catching up. But you know what else catching up? What the other guy was saying. Where he was saying that, like, literally, you just teleported to the salad bowl, and there is like a tomato in the middle, and you're just chopping the tomato, and that's it. There's nothing narrative there. There's nothing happening. Nothing. Nothing at all. Whereas then you have Guild Wars, it has only 8 raids. Only 8 fucking raids, okay? And you know what? They are a fucking breeze to run. In the sense of like, it's nice, you know? It blows in your face, and you go like, I'm enjoying this. Like, I'm going into this weird location, and there's a bandit fort, and you have to, like, defend the prisoners, and then you have to feed them, and you progress into the jungle, and there's a temple, and there's an enemy. It's a story, so it goes somewhere. It has a beginning and an end, and it's consistent and cohesive, and you're doing something. You feel like you're doing something, as opposed to getting fucking vacuumed into a fucking arena that is abstract as fuck. Like, I think I've never seen such abstract art ever. And then there's like a big guy, and you just slap him, and he slaps you. And that's the fight in front. Fuck you. You know what? Fuck that shit, honestly.
And now for my absolute favorite comment. I remember that you just couldn't state this without being massively downvoted near the end of N-Walk.
Yeah, I am surprised. I am so fucking surprised that, my god, I am so surprised. Could this be like could this be like backfiring? Could this be that, like, I am right in that they think that this system is gonna work and carry the game forever and get them paid 150 million per year, and so they just do it that way? And now that enough batches of players have been recycled in and out, you get more critical players who have played more games or different games or whatever, and they're starting to see that shit. Or some people who stay beyond that cycle are starting to see that shit, and they're starting to call it out, and there is no downvote brigades anymore because they're gone. Maybe? Maybe. I don't fucking know. But it's crazy that people can write that on the Reddit, not on the forums, mind you. If you go on the official forums, I'm pretty sure this shit is gonna get not just downvoted, that shit is gonna get deleted, locked and deleted for sure. Maybe you'll get banned. I'm pretty sure. Prove me wrong. I'm pretty sure. Prove me wrong. I don't care. I will. If you can prove me wrong, do it. But I am sure, 99% sure, that if you post something like that on the official forums, regardless of the player reaction you're gonna get, which is probably gonna be very negative, you will probably get banned or your post deleted. I would say maybe not 99% sure, 90% sure. For real. But the fact that you can post this on Reddit is huge. It is huge. You have no idea. It is huge. This is very interesting to me. Having observed like the Final Fantasy situation, let's say, across when I started up until now, this is like insane. it makes great gossip, which is why we're here, by the way. It is insane to me. And I honestly think it's very positive for the game. It is very positive for the game. Unless, of course, people don't care. Like Yoshi P doesn't care, for example. Unless, of course, that. Maybe he needs another whole expansion to digest the situation. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case, by the way. I said it before. I don't think it's going to be one expansion more. I think the expansion after the next one, the game might have changed or changed to something, overhauled, as people said in this Reddit thread. I don't think it's going to happen next expansion. This expansion, forget it. It's not going to happen. This expansion, it's just not going to happen. If it happens, this expansion, you can literally, I will give you my address and you can come and I'll fucking blow your dick. Honestly, I'll suck your cock. This shit, minimum one more expansion like this. Minimum. Realistically, 2 expansions before you see actual overhauls on systems.
Okay. I mean, if you've watched my content for any reasonable amount of time, I've talked about this many times. There's another YouTube creator who's long since gone, doesn't really do YouTube anymore, named Links Camelli, who said the same thing. But for the longest time, Final Fantasy XIV...
Yeah, I remember the Links Camelli video back then. Interesting to watch. Yeah, I remember reacting to it as well. Not reacting, but like commenting, as we do now.
Community was very, very, very toxic and very aggressively hateful towards anyone who said anything critical of the game. Every time I release a video about Final Fantasy XIV, I get the most god-awful hate comments and emails, DMs, and that sort of thing. It's
obviously, yeah. That's true. I can believe what he's saying. I can totally believe what he's saying. I would believe it if he said right now, if he stated right here, that he has even gotten death threats or something. I would actually believe it. You cannot understand, especially during Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. Literally, the community was like so fucking delusional, like completely.
It's like a cult almost. I've said this many times. If anyone criticizes,
of course, it's a cult. I've been saying this for years. It is cult-like completely. It's honestly just disturbing, or was, I don't know, because again, like now we see posts like that on Reddit. Maybe something changed. I don't know, but like the community was like a cult or something.
Is something you love, whether it be anything, a game, any hobby, a movie, a book. If you take their criticism or dislike of what you like as a personal attack, there's no easier way to put it. You're fucking retarded. And
yes, I agree.
You need help. But let's move on from that. And yeah, now I think people are starting to wake up because they can't hide behind the good story anymore.
And that's meaning, that's awful in the most fundamental sense, but you need an antidote to suffering, and it has to be deep. And deep moves you tectonically, and it's not a trivial thing.
So the new question is now, what can Square do to turn this ship around?
Not make a shit game easy?
Well, we have to remember, and I think a lot of people forget this, that even A Realm Reborn was built on the bones.
Actually make a game and actually care for it and actually care for the story and the mechanics and fucking playtest and balance. Like, in essence, make a fucking game. Make a fucking game. Not fucking shrine to your ego. Make a game.
Of Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, which was an utter failure and disaster. And I've said it many times, what Yoshi P was able to change it into and what Square did to revive this game was nothing short of a miracle. And I had a lot of fun times in Final Fantasy XIV, especially in ARR and Heavensward.
You know what? Remember what the first guy that we took a look at said? That like Endwalkers were the magnum opus? I think the magnum opus of fucking Yoshi P was literally saving ARR. Or, well, Final Fantasy XIV. I think that was peak. It kind of also peaked with Shadowbringers, not to that level of like, creativity and like restructuring, of course, but like it was good. And everything else is just a declining, decrepit fucking corpse of a game at this point.
But at this point, I think the Yoshi P is tired and overworked, and as far as Dawn Trail is concerned, there kind of is no fixing it. They're too deep in on this specific expansion. They need to get to the next expansion as soon as possible.
It's not gonna be the next one. Listen, friend, I know you want to be hopeful. It's not gonna be the next one. Like, so, definitely not fucking Dawn Trail. I'm telling you that, and he's telling you that, and I definitely echo his opinion. It's also not gonna be the next one. Trust me, it's just not. They're making so much money that they don't have a reason. And again, according to at least my assumption, they don't have a reason yet to worry at all. It's gonna be probably the expansion after the next, when they're gonna be like, okay, we're innovating now. Okay, we have to fucking overhaul.
Possible. And the entire gear system and every end game system needs a complete rework and overhaul.
That's not gonna happen in the next expansion. Trust me on that one. I don't think so. I don't think so, for real.
The choices that their main story writers are making also need to be heavily examined, and people that are not contributing well and have bad ideas need to be removed. And maybe it's time for a new director and a completely new direction for.
It definitely is time, but no, it's still gonna take. I honestly believe that it's still gonna be the expansion after the next.
The game. That's one possible solution. The only other option I can see at this point is to put the game into maintenance mode, and if Square wants to stay in the MMORPG space, to start working on the next major Final Fantasy MMO title built on an entirely new engine, one that isn't hamstrung by what Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was. Now, to be honest, the latter option I definitely do not see happening.
Yeah, I don't see that happening either. That's not going to happen, I don't think.
But I know that if Square does the same things they're doing now, and when the next expansion is announced, it's the same shit that we have seen for the last decade, i.e. no changes to any of the systems, and just announcing that they're adding a new 8-man raid, new extremes, new 24-man raids, new MSQ, and a new job or two, alongside some pretty artwork and a nifty cinematic trailer, then Final Fantasy XIV is doomed, and will continue.
No, it's neither dying nor doomed. They can definitely, like, let me tell you right now, based on the numbers that we see, you could argue for maybe 3 expansions in the future they're gonna worry, like actually fucking worry and change things. These numbers, with this fucking momentum, it's not gonna be next expansion. We're talking at least the one after the next. That's the minimum, I believe. That's like the spot where they might go like down. This is going downhill for sure. Next expansion, I am convinced. I said, like, I'm fairly certain. Next expansion is gonna be just the same.
Continue to decline until it practically goes free to play. So the choice is pretty much up to them of what they want to do. But anyway, guys, those have been my thoughts about what we're seeing about Final Fantasy XIV. Now, as I said earlier, I don't get pleasure out of shitting on the game, and I was trying to bring these points up in videos and streams and comments on threads for years, because I cared about the game. And when you care about something, you only want it to get better. Now, I probably will never play Final Fantasy XIV again. I mean, after the final arc in Endwalker, I was satisfied with the story and was burnt out. And the game as an MMO, most theme park games I disliked, but Final Fantasy XIV just didn't provide me anything I was looking for in an MMO. And I've come to find out more recently, after playing like the Ashes Alpha, that Sandbox is kind of where my heart is, and I think it's a better overall MMO design. But that's neither here nor there. I want to know, what are your thoughts? If you're part of the church...
Yeah, no, I mostly, like, if not completely, I mostly agree with this guy, like, to a large, like, a huge degree. Yeah, maybe, you know what, maybe if enough people, like, start kind of, like, becoming more reasonable about Final Fantasy and just keep criticizing, keep offering opinions and all that, maybe it has a future. and I would return if that future hits. But until then, I don't want to have anything to do with Final Fantasy because I just don't like it at all. So I like some things, and I miss some things as well. But honestly, nah. If this is the course they want to take, then just like Razil here, I don't think I'll ever play again. Like, for real, there's no reason. There's no reason. This is better games out there. I'm sorry. It's much better games. There are actual games to begin with. There aren't like shrines for Yoshi P to fucking jerk off all over. So yeah. Anyway, next one. And oh boy, I have saved the juiciest for last. I have saved the most savory. And like you can't see it, but I'm almost like just salivating a little bit. I'm about to have like a good laugh, I feel, out of this and the Mod Beast after party. I'm going to be amused, and I'm ready to be amused because it has been doom and gloom so far, rightfully so, of course. And I'm ready. I am so ready. I'm so ready. I feel uh I feel I'm gonna laugh a lot with this. And I'm ready for it, honestly, because at the end of the day, I'm just a fucking gossiping trollop. And so I'm ready for this. I don't know what else to tell you. But first, BRB, 5 minutes. And, I can do what I do best and shit all over Final Fantasy community. All right, but hey, be right back, okay? 5 minutes. Entertain yourselves or something. And yeah, don't worry, it won't be long. Did you miss me is the question. I just went to get a drink, a soft drink, and well, I want to also answer the phone. Thank you. One sec before I'm officially back. I hope you can't hear me during this rapping here. But if you can, so be it. Better now than later. Okay, there we go. Right then, so... Okay, let's see. I'm ready for this. Sound check.
I love Final
Okay, so this is too loud, I think.
Fantasy, and I love Final Fantasy XIV. I've loved it since I started back in A Realm Reborn. I love the world, the lore, the characters. I love most of the players, and most of the players love me. But now that me and other Final Fantasy fans are starting to get to our 30s and 40s, these worlds are no longer explored alone. We have adventuring companions, partners, loved ones, and our children. Now, honestly, I don't have a child yet, but if I had one, would I have liked for them to play this game? Yeah, of course. Go on adventures with the cast, experience the story, both happy and sad parts, join a guild and farm mounts in the extreme trials. The same things that I did when I was younger, absolutely. But nowadays, I can't. I wouldn't. Because right there in public, in the main city of the game, you see things like Art Lab's Midnight Breed awaits. Seduce and be seduced in captivating creature glam.
Yeah. Listen. Oh my god. Listen. I was hoping, sorry, that the Midnight Breed, like the word breed there, wasn't gonna imply something. But captivating creature glam? Oh boy. Isn't Final Fantasy 16 plus? Yeah, it is. What are you trying to prove with that question? What's the context of the question, if you don't mind? The fact that they say 18 plus? Yeah, it is absurd that they're trying to enforce it that way. And it is also absurd that, they think that it's okay if it's 18 plus. Yeah, the game itself isn't technically child safe, that is true. Then again, at your 16, I don't know. You're still a child at your 16. Let's not fucking lie about that. So yeah, I would agree with you, sure. But I don't agree with the fact that they think that putting 18 plus means anything here. This is not a defense of this ad. It cannot be. I'm sorry. It cannot be a defense of what I'm saying here. Be seduced in creature glam? Midnight Breed? Listen, I'm ready for this fucking tea. I've got bitches for this tea. I'm gonna listen to this and oh boy.
Book a blind date for heart-pounding encounters fueled by erotic tension. In recent years, players have taken to converting their player housing into erotic roleplay venues and nightclubs. These have no age requirement and are accessible to all, and they offer services like girls and boys who will heat you up, have a good time with our courts and dance the night away. Courts stands for courtesans or prostitutes. These are players who you can pay money to and they will do erotic roleplay with you and even perform custom sex animations with your character. They also offer gambling in the form of text-based blackjack, again with no age requirement. I think it's also important to mention that a majority of ads include links to websites and Discord servers, both of which contain inappropriate content.
All right, so listen, I'm gonna say something. I personally am not against therapy, and I'm not against the whole idea, let's say, of having a club in a game. I'm not opposed to that. I honestly do chill at club now and then, or used to anyway. Recently I did, again. But, and of course, you know, my ERP career is well known. I've talked about that like quite a lot. But there are limits. And this shit is getting out of hand, I have to tell you. This shit is getting completely out of hand. And it's spilling over to the general social interaction that you can have in Final Fantasy. And they're becoming intertwined, dangerously intertwined with like the general experience of the game. And I'm not up for that. I don't think that's appropriate. Having said that, let's progress.
These are things that Square Enix is well aware of. Multiple threads have been made on the official forums notifying Square of this issue, with players overwhelmingly agreeing that something needs to be done about it. These forum threads are swiftly deleted by the administrators. But it doesn't stop at online gambling and prostitution. Nudity and sexual mods are also a massive issue. I can demonstrate it to you with a hypothetical. Let's say your 14-year-old daughter is playing FF14 and
why is your 14-year-old daughter playing FF14? First of all, like, I have questions about this. It's not that I'm disagreeing with what Oh Boy is saying there. I'm just disagreeing with parts. Like, why would you allow... Excuse me, why the fuck would you allow anyone under 18 to be in an MMO? Please answer me that. Maybe I'm old school, but like, why would you allow anyone under 18 the way that MMOs are going now? Because that shit wasn't happening when I was playing Ultima Online, for example. By far, it was not happening. It was... What can I tell you? Like, I had caught wind of it years after Ultima Online, of anything even remotely. Like, you know when I first heard about ERP? You want to know when I first heard about ERP? And I was gaming a lot, and I was like, you know, and I did play World of Warcraft. Legion. Not when it launched, after. That's how late I heard about ERP, for the first ever time in my life. I didn't even know what it was before that. I had no fucking idea people do that. So, why, in this age, right? In this day and age, okay? Now, like currently, if you currently have a daughter or son or anything in between, who is younger than 18, knowing what you know, why are you letting them on an MMO? And you should know, because, you know, if I'm early 40s, and you could argue, even though I personally don't believe it, but you could argue definitely, because there are parents who are much younger than I am, like 26-year-old parents. That's common, somehow. Even though I disagree with it, it is common. You must have some inkling, at least, of what your spawn, your child, can get into with MMOs. and social media? Why are you letting them close to that shit? That's the question. So this guy, even though I understand how absurd this situation has become in this particular video, because as far as I saw, I mostly want to watch this one. But in this video, what he said so far starts with a bad premise. That's the problem. Because while I agree with what he's saying fundamentally, let's say, that it has become obnoxious and potentially risky, it's bad parenting to let your child play a game, you know. And we can take it even further. We can even say, why are MMOs even 16 or 14 plus? Dude, enough with the pretensions. Is it an MMO 18 plus? For sure. For sure. And that's the fault of the companies, not the fault of the parents. But as a parent, what you can do, knowing that the situation is, you know, as it is, you can just wait until your fucking hellspawn, your abomination, is, you know, old enough for certain things and decisions, right? Because they are going to get in touch, you know, with people. Okay? I'm not saying shelter them completely. I'm not saying like put them in a golden cage or something. But seriously, the general gooning going around in MMOs and social medias, social platforms, sorry, not social media, like Discord and whatnot, you don't want your child there. Like if you know, maybe you could argue for 16, but 16 is also like extremely, just to me 16 is like very young. So I would say 18 plus for sure.
She's having a great time. Her friends tell her of a cosplay contest that's scheduled to take place in a nightclub. But this contest is special. You don't have to use the thousands of in-game items to create your outfit. You can use mods. This is possible through a plugin called Mare Synchronous, which shares your character's visual mods with other players and their mods with you. Each nightclub has their own share code, and
never join this. Never join this. First, it's probably gonna fry your PC at this point. Second, in no order of priority, for your sanity.
Entering this code into the plugin syncs your character's appearance with everyone else using the same code. And so, your daughter installs the plugin with the help of very simple online tutorials and downloads a bunch of clothing mods. Nothing about this is alarming yet, this is all very safe. She goes to the cosplay contest, she has a great time, the venue has a strict no nudity rule, and that's that. But the code?
Listen. Okay. Okay. I'm eating a cookie, a biscuit. Listen. If you're not monitoring your child and what they install and what they watch, how would you not, excuse me, but how would you not catch your child playing with these mods on? How would you do that? You must be a bad parent. If they manage to sneak that up in there, you must be a bad parent, I'm not gonna lie. Especially if you're a young parent of this age, you must be fucking clueless, honestly. So this hypothetical that Oh Boy is using here is such an extremely niche situation. Yes, it's niche, but it can still happen, you will argue. I agree. But you can't condemn a whole thing based on a niche situation, you know? Because then that would be like saying, hey, if I step outside right now, I might get mugged. Right now, I might get mugged. Hey, if your child steps outside, they might get mugged, you know? Are you gonna be like, oh, well, never step out, you know? And I have another question. Assuming that you did see your daughter or your child, okay, installing that shit, right? Which you must have, like you must be ignorant to not catch it, like for real, all right? And they tell you, oh, it's because I want to cosplay. Are you a fucking need. Like, disable it there and then. And where is your parental control on your PC? What the fuck? Where are your restrictions? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is, it's a little bit of a, I think it's a fallacious example, I think. Kinda, like, it's a little bit dubious as an example. Like, I get what he's trying to say, I agree with what he's saying, but it is structured in such a way that, like, if you just stop and ask yourself, like, how is this gonna happen exactly? I mean, I know, technically he's correct, yes, but how exactly? Like, it's a little bit weird, is all I'm saying. It's a little bit weird. It's like he's trying too hard to use the child argument. Whereas in reality, you don't need to complicate things that much. Child or not. Mods and how they're used, and I say that as somebody who has used them, alright? I know how they work. I've seen that shit. Well, you know, it's a problem. It creates a social problem. And that's the angle from which this should be approached. Because, you know, if we start saying, oh, but what if a child, like, I don't know, dude, be a better parent. Like, legitimately be a better parent. And protest companies labeling MMOs as 16 plus, they should be 18 plus because of the online element, meaning other people. So, excuse me, but, like, bad parenting, I'm sorry. Why on earth would you fucking allow this shit? How on earth would it fly under your radar for longer than like a day? Come on now. Come on now. So to me, even though I agree with what he's saying, because if that example actually exists, if this actually occurs, yeah, highly damaging. I can see what he's going for. Highly damaging, yes, definitely. Atrocious, even. But you should also acknowledge, and perhaps in this instance, because we have to assume some competence on the part of the parent, obviously, we have to assume here that we're also talking adults right now, okay? And that's the angle from which this should be approached. Because even for adults, like let's say 20-year-old, like say 24-year-old, anything you can imagine, even all the way up to 30, even more. Because I'm not the only person in my early 40s, trust me, to be doing that shit, okay? Apparently, okay, well, I'll read that later, 1 second. So, even in the world of adults, the damage that is being done, the type of damage it is, it's insidious. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not condemning the use of mods. I'm not saying, oh, you know, you're in a long distance fling and you wanna fucking blow some steam. Go ahead, you know, crazy. You wanna like a one night stand? Sure, go for it. Whatever. You know what? I've been into this, all right, and I still enjoy it. I still would probably enjoy it with the right person for the right reasons. Let's say, okay. But the degree to which it's spilling over to regular gameplay and the frequency are absurd. Honestly, they are a problem, and that's what I agree with. And also, Neri says, small correction. In the US, it's 12 plus. Yeah, again, take it up with the fucking company. Which is not a dismissive way to say it. I'm just saying it should be taken with the company. So you should do that, first of all. All right, and second of all, be a better parent. Because what they said just strengthens my point. What is your 12-year-old donkey, okay, of a child doing installing mods on a PC that you're supposed to supervise? You're an idiot in that case, and you're a responsible parent. End of story.
that she entered in Mare Synchronous for that specific nightclub does not get disabled when she leaves the house. And wherever she goes, other players who have also entered this code at any point in the past, present, or future will be sharing their mods with her. So now she could teleport to the main city of the game and be fully exposed to an orgy. Like, fully. Huge
Yeah, of course. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that the main problem here, barring some, extreme situations like the one presented here, which again, like, fucking become a responsible parent, you moron, or don't have kids, you fucking moron. Even I, as an adult, right? Why do you think I don't join? Like, the first thing I told you is, like, don't join these cells, right? Don't fucking do that. Why? Because of this. Because you're gonna be greeted by, like, you don't want to know. Like, you're probably gonna see in the next video, probably, from what I understand. But yeah, and that's the problem. Like, why is this happening, like, so openly? Motherfucker, get a room. You already have rooms. Get a fucking room. Okay? Go somewhere private. I don't fucking care. Find a way. I don't fucking care. I don't want to see your shit. You know? And so, yeah. Like, the fact that this can happen is hilarious to me. And you know what? Yeah, oh yeah, you can argue that then the person could disable their mods. Yeah, for sure they could, yeah, okay. But it's such a hassle. I think the problem lies with, like, people's common sense and the lack thereof, completely. And you would be an idiot to expect common sense from people in MMO, like, for real. You must be a complete moron, such a gullible idiot if you believe in that. So, yeah, because of that, the situation has become, like, insane. Like, the game has become a dating app. I'm not even lying. Like, it literally has become a dating app to just an annoying degree where, I don't know, it's just too much, you know, it's too much of it, you know, it's just too much of it. Anyway, let's continue. But if that's his whole argument, then whatever.
Talks going into huge pussies, full nudity, full penetration. And truth be told, this is not really a hypothetical. This is something that actually happened to us when we explored this modding scene. I would show you, but unfortunately Square Enix has issued a copyright strike against my video exposing these issues.
Ooh. Oh boy. That's an oopsie from Square Enix. That's a huge oopsie. Like, it's not even an oopsie, that's a blunder right there. You're going to request a removal? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to address what's happening? Are you sure you just want to, like, sweep it under the rug?
So I do believe now that it's in YouTube's system, I'm not even allowed to show clips of it. But yes, we teleported to the main city and we were exposed to sexual content without having consented to it. We didn't know who these people were. We didn't know which code allowed us to see them, which nightclub these people were from. So Square Enix is perfectly aware of the aforementioned issues, yet they would rather sweep everything under the rug. This is because while lore nerds and raiders only pay the subscription fee for a certain number of months, the Coomers stay sub.
Let this sink in a little bit. Of course, this is a made-up graph or whatever. I hope it's made up, but this shit must be, at the very least, 80% correct.
So it is financially beneficial for Square to turn a blind eye and let the porn addicts turn their game into the new Second Life.
Yes. Yeah, that's the issue. That's exactly the issue.
Which is perfectly fine if that's what they choose to do, but then you need to update your terms of service. This is fucking rancid.
And now I agree with him. Now we come to an agreement. It will still fall on the parent to make sure that the child then doesn't play that game. You know,
These words were originally planned to be part of a bigger video, namely Underbelly Part 2. But with the copyright strike on my modding scene video, I cannot spend like 5 months making a video that's gonna get taken down by Square. It's pointless.
True.
And of course, no response to our email, so no concrete idea as to what exactly they saw an issue with. And
I'll tell you what they saw an issue with, exactly what you said. These guys pay their fucking money, so yeah.
The only reason I wanted to bring up the prior points and not just walk away was because during...
It's an industry. At this point, it's an industry. Modders are getting paid, people are making money, money's going around, it keeps Final Fantasy active. It's a fucking... It's a scheme. It's a complete scheme. It's like, it's a mechanism at this point. You can't, like, to stop it right now would be suicidal. Economically speaking, it would be suicidal for Square Enix. I'm not excusing it. I'm not saying you can't ask them to. I'm saying that's why they're not doing it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not defending this at all.
Research a couple of months ago, I stumbled across a bunch of forum posts of inquisitive parents asking if their children should play FF14. And, as expected, half of the comments went, yeah, of course, such a nice community, such a nice game, and the other half were like, no, there's gooners in each major city advertising ERP in a loop. And the weird thing was, the people advising against children joining FF14 were heavily argued against in the replies. Like, I've never seen anything like that, and you won't see that unless you go looking for it.
And that's where the problem begins, because now you don't even have to look for that shit. Not because of your Mario code, not because you sing to a cell, but like just in chat. Just in fucking chat, everything has become sexual. Everything has been sexualized. Everything is about coming and, I don't know, fucking and dating and everything. And you know what? There is a time and place for everything. You can't just like... Do I have to explain this shit? Do I really have to explain this? I don't have to explain this shit.
What are you, insane? Like, why are you so adamant of keeping up the spiel of we're the nicest community on the internet, we're like a big family? Like, dude, I'm from Team Fortress 2, you can't fool me with that horseshit. I've seen where that leads, it leads to a dead community. You need to stop degenerates before they start making themselves at home, instead of just pretending that they don't exist. So anyway, this is the end of FF14. I'm not gonna make videos if they get taken down by some salaryman in a store-bought suit. That being said, I still kinda wanna make the lore videos on this other channel that I've been planning. Although now it won't be for the love of the game, now it's just ire. I'll do it so people can experience the lore without having to buy Square's product. And hey, maybe I'll save some children from being groomed by the player base that they refuse to control. Also, I do believe Square Enix has made a mistake. Instead of opening a dialogue with us or issuing a cease and desist, they instead went for YouTube's copyright system, which means, legally, we are still allowed to share the modding scene video. So viewers, in the description, you will find links to both stream and download the original video. If we do get served a legal notice from Square, we will have to take them down, so grab them while they're hot. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to throw a right hook at Square and give them...
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And I don't mean his name. Oh boy. An hour, huh? This is gonna be...
Finally, the erotic role players have been defeated, the shout spammers are blacklisted, and at last I can get some rest and never have to make an FF14 video again.
But you never showed us the modders with their titty mods.
Honestly, going in vanilla is like going into a strip club with a blindfold and earmuffs.
Modding is like glamour on crack.
Nowadays, you're just kind of expected to have mods in clubs and be in their server.
Has Anchovy ever said the N-word?
You should go back with Mare enabled so you can see the real degeneracy.
Your video was way too nice. You even spared us the mod beasts.
We have to go back. Or, well, we can't, really. Square did give us a buff that lets us mute the spammers, but they also buffed the role players by letting them kick people from their houses. And you know, if Anchovy and Chicken walked up, they'd be like...
To be fair, I'm not sure if I'm ready to watch this big one. This looks like it's gonna be a lot of topics. I can't like critique. I have some suspicions when it comes to what this guy is doing and the actual motives. I still think that it is correct that there is like oversaturation of this shit, and that it has spilled into the, let's say, more regular departments of the game, areas of the game, like excessively so at this point. But I'm not sure about what this person will say. So let's keep it to the other video for now. I'm not quite sure, like, I feel this is gonna be so entertaining to watch, and I will have like so much to say about this. Both probably against the modding community and this guy, because it does give me the vibes of a person who will go out of their way a little bit and will probably generalize dangerously about some things. To put it that way, and to put it in another way, I'm pretty sure that he's going to lump everything on one single pile, and that's something I'm not willing to do, because that's simply not how it is. It's not black and white. Like the whole modding thing, looking at a layer deeper than are mods allowed or not, looking deeper than that, okay, I'm pretty sure that this guy has lumped every kind of modding into one pile. Maybe not all of them, but when it comes to like, it's the same thing with ERP, right? And sexting / sexting, because at this point ERP has become sexting, which, yeah, that's convenient actually. But like, there are types and types, and contexts and contexts. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same. And there are people as well. So there are so many factors and variables that you can't just say, oh, ERP is degeneracy. You can't just say, if you're modding, you're a degen. You can't just say, like, it is far, far, far more nuanced than that. Far more nuanced than that. And this isn't in defense of, like, either the modding scene or this guy. It is literally, I feel that this guy, on one hand, I think both are fucking morons, because this guy, I'm pretty sure he gives me, this vibe that he's going to burn the whole forest to just, you know, root out a few fucking bad roots. Not a few, but like perhaps a lot. But like, you can't just burn the whole forest, dude. You know? Because not all of it is bad. So I'm sorry, but yeah, it's very case by case as well. And like, I know that right now it sounds like I'm defending one side, but like, yeah, on the other hand, just to be fair, all right, and to show you that basically I'm not defending one or the other, modders have literally lost their fucking minds. They're literally lost their minds at like what they're doing right now in Final Fantasy. Like, bro. And that is what I want to focus on, and that's why I don't want to watch like the whole video, but I want to focus on like what people are doing with the mods, which is what I intended to do originally, and I'm going to keep this. Alright, I'm gonna pin it here. Alright. Anyway, I'll just stop saying that. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking not say it. So, because it started by making fun of Sadiversity, who is like Australian and has this like, alright. And it kind of stuck, and it sucks anyway. So, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep this, and this watching is gonna have a sequel, and it's gonna be just about this video. But for now, I will focus on the one that I initially wanted to watch with you, or the last one of the ones that I picked for today, and it's gonna be this, and it's from the same person, and I'm pretty curious. The one that we just watched about is it safe for children? No MMO is ever gonna be safe for children. Okay, just don't be a fucking moron. All right, don't be a moron. Be a responsible parent. And if you are the child, and for some reason you are watching me, even though you shouldn't, because I am clearly 18 plus, and I think I even have it on whatever, like on YouTube, for example, I have all my videos are like marked as not suitable for children, 18 plus, all of them, every single one of my 400 videos. Okay, it's the same here. I'm telling you right now, if you're a child, fuck off, like fuck the fuck off right now. Anyway, but if you're a child and you're watching anyway and you didn't fuck off, what the fuck are you doing messing around with that shit at your age? You fucking moron. And I'm not victim blaming, just protect yourself. Don't be stupid. You know? And if you're one of the people that are honestly in risk of exposing shit like that to children, you, my friend, are the biggest moron. You're dangerous and irresponsible beyond belief, and you should ban from everywhere. Fucking mod responsibly, alright? Mod fucking responsibly, and always mod legally, and always mod morally. Alright? Again with the fucking alright anyways! You get what I'm saying? Listen to what I'm saying, that's what matters. Anyway, let's see this fucking shit, because the gossiping trollop in me, like the tavern wench in me, is just aching.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is with sadness that I come before you today. Thumbnail, nobody fucking cares. And oh, you won't believe what happened next. Wait, we're already 10 minutes into the video? Oh,
wait,
fuck,
what?
okay. It is
Did
with
I press a
sadness
button?
that I come before you today, as I have made a mistake.
You want illegal palworld Pokeball throw mod? Nice.
In fact, many mistakes. With my selfish actions, I have hurt countless people, honest and good people that did not deserve what I inflicted upon them. Therefore, I must start today's video with an apology. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I am deeply sorry. I'm sorry that this video took so long, but here we are. Welcome to the Mod Beast After Party.
Oh boy, what the fuck am I gonna watch? Okay.
Yeah, new set. Pretty cool, huh? Couldn't afford
Oh my
textures
God.
though. You know how it is with the yellow dollar sign. Tonight's show is similar to the previous blooper video. I'm gonna show you some funny comments, I'm gonna show you some funny clips. And I really am excited to show you some of these because I might just be the most divisive person on this platform. Because the feedback to the last video was either, you're the best FF14 creator.
We need to find that video. Fuck the bloopers. Where is that video, dude? Monster Party. Let's go. Where is that fucking video? You moved? That's exploring FFXIV's modding scene. It's not. It's not the same. Do you think? Nothing. Okay. Alright, so this is for next time. Fine. Alright, fine. We're going back to this. We're going back to this. Okay, apparently we can't fucking... Oh no. Oh no. It goes... I think the rabbit hole goes very deep. I think this thunder hole goes very deep.
Eorzea, the biggest world in the
Oh,
Final
no.
Fantasy universe. With almost 1,000...
The whole crusade? Yeah, I can see that. You see, that's the problem that I'm seeing with this guy. And the problem I'm seeing with this guy is that I think he's crusading. Maybe his cause is noble at heart. But crusading and witch hunting first of all, are going to yield questionable results. First of all, they're going to yield questionable results because you're looking, you're fucking looking for it. Not that he's wrong in the sense of like, yes, the problem has escalated and people have noticed, and yes, there's like a whole fucking drama around it. But crusading like that, I think is wrong, fundamentally. Let's stick. I will insist. We're sticking to my guns. Okay, all of us are sticking to my guns right now.
Start today's video with an apology. Truly from the bottom. Well, stuff.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you this on or.
Okay.
How dare.
Quite impressive how deep you go into the modding. Just insult others. It's disgusting how you treat all of them, and you therefore should be ashamed of yourself. Not the first time I've seen that crap from you. Let them be with their mods. They do not harm anyone. And if they do, the blacklist exists for a reason. We'll have to see.
You make a video like this, you disgusting pig. What the
We'll have to see. What's disgusting about it?
Did you like the video then, or? So shortly after the video came out, I was forwarded a Twitter thread, which I do believe is hidden now, because I sent it to other people and they couldn't see it. I don't know, I have no idea how Twitter works.
This...
Body. No. No.
This feels super creepy and invasive to anyone else, or just me?
The only thing super creepy and invasive is a Hrothgar fucking breeding club. I'm sorry.
I feel like entering an ERP venue
I'm sorry,
and
but that's
showing
the
it
truth.
on YouTube is a little weird, no?
Why is that weird? Is it not weird to advertise your ERP venue in Shout Chat and Party Finder? You wanted everyone to visit your venue and now they have.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I'm giving this one to the fish. I'm giving this one to the fish.
What's, like, wrong? Anyway, in the thread,
because that's also part of the problem. Like, why the fuck are you advertising? Yeah, that's a fish win. Sorry, that's a fish win.
We were luckily blessed with a statement from the owner of one of
these screenshots are amazing, by the way. Like these views are very nice, honestly.
The clubs we visited.
So Spectrum is my venue. Yes, I'm disappointed it's on that video. It's not advertised as an ERP venue as such, but it happened.
Yeah, it's not advertised as an ERP venue, but like my brother, my fairy bro, you're literally advertising breeding.
Okay, so he agrees that exposing people to erotic material in a venue not designated for it is wrong, right? He's a voice of reason in this scenario? No, he reported the video. I'm in the wrong. Can you, like, seriously though, how many reports do you think YouTube got that were just like, I invited this guy to my Final Fantasy club and he came to my Final Fantasy club? Like, what the fuck? What a weird group of people. No, but it gets even weirder.
The general attitude and the thumbnail alone scream, I have no critical thinking skills and think furries are degenerate sex freaks.
And I shit you.
Alright, this is gonna go to fish. This is gonna go to the fish. Off the bat, immediately, this goes to the fish. Listen, when your whole fucking... When 90% of, like, a demographic are, in fact, degenerate sex freaks.
You not. After reading this, I went to his profile to see what furries were at.
I don't think that's hate speech. And I don't think it's baiting. And yes, you can't lap everything together. This is what I said earlier. But literally, when 90% of the demographic are this, how can you... That crosses the limit and goes into the territory of how can you expect me to not believe that the rest 10% is also degenerate freaks? Like, it crosses into that territory, you know? And I am worried that what we're about to see or hear right now is going to be very interesting, but not in a good way. I'll have the pause button on the ready. But I'm already giving preemptively the win to fish here.
Actually like them. And, already looking promising. Oh, here's a comic.
I see. Ah. Oh. Oh my god, the cult of pregnant male Hrothgar. They have a cult. They have a cult for pregnant male Hrothgar. I'm ready for this. Oh my god.
That he's made. He's like an artist. Aura, get pregnant.
Oh god. Oh my god. What are you doing?
Pregnant. You're pregnant. I was born, and that's how. Oh no, and that's how I was born. It reads from right to left. Of course it does. Now, cool comic. I think, I'm not sure if I get the joke. I think the joke is sex. Wow, I wonder why people think furries are degenerate sex freaks. But you know what?
Oh my god, okay.
We can't conclude anything with such a small sample size. So let's check the original poster of the thread as well.
No, don't increase the sample size. Do not increase the sample size. Don't do it.
Oh, perfect. This is.
Oh, you're also outing yourself by a picture? My dude, you can't complain about privacy then. What the fuck?
This is what I do believe, a man 69ing a dog. That's really good. No, I'm glad you're publicly sharing this shit. Oh, and down here is just anal. Just furry anal. Cool. Hey, why do people think furries are degenerate sex freaks?
If I was shown in the video, I'd probably not go to venues, just for the sake of not appearing on a video again.
This is please win. My dude, you know what you're doing, and if you're ashamed of it, you should reconsider your options. I've personally not been ashamed for a single thing I've done whenever I've ERP'd or sexted or flirted or appeared anywhere in a venue, and I'm always aware that, like, by being there, I might get, like, you know, clipped in a video. I might, like, not that I'm doing anything, by the way. I barely have anything on, you know, when it comes to, like, shit. I'm pretty aware, and I know my limits, and I know, like, everything about is, like, conscious, okay? So that's a fish win again. Achievement unlocked, Guardian of Limsa. Oh my god. Yeah, he does give the vibe of a crusade, but so far he's winning.
Judging by most of these comments, if you didn't know any better, you'd assume that we, like, maliciously infiltrated a roleplay group and snuck into one of their private events. No, dude.
That's the problem, that he didn't that's the problem. Like, that's what actually makes him win this, is that, like, this is exactly what I said. There is, like, so much saturation and openness about it that there is no fucking excuse.
Every club
I'm pretty sure he would also, like, pretty sure that this guy would probably also search for it, even if it was, like, well concealed, and he would end up in one of those clubs for sure. And then he wouldn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to arguments. But honestly, when it's like this, then I'm sorry, but you done fucked up. You fucked up. That's it. You fucked up, dude. And you're spamming my chat. So fuck you 2 times.
we went to was a shout chat spam.
Yeah, if he kinda whistled his way pretending to be friends and interested in recording people, I mean, yes, it's public, they should not act surprised, it's internet, but it would not be cool. But when it is public, it's on them. Yes, precisely.
If you're gonna invite everyone, you cannot be surprised if everyone shows up. If you don't want to be seen in an ERP club, host a private ERP party. You absolute pillocks. Oh, and of course, how silly of me. How could I forget? What's this? Oh, porn. Yep. Porn yet again. Wait, this isn't porn. What the fuck? Oh no, yeah, porn. Yep, porn again. 14 were
You cannot. You cannot. You have no fucking argument. There, like nothing. You just lost everything. You just lost everything. Sorry.
werewolves, my ass. Hey, I wonder why people think furries are degenerate sex freaks.
This person isn't a Louis Theroux. The dick clearly went in with the intention of shaming everyone, and that's...
He's doing a French accent because Louis Joy is like a French server. And Thero, I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure though that it refers to, it's slang for like Therian, which is basically just a more like nuanced and like, you know, elegant or whatever way of saying you're basically a fairy.
Poor taste. Anything for content. Also funny that he doesn't have his main on LOL, because people would get him.
What?
Pure win. Sorry, pure win. That guy's a moron. I'm sorry.
What you want to do? You guys gonna jump me at FanFest? I've seen your social media profiles. Some of you couldn't jump if you wanted to.
Oof. 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 Oof.
Bro, showing people's character names even just in chat risks getting them banned.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Showing character names that can get them banned? Are you sure that you... Are you sure that's how it works? Because I think, you know, if you get caught, then you will be banned. So if you're allowing yourself to be caught, then, you know, you might get banned. There is no community at risk. You make a conscious choice. My God, these counter arguments are
most of them just
stupid.
want to have fun in a safe space. Leave them be, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, leave them be, but they're not leaving us be. It's the problem. They're not us. I don't want to pile myself with that guy, but like honestly, they're not leaving anyone be. You're advertising your shit, and you're like,
yo, asshole! The only one who should get banned is you. You have no rights to show the names from.
no, that's not true. That's also not true. Of course, you can show any name you want. I can start screaming. Wow. I can start streaming Final Fantasy now and show you Limsa, and there's gonna be players there, and I bet that they're gonna be modding, but like, I can't see it. And I'm allowed to show the names. Of course I'm allowed to show the names. I can stream any MMO I want. Anyone can. Since then, this is public, and since there is no restrictions and no failsafes and no security and no nothing, and it's just open, and you guys are saying, come here for fucking rabid fairy sex. Yeah, you're fucked, buddy. I mean, yeah, if you see things, it means you have mods yourself. Yeah, of course. Of course. That's why I said that I won't be able to see things. Yeah, okay, that is a fair argument. That is a fair argument, but still, advertising openly about getting bread in a club, yeah. Yeah. Advertising prostitution? Are you fucking for real? Like, advertising prostitution? Come to our like club and we have like prostitutes that you can hire? Bro.
Them. If you're gonna publicly humiliate people who are just trying to have fun, then maybe try censoring some names.
Also, to an extent, and this is very lawyer-like from me, but I will do it. So, you said, if you see things, you have mods yourself. No, I will counter this. Let's say that I do have mods myself, but at this point, it's not about whether or not mods in total can be banned or not. We're past that layer. We're one layer deeper when we don't care about that. So let's say that this guy does have mods, and he does read the advertisement, which is public, remember that, and he goes into the venue, and into the venue, he's gonna get a DM automatically, and you know that's how it works, Kaori. And that DM will contain the link cell ID, and then that link cell is also public at that point. As long as you walk into the club, you get the link cell, the DM. You don't have to have to get that. I can go right now and I will get a DM with the link cell information. So assuming this guy doesn't care and has mods, why would he not enter the link cell? And then that leads into the argument that he made before, that after that happens, boom, buddy, you can leave the club, go to fucking Limsa, and you might see werewolves breeding each other in a corner. And this is very lawyer-like, I admit, but it is also true. And the only counter-argument to this is, well, why did you join the link cell? Or why did you leave? And the problem with that argument, or why didn't you leave the link cell, sorry. And the problem with that argument is that, hey, it's public, it's not private, why would I leave it? I just wasn't expecting to be exposed to people fucking openly. And that's the problem that I have, where, my guy, you can't fucking get a room, or a cave, or something, or go somewhere. Why are people randomly gooning like in Limsa? You might want the link cell just to see people's glams, right? Who's to say what you want to do with that? Because they don't even ask you. They're not like, oh, if you use it and you see people fucking, that's on you and not on us. They don't even tell you anything. They tell you, hey, welcome to the club. Here is a link cell. Have fun, enjoy, watch the people, whatever. Why wouldn't you not do it? You know, if we're a layer deeper than I don't care about whether or not mods can ban me, can get me banned, I'm sorry. If we are past this layer and this conversation, this whole video assumes that you are past that layer and that this guy is also past this layer, then he's right, I'm sorry. He's actually right. Technically, he's right. It's very lawyer-like from me to say that, but he is technically right. So, at best 50-50? At best 50-50, I would say. So I don't know. If they don't announce what the venue is and don't tell you what kind of cell you're joining when you arrive, yeah, it's messed up. Nobody tells you. Nobody tells you. I've been in a billion clubs. I've gotten a billion DMs like that. Nobody fucking tells you. But some people are stupid enough to advertise even prostitution. But even when they don't advertise prostitution or, well, werewolf breeding, it still happens there. Because the owners themselves, right, they can't control what two fucking morons are doing in the corner of their club. Which is completely irresponsible because in a life club, if you try to do that, you'd get thrown out and beaten like a dog. But you can't do that in Final Fantasy because there is no security, there is nothing.
This is seriously messed up.
Thanks, you too.
LOL at GC, by the way, being in full effect in this comment section. Keep up the good fight, man.
The good fight is going around messing with other people's lives.
Nobody's messing with anyone's lives. You guys made your choices. You should have been private about it. I have nothing against fairies. I have nothing against anything. But like, if I walked out of my house and I saw, like, randomly, like literally just go for a walk, randomly, and down the street there is like two people in fursuits fucking, well, I'm not quite okay with that. Like, obviously I'm not okay with that. Nobody is. Nobody should be. Not even fairies, like just normal people. Like, dude, that's not, there's a time and place. I'm not saying, oh, don't cuddle in public. I'm not saying don't hold hands. I'm not saying anything like that. But like, if you go somewhere and two people are fucking, and I'm there and I record it, I'm messing with their lives. They are fucking messing with their lives. Like, what are you doing, dude?
Lives. Skull emoji. Disgusting behavior.
Messing with their lives. Dog, if your whole life is ERPing in Final Fantasy, you have more problems to worry about than two yobos coming in.
Yeah, of course, also that. Obviously, also that. Like, if that is like, if your whole life depends on that, on the secrecy. If your whole life depends on the secrecy of you fucking another person in an MMO, you are, holy shit, beyond first world. You're like utopia problems. First of all. And second of all, why are you so secret about it, right? I mean, what you're worried about is being exposed. Like, if you're doing it, and you're afraid of being exposed like this, then why are you doing it in the first place? As in, you know, if you're engaging in some sort of like, listen, if you're engaging, oh my god, if you're doing something illegal, if you are like, I'm not gonna say what is illegal and what not, okay? But I am gonna say, if something is illegal, and you're like, in general, right? Forget about this. In general, if you're doing something that is illegal, and for a good reason, and your only worry is getting caught, you're a bad person. Do you know that? You're a bad person. The problem isn't getting caught. The problem is what you're doing. And if you know that, if you know that getting caught is going to be trouble, you probably also know that what you're doing is illegal. You know? So if I'm selling drugs, the problem isn't whether or not I'm going to get caught. It's like I'm already doing something illegal and I know it. If I'm worried about it, I know it. You know? And I myself have dabbled in some things that some people, or maybe, find like atrocious. I don't fucking care. But never in a way that was actually legal. And that is something that I have looked into like very deeply, because exactly I was concerned not of getting caught, but whether or not I'm actually unknowingly doing something illegal. And I looked into it. I think that's what that's something basic you owe yourself to do. When your counter argument, your counterpoint is, oh, you caught me. Well, why are you hiding it? Like, if you're gonna do something, right? I'm not saying do it in public. I'm not saying anything like that. But like, if you yourself are have to ask the question, what happens if I get caught? Then you really need to consider what you're doing, because what you're doing might be legal, at least in some place in the world. And if you're in that place, you might get in trouble, right? So you should probably not be doing it. So there is no counter argument of like, oh yeah, got caught and messing with people's lives. Nobody's messing anyone's life. Like, if I was selling drugs and a guy walked in and was like, oh my god, Daphne, you're selling drugs. Like, what am I gonna say? Hey, stop messing with my life? Is that like my defense? Like, stop messing with my life? Bro.
Laughing at you.
It's not just about being banned, it's about being seen in game and people recognizing you through this vid.
I mean, yeah, of course you're gonna get recognized. You're already recognized. Like, what do you mean? Like, are you ashamed of what you're doing? Like, if you're ashamed, let's forget about being illegal. Let's take it down a notch and say ashamed, right? If you're ashamed of it, why the fuck are you doing it? Like, if you're ashamed of it, why are you doing it? Don't do it if you're ashamed of it.
Hey, big man, I've actually come up
That's
with a
not this
perfect
guy.
solution
It's not
for
the
you.
fish's
If you don't
problem.
want to
It's
be
this guy's
seen
problem.
in an ERP club, don't go to an ERP club. Remember this guy. He's actually the brainlet supreme. He's the leader of their order, and he has more to say later.
What Kikeriki said, as well as the fact that if Square Enix decided to take action against this video in the form of suspension semicolon, every name listed in this video would absolutely get a suspension as well.
I don't see the problem with people being banned for violating XIV's terms of service.
Yeah.
Mods are in a gray area. They're not specifically against TOS, no.
No? Then what the fuck is the problem? If it's not against TOS, you won't get banned, no?
Yeah, simply. Exactly what he said. If it's not against the TOS, why are you worried?
Look at this guy! And since nobody got banned, they were quick to get on with the counteroffensive. And what better way to hit back than to ignore the entire point of the video and pretend that it was a hate crime towards a minority group.
Is it just me, or does the new video by Ooboy come off as slightly homophobic? This is
100% targeted.
Feels like a person doing gay tourism to mock and paint us in a bad/weird light.
These arguments hold more water.
It's borderline rude to use this as the thumbnail because it's going to attract the homophobic
anti-weirdos.
Yeah, that is also a good. That is generally a good observation. Like some sensitivity. Like this person is just addressing some sensitivity so that like it doesn't start a whole fucking war, an unnecessary war of hatred between like people. So this last one is just cautionary, I would say, and it's actually quite correct.
The crazy thing is, I had seen his other video. He makes a lot of comments that kind of give the vibe he's bi. But it's in that way that straight guys talk.
Okay, first off, I want to point out, this guy has a full 1 minute and 49-second porn movie that he has created, pinned to the top of his Twitter profile, featuring furries having a gay orgy filmed entirely in Final Fantasy XIV. So to everyone who told me to not show ERP on the internet, get bent. Like this guy in the video. You can't see it, but there's a guy getting bent. But anyway, let's graph out exactly what was implied in the previous comments. We went to nightclubs and laughed at some modders. Now, some of these modders were ERPers, and some of those ERPers were furries, and some of those furries were gay. And because I'm a straight man, I am not allowed to laugh at gay people, therefore I'm not allowed to laugh at furries, therefore I'm not allowed to laugh at ERPers, therefore I'm not allowed to laugh at modders. That's what those comments were saying. But I might be bi, in which case I would be allowed to. Kinda, maybe, probably. I don't know. Also, using the fact that you're gay like this is some real bitch boy shit. You cannot be a coomer in public and then hide behind the fact that you're gay like some sort of shield. Gay people have worked for decades to get rid of the stigma that being gay is just like some sort of fetish. And you people are really gonna jack off to dogs and leave soiled diapers around convention centers and then go, by the way, it's fine. I'm gay. Fuck you.
Yeah, that is a huge W for the fish here. He wasn't specifically laughing at anyone's sexuality or orientation. He was laughing at literally degenerate people who, I won't even say degenerate, I will say just laughing at desperate gooners, honestly, who are so afraid of their own fetishes and their own fucking... And in some cases ashamed of what they're doing even. Regardless of what that is, I'm not even going to examine that, fuck that. Which makes it actually worth a chuckle, I'm not going to lie. For many reasons. So yeah, saying like, oh, this is homophobic, because don't use orientation and gender as a shield to hide behind, exactly because of what he said. Which is that people who are, of that orientation or preferences have worked hard to actually be legitimate and recognized and respected and have their rights and their place in the world and not be mocked by society and not be ostracized and all that shit, Everything everyone fights for. And to me, it's a double touching because, doubly touching. So, because as a trans person, whenever, I've had a fucking fight, I've had a fight to be where I am right now. changed my legal name, all that, you know, just all of that shit, all of the trouble you get into, all the inner struggles, all the external struggles, all the, you know, the journey that you do. I can't have some random gooner from a basement in the UK or something, or like somewhere in Europe, whatever. I know UK is in Europe, but I said or somewhere in Europe. You know, become completely laughingstock out of their own fault as well, and then say, "Oh, I'm not a laughingstock because I'm trans." No, no, no. 3 times no. Like no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You don't just wake up and make, "Today I'm trans." Today, you know what? Yeah, I've done nothing. I have done zero work. I have done zero anything, effort, or any fucking introspection or searching for my feelings or anything. I'm just trans. Now let me goon to you because, you know, that makes it okay. What are you like? Oh my god. So I understand what Fish is saying here.
You, man.
And I hate what the guys said to him. Like, "Oh, you're homophobic, that's why you're doing it." No, no, bro. No, sorry, but no.
Kind of fucked up to blacklist shout runners. Just mute them. Blacklisting means those players can never run a dungeon with you, never raid with you, never PvP with you. Most shout runners are just trying to earn a little gil. It's not even their club.
Maybe you were like a gifted child and you skipped all the way to high school, but we learned this on the kindergarten playground. If you annoy people, they won't want to play with you. Dude, if you're gonna fucking spam my chat and get fucked, hell yeah, queue times are gonna be longer. Why not, like, here's an idea, I'll solve all of your problems. Before you become a venue ad spammer, just type this into Google. What do people think about venue ad spammers FF14 Reddit? Let's see what comes up. Stop venue shout spam. The spam comes across as desperate. People spamming ads on FF14. It's more annoying than the occasional RMT. Nightclub spam and shout. Yeah, it's super annoying. The ad spamming every minute in Limsa is a little ridiculous. Useful term filters to block venue spam. All it's doing is making me dislike them. Square needs to do something about clubs. Annoying club spams. Should I fucking go to page 2 or is the message clear? Unbelievable, dude.
Man made a thumbnail with every gay trope and then put yuck on it and wants to say it isn't homophobia. Embarrassing.
Gay tropes in the thumbnail, huh? Alright, let's analyze. Here's the thumbnail. What here?
Ah. I don't think the yak is for their sexual orientation. I don't think that's what the yak is for. I think there is other things that the yak is there for.
Here is a gay trope. Is it the muzzle? Are you saying that gay people wear muzzles? Why? Because they're animals? Because they need to shut up? I think muzzles are like a dog trope. Is it the chains around the neck? Is that a gay trope? I don't know, man. I think the thumbnail has a lot of degenerate sex freak furry tropes. And hey, let me clue you in. To 99.9% of the people in the entire world, when they see an image like this, they say yuck. This is sexualization of animals. Don't twist it into something that it's not. And you wanna know why I used it as the thumbnail? It's because it's symmetrical. It's something that we ran into in the video that happened to look good for the thumbnail. That's it. There's no psyop, there's no dog whistle, there's no like brainwashing scheme to turn people homophobic. It's a thumbnail. Nobody fucking cares. And oh, you won't believe what happened next. Wait, we're already 10 minutes into the video? Oh, fuck, okay, I'm gonna be quick. Here's all the fucking comments that this guy made, and...
Oh my god. They try to make lol cows out of communities. You're not a community, you're just a bunch of like really freaky fucking gooners. You're not even a community, you're hiding behind a community, which is a gay community apparently in this case, which is not honest at all. That is dishonest. And cling to a crumb of relevance when the truth is they're talentless. Why are you attacking the person? How do you know they're talentless? The fish's video is kind of like well edited, I'm sorry. Like, and even so, that is not even the question. It's not homophobic, it's euphobic. Stop hiding behind LGBTQ and try to distance. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Sorry.
Here, I'm gonna slide in his Twitter account. Here's furry porn number 1, furry porn number 2. Okay? And when I scroll up, here's a selfie. Yes, his online social media presence consists of 1, posting selfies, 2,
Excuse me, how come? How fucking dumb? Alright, how dumb must you be? That you're posting about, like, oh, you're naming and shaming, oh, this. When you have clearly left a breadcrumb that my grandmother could Google successfully within 1 minute and find your face among myriads of posts of you engaged in, like, fucking low-key bestiality, I guess. I won't even call it that because it's like virtual, so I'll just say in low-key, like freaky goonery anyway. I'll call it that way. When you yourself have left that crumb trail, like, you know, which leads there, how can you then complain that, like, I don't get it. It's
using his philosophy degree to shout into the wind about world issues. And 3, hardcore furry smut. Now everybody point and laugh.
yeah, let's call it hardcore furry smut. All right, fair enough. That's a good term.
Ha 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 ha. And goodbye. Have fun guarding the Snape grass spawn. And now, finally, let me introduce you to the juicy patty in the middle of this video. I actually wasn't even gonna make a Mod Beast After Party video, but this changed everything. On Friday morning, September 27th, I received a very interesting email from the YouTube legal team. It was a notice about a privacy complaint that had been filed against my video. If you're not familiar, privacy complaints are for when identifiable information about you that is not readily available online is published on YouTube. For example, your legal name, phone number, address, government ID number, etc.
Okay.
Someone submitted a privacy complaint because their MMO character was in a video.
That would only happen if that character's owner can easily be connected, as I said before, to the character, and therefore to the activities that they're engaging in when playing as that character, which is entirely their fault. And if they're ashamed of that, why are they making it easy? And why are they posting their shit and correlating their accounts and their fucking identities? And if they have to hide that, then shouldn't they be, like, introspecting about whether or not it's intelligent to do something that makes you feel ashamed in a bad way? Because yeah, sure, there's a good way to feel embarrassed or, you know, to feel ashamed, but like kind of like hee haha, you know, XOXO. But these guys seem to be legitimately embarrassed, which means that, like, why are you doing it then? Like, even regardless of, like, what is hardcore, whatever smart, if it's like, if you're doing something that embarrasses you, well, why are you keep doing it? Why do you keep doing it? And how is that, like, this guy's problem? How is it, like, the fish guy's problem?
I can't fucking believe it either. Who did this? No, genuinely, who was it? You're an insane person. How are you so unbelievably lost in the sauce that you think showing your MMO character in a video is a privacy violation?
That is even actually worse. That is actually even worse, to be honest. Look. Alright, so here it is. Here it is. In an MMO, like, you can stream MMOs. Nothing is stopping you, except for your own courtesy, which you can extend if you choose to. If somebody tells me, I personally don't want to appear on your streams, I will make the choice to not stream when they're there. But that is a courtesy that I'm extending to them. Legally, as well as morally, I am not obligated to follow the request because they are in a game which I can stream or make a video about, and they might appear. I might even talk about them. It's not illegal and it's not immoral. I can simply choose to be sensitive to their desire to not be included or shown or named, and I will respect that, but that's my personal choice. And in fact, I will take it a step further and say that, like, by default, I personally assume that everyone visible on my screen at the moment of streaming consents to being there by virtue of being there. That's it. There's nothing else to say. Like, if I am not explicitly told, I don't want you to stream me, and trust me, I'm not gonna go around asking everyone that appears on my screen every time, I will assume that everything is cool, you know? So this privacy violation is rubbish. It is absolute rubbish. Unless, in the terms of service of the game specifically, is stated that you are not allowed to stream the game, or that, like, if you do, you should have your nameplates turned off, for example. Because I've seen that. I've seen that somewhere. I don't remember where, but there's been like an MMO or something. I don't even remember. It's not recent, so I don't really have it fresh in my mind, but I remember seeing like you agree that if you're going to stream like blah blah, then you're not gonna have like names or some shit like that. It is some blurry memory that I might be actually wrong. But the most likely possibility here is that it wasn't me who was like looking at the TOS, but like somebody was showing it to me and going like, oh, you know, lol, look at that. But I can't remember details. But yes, it is something I have seen actually. And anyway, by default, if there is no such instruction, which to my knowledge there isn't about Final Fantasy, this privacy complaint is rubbish. As for showing their Twitter account, whatnot, I could just now go on Twitter and randomly show you the accounts of like 50,000 people, and I would not be in violation of anything, so I'm not quite sure what the fuck is going on there.
This is crazy. Wow. And that's it for the He Who Laughing at Comments part. We're gonna get on with the bloopers right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, Damu the Fudgeman.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you know what the fuck's up.
Yo.
Come on, show me yours.
Hold on.
Someone's fighting a big guy over there.
He's losing, he's running away.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Sprout, and he's like, no, he died.
Really?
Yeah.
Do I have resurrect? He's gone. What the fuck?
He's trying again, I think. Let's go help him.
What? Oh shit. He's
Oh
dead.
no.
He's dead.
Clap.
No.
Are they really just 3 people trying to kill this level 12 ass Gobu?
Let's help. Oh, shit, I'm in tank.
We're destroying him. I'm destroying. He's gone. Okay, well, you're welcome. What the fuck?
But the guy that died twice too wasn't even there.
Oh, dude, this is good cover actually. Yeah, I'm not a new player. Look at that. You ever seen anything like that before?
God. Oh my god.
Well, I'm not a new guy either. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's my favorite football player.
Huh?
You got a mount?
Okay.
I got another mount. 3 mounts.
Zack Soldier.
What?
That is the manliest manly name I've ever seen for a Sprout over there. Zack Soldier. Damn, Captain America.
I think you could have taken a
Cool.
chocobo.
Really?
I think so.
Zack
No, I
Soldier.
haven't taken one in like 10 years. I don't remember like how to do it.
I've never taken one.
Oh, here's one. Bring the ruckus. How are
Damn.
there so many like characters running around this world today?
Yeah.
It's 9/11.
It's called 9/11.
My Disney in the
Where are these people? Do you think you can get banned for 9/11 name?
We make,
That combo was bad. That combo was bad. That was strong.
Called 9/11 and like dress up as Suicide Bomber.
I thought you were going to say
Amazing.
dress like the Two Towers. I was like, yeah, maybe if we can make it work, that's kind of funny. Oh shit, should we do our adventure plates?
Maybe. Well, can this be funny or should it be serious?
Oh no.
I think it's gonna be funny.
Okay, is mine good?
Is mine good? What the fuck? This guy's 100% taking a screenshot of us right now to like share on Discord. Like, hey, look at these two nerds I ran into.
Okay, fair enough.
I left this segment out of the video due to time constraints, but ever since the Underbelly video, I've received comments that people in the clubs aren't actually AFK. They're all in a big Discord voice chat having fun and
Yeah, that is true. They're not AFK. It's true.
socializing and playing games. So this time, now that I had access to their Discord channels, I went through and tried to find people who were in a voice chat. You wanna know how many I found?
None. So they're actually AFK? Okay, that's new to me. Oh my god. So what are you doing there?
Zero.
Well, what are you doing in there then?
Voice chat. Today's message is a heavy one for us to write down on several levels. Things have happened in the last 48 hours that cannot be ignored and treated with silence. There are rules and even laws that oblige us to adopt a stance and speak up, so we decided to do it as a squad.
Okay.
Ella's squad is now terminating any relationship or prior agreement with the Brat Club.
Wait, what? Oh no. Wait, what? I have been fucking yelling about this for fucking years. I have been telling you this for years. Of course it's a post about disassociating with fucking cults of Lalafell who are just literally played by PDF files. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. No. Even the gravity of the act that was witnessed and the strict rules put in place by Endless Nights when the venue community was developed, Ellison Squad is now terminating any relationship or prior agreement with Bratty Faye. Oh no. Not just for what was done, but for her unapologetic attitude and even her displayed pride. Oh my god. The Brat Club, for their public stance on the matter and their policy regarding their public sing-cell, goes against all principles and values shared with the club. Listen, oh my god. We all know what went down there. We all know what the fuck went down there. I told you.
What does this mean?
That is creepy.
Who's the Ellison Squad? Who's the Brat Club?
And yes, Ellison Squad is kind of funny. Hashtag Ellison Squad. Especially in the context of like an ERP breeding nightclub. But I cannot like laugh because I know very well what drove the Ellison Squad to part ways with the individual named, the FC named there. Because it's in the name, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly what kind of activity was ongoing there, and that's not funny. That's not funny at all.
And here's a big guy.
Oh my fucking god. God, fucking his like chains
my
around his arms.
I know he's fucking.
His pose. So he's ready to receive.
I don't know what he's doing.
But this lady.
I know what he's doing. We just can't see what this person is doing modded. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she's not just dancing. Let me tell you that
in
much.
front of him, like, wouldn't even
I'm
reach his
pretty
dick.
sure
That's
she's
how
not
tall he is.
dancing.
Also, he's holding like a, what is that? Like a keyboard?
Actually, yeah. What is that? Oh, oh. Okay. All right. Okay.
What the fuck?
What does it say?
Nice.
What is that? What is this?
Oh my god, what's going on?
Oh, it's NPCs. Okay, I thought it was fucking
Jesus, that scared me as well.
players running formations out there.
LARPing.
Yo, the bar guy is making a drink. Look at him.
I mean, to be fair, isn't that like a default emote? To be fair, I think it is, right? Wait, I unlocked this the other day from the Golden Saucer. I think Kaori told me how to get it.
Yo, that's nice, man.
Right? Isn't that like the emote? I'm pretty sure I have like an emote that like shakes, and that's like vanilla. That exists. I'm pretty sure.
Grabs a hurricane glass, fucking Lamborghini.
No, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually sure that I have it. And yeah, it is new because when Kaori showed it to me, I was like, damn, where do I get it? And Kaori said like at the saucer. I'm pretty sure. I was missing 2 emotes, the shaker and the watering thing, and I got both of them. If your boobs are bouncing like that, you will suffer. Like legitimately, you will suffer. So even what is that person doing there? Is that like a pair of legs? Is that legitimately just a pair of legs? I don't want to know, dude. I don't want to know.
Absolutely more crazy dance here. Look at this move. Look.
Oh.
Oh.
What is this?
Okay, that looks goofy as fuck. Holy shit.
What the fuck? Do you see on the stage the dancers?
Uh-huh.
Do you see everybody like doing the same dance and then there's just one person like having their moment up there?
She's going hard. She was going hard, I approve.
Do you see fucking
there? The fucking posture there. Come on, dude. Oh my god, the pop. Oh.
I do. Holy shit. Why is this chest so big?
I don't know what's going on.
Look at yours.
Shut up, man.
God, you got some honkers on you.
This I will never understand. Why is it so popular right now for like male models to have like man boobs, but like presentable man boobs? Is that like a new kind of like trend right now? What the fuck is going on? Because let me tell you, this is hormones level for sure. I know because I've been on that stage early in my transition. This is like, is this like some kind of new fetish where you just have only the boobs, but you're like male completely, but just your boobs are like, I've seen it in some Twitters and shit, and on shitpost XIV when they like share some mod beasts and all that, and I don't know. Is it just that the model is horrible? Is it some new male model, male body model that is actually completely horrible, or is it like a fetish or something? I don't fucking know. I hope it's the first one, but at the same time, I don't care enough to find out. But if it's the first one, yeah.
Can you find like the shortest woman here? There's the shortest woman with
okay.
The tiniest skirt and the biggest hips.
Oh, this.
Yeah, you're.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. It's very cursed if you like examine her. Not that she like keeps her height, but her other mods go away.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is the I need to pee dance.
Yeah, I need to pee dance? Okay,
I want
cool.
to show you something. Originally, this clip was just me complaining about clubs having invalid Discord invites, but later I noticed what was happening in the background. Look at this. This guy walks up to someone. Hello, I'm your waiter for tonight. Can I show you our menu and maybe I can serve you something? And then let me speed it up. Nothing. Nothing, dude. That guy already had his cock in his hand and a ball gag in his mouth. I feel so sad for this person. Imagine joining a club and...
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was sad for the waitress. I get secondhand embarrassment when I see that. I've seen this happen in a couple of clubs, like where the waitress is, trying to be RP friendly and just, you know, ask for drinks and such, and they get no response.
Thinking there's gonna be
And then they just kind of like stand there. It's like,
actual roleplay, and then nobody talks to you. Anyway, Club's not making sure their info is correct remained an issue. Check it out. Okay, Jean-Claude.
There's nobody here.
Really? Is this not... It might not be open.
Hello?
They should have, you know what, it would be better edited if it had like fucking Grand Theft Auto music.
Are you serious, dude?
This is very empty, my friend.
I'll take the fucking ad down from the website, dude. What is wrong with these people?
I've also encountered quite a few clubs that are advertising on the Party Finder, but if you go, it's just empty. And it's pretty curious to me.
It open now until 1 AM. I'm joining their Discord. I don't know, the club owner is fucking playing Minecraft, so...
Okay.
Nice,
So
good
I'm
job.
gonna keep it...
I never join any Discords or any link cells or any sync cells or any fucking other kind of cells. I just exist and mind my own business, and I just have my own Spotify list, and I just vibe there with a soft drink, and then I log out in apathy because nothing ever happens, and like, you know, finding someone that you can actually genuinely talk with and have a conversation and like, you know, yeah, sure, have a flirt as well, but most of all, just engage in something meaningful is 1 in a million to happen. And even if it does happen, you usually have this high chance that it's going to fade away after a couple of days. And also a high chance that if you're not looking specifically for ERP, you're probably going to get like ignored or turned down or whatever. It's also one of the reasons why whenever I would, like the last couple of times that I went to a club in Final Fantasy and talked to people, I wouldn't open with anything that is like flirty per se, unless I could help it, which has been the case a couple of times. I had to remark, you know, I have to flirt. I'm just flirting in general, but I do make like huge efforts because I don't want to start any like, you know, quick time event, let's put it that way. And I just want to genuinely just engage a person. And that has been like my couple of last attempts at logging into Final Fantasy and just doing that. And they have been fruitless completely, except one person. But that might also dim, I guess, because that's what happens. And I'm just like, I don't want to jinx it, and I don't want to like, you know, sound pessimistic, but like, yeah, I have my worries, you know. And also, I don't really have the strength anymore. I don't have the fucking stamina anymore. Because every time I log in, not to flirt, but specifically to log into Final Fantasy, because every time I do, I just get this urge to maybe start again, and then the reasons why I stopped hit me in the head like a fucking truck, and I just stand there depressed looking at my character, which I miss playing as. And I'm like, damn, get me the fuck out of here. And I get fucking depressed.
Bit real with you, I don't know who owns this club. None of the people with the icon next to their name have like club owner in their search info.
Also, just as a... I would say in defense of this fish guy, but I will say in general, right? If you're in an environment like this, and you see a person like this, okay, you can't not understand that something fishy is going on. No pun intended. Actually, fuck it, pun was intended. You can tell. And if Oh Boy is doing this on purpose, or Limbs and Anchovy, I guess, as is his in-game name, that is actually good on them, because they show discreetly that they're gonna fuck around, you know? They show discreetly that they're just gonna mess around, honestly. So, you know, whenever I see people like dressed outlandishly like that in a club and not giving a fuck, I usually know that they might clip it, they might like, you know, which to me is nothing, like I don't care about that shit, fucking clip me, make me famous, bitch. And I got nothing to hide or be ashamed of, but like, you know, it's I do understand that that person might just be making fun or whatever, you know. It's normal, I guess, to assume
I don't
that.
know who to tell that they have the wrong fucking address on the thing.
I mean, you know, find a different person in here. Let's go, challenge, right? Come on, dude. Find the obvious, I came here just to look. I mean... Can I get a pic with you? Yes. Nice, yeah, okay. I would also get a pic.
Heck, I need help.
Oh, okay.
Fucking people know me, they're taking pictures with me, they want selfies.
Dude,
Trying to find out who the fucking owner is, these guys are all like...
I'm coming. Oh, I lost the house. Where is it? Is it?
It's the other, like, big one. You lost the house.
Keep in mind that the general decline in population can be felt in the clubbing scene, for sure.
You're out in like a foreign neighborhood walking
It
around like
can be
I don't
felt.
remember what party was at.
Yeah.
People are out walking their dogs, you're out there with like a beer bottle. Like, dude, I don't know where I'm going. Hey, been there, brother.
I'm asking this guy.
I'm telling them they have the wrong address. At this point, this is like the 9th club that I found.
I've also done this, like, you know, whenever I would see that they have like the wrong address or that it's closed, I'm like, hey, you're advertising Party Finder, but your club is closed. And the guy usually goes like, oh, shit, you know, I should change the hours on the site or something. And I'm like, yeah, no problem, whatever.
That has the wrong address.
Jesus.
We do? Space question mark? What do you mean we do? What do you think I'm lying? What do I look like a person that's lying? Okay, I give it to my head. That's like the... Whenever someone tells me to remember something, I'll say that. Okay, I'll give it to my head. He'll take care of it.
I mean, he obviously meant to the head manager or whatever, the staff head or whatever. Okay. No need to
Another
nitpick
cut
that
segment
part,
that was
bro.
going to be part of the video was me attempting to find tattoos that I like. And I spent quite a lot of time...
Yeah, good luck. Everyone is like full of tattoos at this point. Like, I don't know when this became a trend, but like everyone is inked up to the fucking to the top of their head. Like, it's
running
crazy.
around looking at people's tattoos. And in...
It's crazy to the point. Yeah, but to be fair, this is vanilla. By the way, this is vanilla. By the way. But to be fair, I find it, like, to the degree that people ink their characters, let's say, I find it so fucking distracting and it makes me dizzy looking at them. Like, so many fucking tattoos. Like, relax, bro. Relax, fucking edgelord.
In the end, I
Chill.
did actually find ink that I liked. And I cannot show it to you. Because they're fucking naked. Yeah, good segment. I'm glad I spent time recording this shit. Okay. What? What was that?
What?
What was that? Oh my god, there's a large lass up there.
Is there?
Aren't there 2 DJs?
Yes.
What the hell is that about?
I don't know.
Oh, the cat's here. Say hello, cats.
Okay.
Oh, white boy.
Hey, white boy.
What is that supposed to be? It's flying too fast. Oh, they're horse cocks, I see. They're throwing horse...
Oh my god, no! No! I love the reaction, like, there is something flying in the air. Oh, it's horse cocks. I see. Welcome to Final Fantasy. Used to be Welcome to Skyrim, now it's Welcome to Final Fantasy, bitch. Get a flying horse cock.
Horse cocks at people.
Oh my
That's
god.
really good.
Okay. This lady, man.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. The fuck?
Oh my god, look at those guys.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah. Congrats.
That is unfortunate.
No, it was just failure.
Oh fuck, now we're in the mistake triangle.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I'll sacrifice myself. Good luck.
The fuck is that? What the fuck was that?
I heard Amarot looks better now as well. Oh.
Oh no.
So yeah, this is really good.
Oh no.
This is next gen as fuck. Yo, shout out to this guy. Someone walked up to me in game to compliment my video, and this guy just like pretended to be Dak. Look at him. Wow, nobody's complimented my voice before. Yeah, they still haven't. He's fucking wearing that shit on his sleeve. Fucking stolen valor, dude. Who the fuck are you? Oh, what the fuck? What happened to you? Holy fucking shit, dude. Finally a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Wee.
A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Oh no.
What the fuck? It's the grapes. Oh my god, it's the grapes. What is that? What is this? This is AI generated. It fucking has to be. What sort of fucking turntable is this? Dude, 3-armed aliens would spin mad Bob chains on this. Yo, I was looking through AI voices to use in the next video, and when you preview them, they say a pre-made line, kinda like, I am an AI voice best used for book narration. And it's like really formal. But then I found Young Jamal. You gotta check out Young Jamal.
Young Jamal? What the fuck? What kind of description is that?
What's good, bro?
So I was playing one night and I went to Mordona for some reason, and I saw a bunch of people lined up on mounts, and one of them whispered me like, hey, we're waiting for a friend who's about to like finish the main story and we want to surprise them with this like mount line. Do you want to join us? And I was like, yeah, I got a couple of minutes, I'll fucking hang out here, whatever. 1 hour later. 1 hour. And they finally show up. Look, there they are, they just finished the MSQ, and immediately, internet cut out. And they couldn't get back online. An hour, dude.
Oh my god. Okay.
An
Fair
hour.
enough.
Anyway, that's the end for tonight. Make sure to tune in next time when we go bully the North American ERPers. Take care, everyone, and good night.
No. I can't with his face, honestly. I can't with his mask.
Oh, my head. What the fuck?
Wow, no. No. Just shut up with that. Shut up with that shit.
Hey Rasta, I bashed my noggin. Can you call an ambulance?
An ambulance. Limitless possibilities lay before you, and you ask for an ambulance? What you need, ooh boy, is a change of pace. A change of timeline.
No.
Listen, I'm really fucked up. I'm gonna need like an MRI or something.
Aren't you tired of squirreling with ERPers? What if I offered you a chance to go back? Back to playing Overwatch with your friends.
Oh, no.
I didn't even have Shadowplay on. Can you do it again?
Dude, what the fuck, bro?
Thank you. Thank you. Got the clip. No.
Oh, sorry. Let me see what other timelines I have to offer.
Oh wait, check this out. I brought like a penguin. Yo! Yeah, go from the other side. I'm distracting him. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Go, 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 go.
That's my favorite Zack Snyder movie. Yeah.
God! Oh.
Alright, that's all off topic, so I don't care about it. Oh god, I don't know if I have the patience to watch the 1 hour video next time. I got the point, I think, and I think you also got the point. Yeah. To tell you the truth, at one point I was considering the idea of taking you with me on a club stroll in Final Fantasy, like, you know, maybe before my subscription ran out or whatever, and just see what we see and find what we find, I guess, as a vanilla Mikote, which I am. And you know, just whatever. But I think not. Not after all of this. Jesus. And not to make fun of anyone or to like or anything malicious, just genuinely go out and relax somewhere and put some music on and just chat on stream and just relax, you know. But I think maybe not after all this. I don't know. It's kind of killed the hype a little bit. But whatever. So with this and that, I think we've reached the end of this stream, and I think I have fulfilled my duties to you for my Monday stream. What I will close with is to just say that again, like to just like cement in your head. I have nothing against ERP and nothing against their peers, and my line of thinking is that as long as something is legal and moral, it's fine. And as long as you're not like literally shoving it in people's faces, you're fine. And beyond that, it becomes a problem, I would say. So, you know, mod responsibly and be a responsible modder if you do. I'm not saying that you should, but if you are, then I hope you know not to be a fucking moron. And yeah, what else can I tell you? It is a problem, obviously. It does make, to the degree that this is happening publicly, it does make the game look at best as bad as infested with bots, where, you know, if you go into an MMO, there is nothing more immersion breaking or annoying as fuck as to read like selling gold or whatever the currency is, and selling accounts and like selling clears and all that shit. And you know, advertising a club is already up there, definitely, in terms of annoyance, as well as obviously advertising prostitution and other stuff like that is so cringe, honestly. So I don't know. I don't know. I would also say don't, like, if you, I think the takeaway is don't do stuff that you're ashamed of, no matter what that is. Like, maybe it's something that no one else is ashamed of, maybe it's something that everyone else is ashamed of. But if you're ashamed of, that's what matters. Why are you doing it? You know, just don't do it. Or if you feel like it's something you need to keep hidden, then you probably need to question yourself about why you're doing it in that case. Because it might be legal and moral, but if you are not comfortable doing it, nobody's forcing you. So why do it, you know? And then why feel outraged if it's exposed? And I think that is like more general than just like Final Fantasy, honestly. And of course, you know, there are cases where if you know it's illegal and that you need to hide it, and you're still engaging in it, then, well, I think that you are a very dubious person in that case, of dubious morality and whatever else. And I think those are the important takeaways. And don't try to hide behind like communities who have fought hard to be where they are. Don't appropriate them, or rather misappropriate them. And don't hide behind them. Just own your shit, you know? Yeah. What else can I tell you? That's the takeaway, really. There's nothing else to say. It wasn't, I'm gonna be honest with you, it wasn't such a crusade or witch hunt that this guy started, as I was fearing in the start. He seemed pretty tame in what he did and showed. Of course, I didn't watch the 1 hour video, but everything else that he did and showed was fair game, like absolutely fair game. So yeah, I don't know. Under the circumstances, it was absolutely fair game. There is no doubt about it. So yeah. Okay, well, it's been a pleasure. And the pleasure will continue tomorrow with Elden Ring. And I will be using my camera because, yes, I have to get used to it, I know. So, and Elden Ring helps with that because I can forget that's turned on. And so it's an immense help to me, to get in, towards getting used to it. And I mean, in general, I'm having a good time right now in Elden Ring. It's interesting to go down into that weird cave where I am and just see whatever the fuck we encounter. It's nice that it's an area that I haven't explored. I haven't been there before. And now that I'm finally leaving the annoying and, like, honestly, at this point, did you start and have done all the weird stuff, like, kill Godric and all the other shit that I have done during co-op where I didn't contribute much and was getting carried, or in my other attempt where I had to stop playing because I was just getting infuriated at that point. This one is rolling a lot more pleasantly, and it's nice to see new places, and it's also nice to feel more like, competitive, I would say. Competitive as in I can, like, not die in one hit from everything. Those kind of moments are probably the best part of Elden Ring. Let's see what fucked up place we find there. Yeah, it's literally one of the things that I had said even in my previous playthrough, even though I still prefer it in Skyrim. I still do. I still prefer it in Skyrim. I still go like, oh, let's go in that cave, see what's in there. But Elden Ring does that as well. Just the graphics are a bit more disagreeable with me, I guess. And I feel the visual storytelling is a bit weaker in Elden Ring because they're just basically empty caves that look pretty. I will make this comparison. I will say that Skyrim has this kind of, like, same feeling that Guild Wars does, where the world feels lived in, You might go in a cave and it will have, like, these small details that basically tell you what has happened there without any, like, obscurities, like, or whatever. It's like, or abstractness, I guess, not obscurity, but abstractness. You can see, like, somebody was staying there, there's a bedroll, there's, like, tiny things like that, details. It's nice storytelling, and then you see a skeleton and you're like, oh, that's the owner of that, and then next to them they have a book, and you read the book and there is something, and maybe it starts a quest, and it's very organic. Whereas, for example, in Elden Ring, it's like, oh yeah, let's go into that cave, and sure, it's a nice cave, but there's nothing there, honestly, that is, like, triggering thoughts in my head. I don't think... I mean, in the ant nest, right? I was like, okay, that's an ant nest, whatever. It's monstrous ants, and they have made this cavern system like their home, and they have a queen and whatnot. All right, cool. And that's the most I can make out of it. There's no other element of storytelling. It's just a cave, and it's infested with ants, and that's pretty much it. And there's nothing else to do there. So, and a lot of the props feel very random. Like, you go into a room and it just has coffins and coffers full of, like, items, and then you just, like, go like, okay, whatever, because it leads nowhere. Always leads nowhere. I think the most I got from visual storytelling like that was when I went down into the cave, and there was the carcass of that deer, that monstrous deer or whatever it was, and then I figured I had to fucking light up the braziers, and when I did, it kind of, like, sucked me into its death world, where I killed its spirit, and that was a nice bit, I guess. But everything else feels so fucking random. Like, entering that throne room and there's, like, a giant skeleton there on the throne, and then suddenly I get jumped by, like, a femme lizard, and then I kill it, and that's it. And I'm like, okay. And I mean, my mind can be like, who is that skeleton? Why is he sitting there? But there is no, like, there are no hooks, you know. There are no hooks for your mind to get hooked on and be like, this might be this and that, and it has maybe this significance. No, nothing. It's a random. It's a cool visual. It's a cool visual, but there is nothing behind it. It's just a huge skeleton room. That's it. Whatever. Nobody gives a fuck. Not even the developers, I guess. Do they even know who the fuck that is? Even they don't know who the fuck that is. They definitely don't care if we know. And that kind of like, I wouldn't say it breaks my immersion, but I will say it definitely breaks my connection with the game world. Like the most intriguing thing I've seen so far in Elden Ring, where my brain just starts thinking, is when I see these processions of like these carriages, who are drawn by giants, and they have like this retinue behind them, and my mind is going like, who even, why are they drawing that carriage, and where is it going, and where did it come from, and who employs such a retinue, and like, but there are no definite answers. There's nothing there. It's just like whatever. I probably have to look at 20,000 different external sources to even understand the basics of what I'm saying. And at that point, my mind goes like, whatever. Narnia time. Who the fuck cares? Just kill some stuff, take their souls, level up, whatever the fuck. I don't care. You know, that's the thing. That's the problem I have so far. I think the area with the sunken city, close by the academy, I think that kind of triggered some thoughts. I was like, oh, this looks like it was part of the rest of the city on a raised plateau, and then that plateau collapsed because of the waters underneath, maybe eating at the foundations of the rock, and then maybe it collapsed, or maybe there was a war and it collapsed from, like, I don't know, trebuchets or something. I don't know. That's as far as my mind goes in Elden Ring. And I find it annoying because that's where my engagement comes from usually with games. It doesn't come from reading a book. It doesn't come from talking to an NPC who is talking like fucking the Riddler from Batman. Like, oh, yeah, I see in front of you the mountains of fate in the two fingers of the lusty femgod. Or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, lady. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Or the blacksmith going like, oh, I am in service to the Tarnis. And I'm like, yeah, just fix my weapons. Like, whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, whatever. So, I hate that. Whereas in Skyrim, it's like you go somewhere, you see people talking to each other, and they have their own little stories. And provided this is with mods, of course, but still though, the basis is there, and the mods just got slapped onto that and like expanded it. Whereas in Elden Ring, you could slap on all those mods and it wouldn't work because there's nothing there to work on. There are no like NPCs that are interesting. Nobody has a schedule. The whole land just doesn't feel like it's lived in ever. It feels like completely unnatural, and like even the castle just seems so abstractly designed, where the only thing that makes sense is like its location, kinda, you know, it looks like a fortified location, sure, but does it look like people could live there? No way. There's no way. So I don't know what to tell you. It's just I'm enjoying it, but it's like a surreal journey. So typically like Final Fantasy, where you see set pieces and not an actual lived-in world, and the set pieces can be impressive, but they still don't look alive, or they don't look lived in. There's nothing there. Except in the case of Elden Ring, it is far more surreal, and it has like this alien feeling, which is kind of threatening. So they've kind of nailed that. Like just being in those lands feels like you don't belong there. It feels literally like you stumbled in there and you just don't belong there at all. And everything works strangely, but without any logic or rhyme or reason or following any fucking rules or anything. It's just so abstract. It's like you stepped into a painting. And I have a sensation that was the intention, basically. which fair enough if it was, but also at the same time there is only so much fucking abstract nonsense I can actually take. Abstract concepts and stuff like that intrigue me for about half an hour. You know, they intrigue me about 10 minutes to half an hour. Whereas, for example, an actual world, a living, breathing world like modded Skyrim can provide, that shit, I can fucking lose myself in that for hours. I can just fucking trip to that shit, you know? Because it's like you're transported to another reality, which is real enough to kind of like hook you there, you know? And you're like, damn, I want to explore. This is cool. And the familiarity that you feel makes you feel welcome in that world somehow. Whereas in Elden Ring, and I'm pretty sure this was the intention. I'm pretty sure in Elden Ring you feel like an outsider completely. It feels like you're not supposed to make sense of anything, and you're just supposed to like kill stuff and until you just, I don't know, find the golden finger or something. I don't even know, like the dildo of Godhood or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, why am I even doing this? Why the fuck am I even doing it? What are my motives as a character? It's certainly not to make a life there, because there's no life to make. Whereas in Skyrim, you could just say, fuck it, I'm just here to make a life. Let me use a custom house, let me pick a custom start, and that's me making a life there. Like, I'm a hunter in the wilds. I'm a mercenary, come over the border, making money, getting a house, and then populating it with books, and calling my friends over, and I don't know, and then going on an adventure, and it's nice. It's nice, you know, and there is also an underlying story, and there are underlying side quests, and it's nice to complete them. And whereas in Elden Ring, it's like, whatever, you just ended up in the most impossible place. Geographically, how the fuck did I even start at that church? Like, how the fuck, from where did I go in there? Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't even know. What are my motives? Like, what am I doing there? Why am I in these lands? Like, what the fuck? Why don't I just fucking leave? What do I care? Where are these lands even? Like, are they their own dimension, or like what? I don't fucking know. Nobody told me anything, and I don't mean you guys. I mean like the game. It doesn't tell you anything. It's just like, oh yeah, there is this tree, and I think there is like something we need from the tree, a ring, fingers. I don't fucking know, dude. I honestly don't know. So my brain has to feel the rest, and that is like something that my brain doesn't want to do. I don't want to have to create a story. I want the story to be there so I can actually live it, you know? And I feel that in that like on that level, I think Elden Ring fails completely, and that's where basically I started seeing it as a platforming game. Like, for instance, you play Castlevania, right? Doesn't matter how well the castle of Dracula is gonna be designed. It doesn't fucking matter, because it doesn't make sense. Like, they can design it in a pseudo logical way, but it doesn't make sense because it's not 3D. So, you know, some concessions have to be made for gameplay with the arrangement of the rooms and the stairs and what you have to jump at, and like, you know, because it's a platformer. And it's the same with Elden Ring. It's like literally just a platforming game. You just, you know, you find enemies, you kill them, you progress, and you reach a tree, and then something will happen. Like that's all I care about. I don't even know why the bosses are pissed off at me. Hell, I don't even know why the soldiers are trying to kill me, or even are they human or not. I don't fucking know if they're human. I don't know if anyone is human, like, or whatever. Like, I don't fucking know anymore. And so yeah, that's why I'm clinging so hard to my headcanon in Elden Ring. Which my headcanon is basically fine, you know, suspension of disbelief. I entered those lands, found a church, I'm a confessor, right? That's my character. I found a church, I went to pray or whatever. And on my way out, I was beset by like this foul creature. it got me, and when I woke up, I was in the dank cave, and somebody was like over me, I don't even know, and they met me at a bonfire later, randomly, and they told me they need like to be guiding me for some reason, or they asked me like if I want them with me, and I was like, sure, you know, I'm going that way as well. We might travel together, whatever. But why am I going that way? Like, what did Godric ever do to me? You know, what did I do to him, for the matter? Why are we even like fighting? Like, why are these soldiers fighting me even? Do they know me? Like, like, what is going on? I don't fucking know. They're just random enemies. That's the thing. Like, that's why it feels like a platformer, you know? And sure, some of you might be going like, oh, but Daphne, you don't know the story. Yeah, of course I don't know the story, genius, because the game doesn't tell me shit. I don't know, dude. I was at the church, like, you started the game at the church randomly, and then you just go, and yeah, that's it. That's what I've been told so far. I've been told to follow the grace, which I don't fucking know what the grace is. Just follow a random guiding light that takes you from bonfire to bonfire, and you'll be okay. At best, what I understood is that this is a strange kind of light that only a certain kind of people can see. Probably tarnished, which I don't even know what a tarnished is. Or why I am a tarnished. I don't even know why I'm a tarnished. Or when did I become a tarnished? I don't even know. Nothing. But anyway, for better or worse, I can see this weird glow, and then I just basically follow it from bonfire to bonfire, which means I have to go through some places, which for some reason infuriates like everybody around me to just attack me and kill me. And then eventually I'll reach the destination. I'll reach the thing, which I assume is the tree, because the glow is like literally like the tree, the trees glow. So yeah, that's literally what I know. There's nothing else. And for some reason I'm involved in some kind of conspiracy where somebody killed someone, and that someone got angry, and they split something up, and I'm just collecting the pieces of the something to become like the Elden Lady, as if I know what the fuck that is, and why would I fucking become that? Or why it's my fucking business? I don't even know. And honestly, at this point, I'm just too tired to check out. Like, I'm just honestly too fucking fatigued to check it out. I'd rather follow my own fucking head case. Which my head case is that, like, basically, I'm just trying to get home. I'm just desperately trying to get home. And I mean, to me as a confessor, let's say, like, to discuss my character, let's say, right? To me, in my head, as a confessor, all of this is just, like, abominable. Completely. Like, what the fuck is that? So, you know, obviously I'm suspicious of things, and obviously I don't want to, like, mingle too much. And of course, if something threatens me, I'll try to kill it, obviously. And I'll try to grow strong just to be able to fucking get the fuck out of there. And that's like my headcanon is that, basically. Like, I don't even have enough information to form a more coherent, like, headcanon. What even is a confessor? Like, for real? What even is a confessor? Like, what? Like, is it like a paladin? Is it like what is it? I don't know. You know, nobody fucking knows. Or at least I wasn't told in any obvious way. In my head, I was like, it's a faith build. It must have something to do with like some sort of religion, but I don't give a fuck because I don't know what this religion is about. I'll just believe in myself. Fuck it. I'm a fucking confessor of myself. I don't care. That's practically the lore of my character. End of story. I don't even know what's going on. So it's basically just you know, it's not even RPG-ish, other than like investing stats, I guess. It's literally an arcade game. Like, it's literally a 3D platformer. Like, literally. That's my deduction, and I'm not saying it as in a bad way, but I'm saying it as a way of where in a game like that, there is no room for comparison with games like Skyrim, for example. Even in its combat, because essentially, even though it's 3D combat in like Elden Ring, alright, to put it in fucking boomer terms, even though the combat model is 3D with movement in space and over the shoulder, it's still very much a platforming combat. Like, imagine this scene with Castlevania, right? Let me just right. So you know you have like this staircase in Castlevania, right? Whatever. And there is like, it doesn't even need to be a staircase. It can be like just grasslands, right? Just a plain. And you're going, right? And it's level 1. And you will see like some like soldiers or skeletons. I'll say skeletons because Castlevania, right? And they go like, ooh. And they're coming at you like this. You know, in a row because it's a 2D game, right? And you go like a hoop, you know, you jump, and you have like your sword, and you whack them. And they give you some points. Right? You just jump and fucking kill them. And that's how combat feels. Like, it feels very platformer combat, you know, even though it's 3D. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying, right? But if for a moment you visualize it as a 2D platformer, you will see that it matches perfectly. Right? You die very easily. You restart at the checkpoint, right? The enemies die easily. If you just do it right, they're gonna die easily, just like in Castlevania. If you know what they do, you can kill them safely. Even though they do have mechanics, they do have some like 1 or 2 moves or whatever, but if you know them, you just can kill them. It's the same thing. Whereas, for example, in Skyrim, it's more nuanced. It's like, you know, it's the terrain, it's like the this, the that, like it's a bunch of things, right? A bunch of movements that you can do, a bunch of like options that you can have. But the feeling itself is different. I can't say that it gives me. I can't say that I would put, let's say, a bandit from Skyrim on a 2D plane and put my character on 2D plane, and combat will lend itself perfectly to the 2D environment, for example. I cannot say that. I can't say that. And again, we're talking modded Skyrim, okay? We're talking modded Skyrim, modded combat systems. So that makes it a little bit more difficult to pin down as a feeling, because my experience will be different than yours, of course, depending on the mods. But any mod I tried, unless it was vanilla Skyrim, it didn't feel like if I turned this on the 2D plane, it would actually play out the same. There would be a lot missing that can only be there if it's 3D. Whereas the same cannot be said about Elden Ring, at least not in my head, because all I do is like basically just jump and slash. You know, it's like a platform game. Even if I don't jump and slash, it's like just whacking one button and it does like one combo, and that's it basically. And you have a strong attack as well, and that's it. Boom, done. You know, there is no nuance. There is no like. There's nothing basically. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Maybe it's a bad comparison. Or maybe I'm not explaining it perfectly, even though that's a cheap excuse sometimes. But like maybe, I feel like maybe I'm not explaining it 100%, you know? But it does feel, it does feel like you're just, you know, playing a platform game disguised as a 3D over-the-shoulder RPG. That's the problem I have. You know, you don't even have skills. You don't even have anything. You don't have perk trees. You don't have nothing. It's... I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I don't know what to tell you. And these aren't complaints. These are just comparisons. They're not complaints, they're comparisons. Because I do like it. I do enjoy playing Elden Ring. But I'm just saying the moment that I kind of like unlocked it in my brain, and I was like, hey, this is a fucking platform game. I used to play this all the time, and you know, you died very easily because it was coin operated, and you had, you know, they wanted to make you like insert more coins, so they would kill you brutally, or you would fall in a pit and die, and then you'd have to restart. This is a fucking platformer. That's all it is. And it became a lot less intimidating in my head once I did this, like once it clicked, you know. I was like, oh yeah, it's meant to be like that's the philosophy of it, and you're not meant to think about anything other than progressing the map to reach the point, to reach the next checkpoint, the next boss, and the next map, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, that kind of thing. The moment I saw it like that, it was like, okay, now I understand what's going on, Whereas in Skyrim, it's like a consistent, cohesive experience that is like multi-layered and, all around more complete, creating a package that is meant to deliver a different experience. The experience of actually being there in those living conditions and dealing with like stuff around you that makes sense in that world, and thereby getting immersed in that whole RPG feeling, the exploration and everything else that you can do. And everything has a little story to tell you, whereas in Elden Ring, they're just props because they look cool and it's a platformer and it needs to look edgy, The maps need to look interesting for you to go from point A to point B. That's all. That's all, literally. There's nothing else to it. That's all. I mean, Skyrim definitely is also. I can't even believe I'm saying that, but Skyrim is also the better narrative experience. That's what I say. Like, at least there is some narrative there, and at the very least, even that, I'll praise even that. At least it has books, right? At least if I'm feeling like masochistic enough, I can sit there and read those stupid books, which I still hold myself to the promise that not only will I stream Skyrim again, not only will it be anniversary edition, not only will it be better set up than ever and amazing to stream, but when I do finish it, which I will, probably this time 100%, I will also sit there and have an extra 10 streams just reading all the books, just narrating all the books on stream. I really want to do that. And that is like my goal. So, if and when, your PC is coming tomorrow, damn, that's awesome, dude. And so, yeah, if, by Neris's benevolence and like kindness and generosity, if I do get a new PC, which is like an immense gift, which is like unfucking believable, that might be happening. But if it does happen, then I will install Skyrim, and you can expect me. You can definitely expect me to make it the main thing that I stream, right? So I might stop streaming Guild Wars and then make Monday a full like Skyrim day, and maybe even make Tuesday a full Skyrim day, and push everything else in like, I don't know, Fridays or Saturdays or whatever, because I miss that shit. I'll tell you the truth, I missed fucking modding it. I missed modding it, honestly. And now it's gonna be easier as well. And unfortunately, if that happens, it's not like I'm gonna drop Elden Ring, but I'm definitely gonna rush it and just finish it and see what the fuck it is about and call it a day, honestly. Because it really is, like, to me, disappointing as that might sound to you, to me, it's a placeholder until I can fucking enjoy Skyrim again. Like, it literally is. Because in my stupid head, at least, right? Subjectively speaking, in my stupid head, at least, Skyrim does everything Elden Ring does, like literally everything, except better, and does more things, and it looks prettier, like far prettier. Again, if you mod it correctly. And something tells me that the way I'm gonna set it up this time, it's gonna be fucking awesome. I think I'm gonna cry the first time I run it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I miss it so much. I miss it so fucking much. There was a video on YouTube about that, about exactly that feeling. I think the video was called something like All I Need is Skyrim, basically. I think that something like that. And it was focusing on that sensation that I'm describing right now, where it's like entering a world where you really can belong, you know. Don't twist my ways, by the way. Don't twist my words and what I mean by that. I'm not a fucking psycho, but if you can just like understand what I'm saying, you can just go in there and exist there and have fun, have an adventure, you know, or live a life, whatever. I don't know, go fishing or go exploring. You know, you can have like a small adventure that you can do, and that's beautiful. And I haven't found it in any other game, to be honest. And yes, Elden Ring does that, but like it does it. It does it at like 7. It does it at like 6. Skyrim does it at 11. It's like, boom, done. It's like fucking maxed out, you know? That's why I'm saying that Elden Ring is just a little bit of a placeholder. Like, and again, I would be lying if I said that I don't want to see what happens in the end. But that's exactly why I said that, like, if that happens, I'm gonna rush it. Because I think there is nothing there to savor. I'm not gonna lie. It's literally a platforming game that I'm playing for a bit, just for fun, I guess. And I am having fun. I am actually having fun. But that's it. It's just fun. It's just like nothing. It's whatever. It's a platform game. It's fucking Halls of Torment. I don't know. It's Rastan from Coin-Op. I don't know. Fucking Mario Land. You know, that kind of thing. That's how I approach Elden Ring at this point. And really, it has relaxed me a lot because I took it a lot more seriously, I guess, at the start, in the sense of like, I wanted to be immersed in the world. And I was frustrated that it wasn't doing that. And I was frustrated that combat doesn't make sense. But if you picture it as a 2D platformer where you're fighting bosses, well, their moves were always absurd. You know, the rules were always also absurd. So basically, the moment I said, okay, that's a platformer, that's it. It all made sense, everything. The delays of the attacks and the like this and that, like, it just makes sense, you know? Instead of trying to make heads or tails of it, just fucking do it, because it's just a fucking platformer. You know, it's a silly platformer, is what it is. It's just grimdark, that's all. It's just, you know, edgy. That's all, basically. And I think you could tell, because I think you could tell that I came to that realization like previous stream that I did. Simply because of how I was like reacting to dying or winning. You know. Anyway. Enough talking about that shit. Though it was an interesting talk, I think I have overstayed my welcome on Twitch. And yeah, it was awesome talking about Final Fantasy. Like the videos we talked about on the beginning were fucking awesome as well. Well, the very first one was dumb, I'm not gonna lie. But second and third one was pretty okay. And then, you know, sorry, I had to yawn. Or muffle a yawn anyways. And well, the one about children, whatever. And then the Mod Beast After Party, I was expecting it to be like super wild, but it wasn't. And I was expecting it maybe to be like a witch hunt from that guy. And I was expecting to be mad. In the end, it was rather harmless, I would say. And yeah, it's a legitimate problem. It's a concern. It's a concern, I would say. I wouldn't call it a problem. I would call it an issue, a concern, for real. But not a problem on the degree of like what we discussed before it, where we discussed like problems with the mechanic, the classes, like with how fucking stale it feels. Those are actual problems, you know. Those are actual problems. But yeah, it was fun. And streaming Guild Wars before that was also okay, I guess. And so with that, TLDR, I had fun streaming for you, and I'll see you tomorrow for Elden Ring, and for now I'm just gonna like piss off. And not before I thank you for watching and for keeping me company, and I hope hope, like, I don't know. I hope you either had a laugh or food for thought, or you found it constructive. Like, I hope one of these were the cases. And yeah, tomorrow fucking camera time, I guess, which bleh. But I'll do it because I need to like learn that shit, or like, you know, get used to that shit. But for now, thank you for watching, and you've been amazing, even though you've been silent. Assuming anybody watched, except like our internet. But the rest of you are bitches, because you didn't talk, so fuck you. But also thank you for being here, and I really appreciate that. If my views on Final Fantasy, as a living note, I will just say this: if my views on Final Fantasy like offended you, I think that you are just like gonna need to grow thicker skin. But I did try to be gentle this time. So you know, A for effort, I guess, and you know, you can hate me, I guess. That's okay. You can hate my opinions. I don't mind. It's fine. It's whatever. I won't hold it against you. So yeah, I'm just hoping you won't hold my opinions against me. And that's it. And with that, I will leave you, and I will wish you a great night, and I will tell you kisses. Bye.